漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 Alpha 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are coming into the final day of week 2. It is flying all the way through. We are over 20% of the way through. I am just Oshin. I am joined in digital form this time by the absolutely notorious Nymera as he wants to build the presentation on Ari. How are you doing today?
You saw that, yeah. I feel like I have to do that. The champion's been cropping up here in advance. If we see it today, we'll get into that topic, but we have a lot of games to go through. This first series, very excited for, and I'm sure we'll get into the show as we go through it.
Absolutely, but let's have a quick look at what happened yesterday, because of course we are in our Spring Gala Super Weekend. It was a relatively quick day. Top Esports and BLG kind of having a little bit of a speedrun contest between the two of them.
And we've had some of our teams like EDG and Rare Atom have some promise maybe on paper, but really struggle to put that up against the big names in the league so far. Top Esports, BLG, some of my teams to watch.
Yeah, and of course, as we move into the standings, and we can start to see a couple of things start to form now. We've gone from, the standings don't matter. Now we're hitting the BLG. They've done 25% of their split. They have 4 out of the 16 games done. They've come out with 4 wins, so we are chugging along pretty quickly.
that I think there are a lot of our reasonable, kind of like our usual suspects, that's the other one. But you look down to this end, I'm sure a lot of people will be surprised to see teams like, I guess OMG with their roster changes, some people had some hope for them. But EDG have absolutely been off the boil. They need to pick up the pace, and some of the teams playing today might be able to start outstripping them in series score.
Absolutely, and of course you mentioned OMG. They will be playing in our first series today as we look towards today's schedule. Will be NIP versus OMG, LNG versus JDG. Definitely a good temperature check for JDG as the reigning champions come back into a little bit of form, and then Weibo versus RNG. So quite a few kind of very easy kind of, or very hard to tell matchups between a lot of these teams.
And the first one on the table as well from NIP OMG, it's really just laced with a lot of different storylines in there too. Of course, we have two of very, very veteran OMG members moving over to NIP in Shanji and Aki. Shanji said that it's hard to get tickets home at this time of year because it's coming up to New Year, and he said, look, I'm going to send them home early just to make it easier for them. We'll see if we can keep that promise today.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's have a quick look at the NIP roster because, as you mentioned, they have gotten some new things, a lot of new faces and stuff. Rookie left and he came back, and now he's kind of coming onto this one here with Shanji and Aki, and they are coming into a little bit of form. The top half of the map is still very, very terrifying.
And the entirety of this team, particularly around that top side, are really coming alive in mid to late game as well. They get a couple of items, and it doesn't matter what's happened in the early game, and they start blowing apart the late game. They did suffer versus JDG. They got handed a pretty painful defeat to them there. But besides that series, they've had some really good run of form.
Yep, absolutely. I think that coming into this year, we still have high expectations. Even if Rookie kind of had a pretty bad 2023, it's still Rookie. We still have to give him that kind of respect, if you will, as the first kind of LPL mid laner champion. But looking at OMG's roster, you mentioned some of the changes. They're in a little bit of a rebuild, and I think a lot of people are not unsure, but definitely kind of wary about where they're going to actually really stand. It's not Starry coming in today. Unfortunately, it is going to be Abel, but that's kind of where this team kind of brings it in. They had a lot of changes coming into 2024.
Yeah, and you also have, Starry's in there, and Abel, Starry and Abel, we had a lot of questions about that, don't get me wrong, but Angel, of course, played for NIP last split as well, so there's a bit of crossing of the territory, crossing over those allegiances lines. We're starting to see these teams come out onto stage. OMG changed to the orange colors for their jersey this year, very recognizable, and they got themselves the Dragons to come on stage with them.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's the year of the dragon, or coming up to the year of the dragon as we hit into the Lunar New Year, and we see what everyone kind of go for. They all got the dragons. Everyone's got themselves a nice little thing to go for. But I mean, now that we're kind of 2 weeks in, we've played quite a few games. I think we're actually over 30 matches have been played, let alone single games. Where do you think,
so many.
I know, right? The LPL just starts and then stops for Lunar New Year and then never stops after that. But I mean, it does feel like we're pretty set in our meta right now. The Azirs, the Corkis, of course, the Udyrs, Casantes. We haven't seen much change out of that once people got comfortable with it on stage.
So that's true. I think there are some lanes where we found like our staple champions, and then we're going to start trying to find the counters to that. But that's a bit more of an extended period of time as we find which players can make the most of that. I think Shanji, he was, I believe he played a, Bin that played the Darius the other day. Shanji sadly was on the other end of a Darius a little earlier into the split from this too. But what I'm really starting to see now is that we have a lot of our powerful champions on here. How can we start exploiting the new objectives on the map? A couple of days ago, we saw teams really start to, oh my god, they've got the full dragon horns. This is fantastic. I love this. Screw the meta. What is happening here? We've got are these chillin' horns?
I think they're chillin' horns, but also, which would be weird because this is NIP, but maybe they're just dragon horns. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe they're like Jade dragon horns. I'm not caught up on Chinese folklore, for being totally honest. But they're giving out the red packets. Oh, this is awesome! Yes.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Look at him go! My God, he's just absolutely flinging it out there.
How generous!
Absolutely. I mean, look, if you're unsure, oh my God, look at them all go! It's creating pandemonium. Absolutely pandemonium. If you're unsure at the Lunar New Year, it is tradition for you to give and receive red packets with miscellaneous varieties of monetary goods inside. So good to see Rookie not only sharing the goods with his team, but also the rest of the fans.
And also remember, this is in front of their home stadium as well. They get to come out in front of their home fans. They get to pay something back to the folks who turn up week in, week out to support their team.
Absolutely, and of course, we'll see what they can do today. They are looking for a win, but I do believe that, again, I think that NIP are favorites into this matchup, but I wouldn't make it like a 70-30. It would be kind of more of maybe a 60-40, maybe even 55-45 in terms of the ideal kind of situation, because I do think now that Abel has come back into the roster, yes, he does have a little bit of I wouldn't say limited champion pool, but definitely a specific champion pool. But OMG are making it work, and it does feel like they are kind of coming good after the change in AD carry role.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because Abel has had 3 games since he's come back. There were 3 different champions, and they're 3 quite different archetypes as well. Had an Ezreal game, which of course he lost, but looked good on the champion. Had an Aphelios game, which of course we know him for. And then there was a very interesting Tristan Emilio game too, which blew open the game. As soon as you get Void Grubs on the table as well, this champion hits towers and it immediately explodes. And that's something which I really want to see about both of these teams. The LPL has started adapting to the grubby tubby meta. They've got their own TV episodes, twice on the respawn if you kill them quick enough. But we've actually started turning that into an actual win condition now, coming through on the top side of the map. Whereas in the first week or so, it took a little while to figure out how to make the most use of them. Both of these teams, if they hit the ground running early into the game, and they have lanes which can hit turrets, I'm looking particularly at Abel, looking particularly at Shanji on the other side. That could be a huge factor in today's series.
Absolutely, and for both these sides, they both have played 4 series. They're both at the 25% mark of their season, 4 out of 16 games played. Now you're starting to get to the point where, you lose an early game or you lose an early series, it doesn't really kind of matter that much. Now you're hitting the mid-series. Now you're hitting into games where it's like, okay, well, these are your direct competition. These are guys who, if you can pull off a win, if you can get that 2-1 out of them effectively away from home for OMG here, that could be huge going into potential playoffs later on the season, because they're just playing so many games so quickly.
Yeah, and we've mentioned this a few times as well, so if you're listening to the last few days, this will be a bit of a wind run. But one of the big things is that it's been a longer gap until this break, which we get over the Lunar New Year as well. So we haven't had, 2 weeks. It's going to be close enough to 3 weeks, really. And we've had teams which have played 4, 5 series before going on break. Typically, this time is something which is used to develop, is used to kind of find your steady feet, go into a break, assess, then come back stronger. You actually have had to hit the ground running very, very quickly in spring here.
And we'll see what they go for now. Again, very important for both these teams to really get as much as going. And like we said for OMG, they are currently outside of playoff. This would be sitting at 2-2, but they're basically the average, if you will. They're 2-2 with a 0-game difference, and they are, unfortunately for them, in 11th. They need to try and bounce up. But for NIP, I think given your power rankings with the rest of the casters, these are a team.
Yes.
This is a team that is pushing for top 4. They're pushing for a potential bye if they can get a couple of good results going.
For sure. I think the top of the table, that's a question which second series of the day when we get to that, that'll maybe answer some of our questions to do with that, but I am looking as NIP as one of those teams. I think I put them around the 5th mark. Actually, I think between all of the casters which are doing for the record, folks, we did a bit of a power ranking. It's a bit of a fun one. We'll see if there's any particular... I don't think we're going to have a winning prize. We might have a losing prize, but the winning prize here is seeing which one of these teams can come out ahead. And as we said, Shanji promised to send his old team home as quickly as possible so they don't miss their flights. Let's see if they can do that here in Game 1.
Let's see what they can do. We are straight in, and you can see the Cassante, the Ashe, all being taken away by OMG. These are just the power picks that we've come to know in the pick and ban phase. LeBlanc, Milio, and the Nico. Again, it does feel like you get the sense that there is just a load of must bans, if you will, coming into this. But now OMG, they could go for the Varus. Again, something that we haven't really seen huge priority in the LPL, but still very, very powerful.
Well, Varus has been around for sure. Senna, another one on the table. That is absolutely game warping. And if you give that over to Photic and Draw, that is a very dangerous matchup to go over. Instead, it's going to be the Rumble. It's top lane focus. Of course, you're against Shanji, who is an incredible Rumble. But that does mean you give over the Senna in turn. Got a couple of problems with this now. You can't go for something like a Milio lane, which can put it alongside a hyper carry and still be very, very good in lane. What's your answer here now? Do you go for Varus Renata? Do you go for Isaiah Rakan? That can be pretty powerful into the Tahm Kench as well. There are a couple of different options. Of course, Abel has his own tricks up his sleeve as well, because of course, OMG, this bot lane is the only remaining pieces of the roster which captured so many hearts last year.
Yeah, I mean, the mojo was strong with OMG, and they lock in the Samira. Thank you, Abel. Now,
Let's go.
I need him to win the game. That's the only caveat. It's like, it's all well and good picking these fun things, but like G2 last night, if you're picking fun things, you've got to be able to make it work. Otherwise, it's just not going to be that good.
For sure. You are cooking in the kitchen, but you still haven't finished the meal, folks. We're not even halfway through the draft. We'll see if it ends up being coherent. Something like the Samira, if it ever gets on top of the center, it is a disaster for that champion. Now, of course, you can't end up doing the Blade Wall, effectively the Wind Wall from Samira, onto a lot of center's kit, but you can do it onto the W and the ult, which is a lot of how Photic will be looking to protect himself on this champion. Pretty well-known matchup on the top side now, with the Udyr locked into the Rumble. You can get yourself lane push. Interested to see if Cube is going to be running the Ghost tech, which we've seen from 369 and a couple of other LPL top laners to keep the Flame Spitter running on the Udyr so you can keep up your DPS check. That might be something to see, because this matchup, as much as it started off as a pretty easy lane priority matchup for the Udyr, it has grown into one where kills can be traded back and forth.
That's the beauty of it as well, because the longer these things stay in meta, the longer we keep the Udyrs and the Cassantes as such in this top lane, the more people figure stuff out. You mentioned it right at the start of the season that, you know, the Udyrs come in, you wanted to see more counters to it. The Darius has finally crept into a lot of different regions as a counter to the Udyr, so it's no longer as blind pickable.
For sure. Of course, now we have to see which of our blind picks is going to come in from NIP. They have themselves jungle mid lane to pick up. You can't exactly flex between the two of them, so you can't really do cheekiness of locking in something to see if it can be flexed between that in the next round. As we're talking about junglers, 4 junglers banned out in the second round of bans. They were untouched in the first round, but now you're looking at anything really which can get on top of the center alongside the Samira. That'd be great for OMG. I think they're probably looking at Maokai, whereas on the other side, NIP. I'm interested now to see if they play for double range or if they play for kind of like a double dive with the center ult going over the top of it.
And the Viego is something that haven't seen in a good while, and unfortunately for any Viego enthusiasts today, we will not be seeing it today. They're going to go for the Maokai. That, again, disengage, engage combination that they're able to go for. The Maokai has been just so prevalent throughout all regions, and we'll see what OMG want to try and round this composition out with. They can go for a little bit of an assassin, maybe go full dive, you know, look for something that can just jump in with the Rakan and Samira, get down that equalizer, and the Akali would fit the bill.
If you have the Samira on the table, you are full sending it, folks. You need to do that. I actually think the Maokai is a huge takeaway from NIP. Arky, of course, is one of the best Maokai players within the LPL and on OMG across his entire 288 games on that team. He played a great many of them on Maokai in the last kind of era of that. Now, are you going to lock in the Xin Sao? It would make some sense to just pick up something again that can dive in with the rest of the team with the equalizer on top of it. You are going to be going into an awful lot of tank and a lot of disengage from NIP, but this is the nature of your composition. You just got to overcome that, folks.
Yeah, you just have to hope and pray that the sustain and the tankiness of NIP is just not as good as your damage. That's where you're at right now. I would be so surprised if we do not see an exhaust come out from anyone on NIP. It is just the easy counter. It's like if you see a Kennen on the enemy team, you just have to take exhaust for those big team fights so that, yes, even if you do get caught out, you can just mitigate a lot of that damage, especially coming in from the Samira. But, I mean, I like it from OMG. Full send it. Full give us everything you possibly can with this composition and just say, look, it's all or nothing in this first game for us. If this composition works, we're gods. If it doesn't, we are in a bit of trouble.
And look, this is what made me love this roster last year, or the organization, I suppose. The roster has changed an awful lot, but I'm glad to see that they've retained a lot of that identity of saying, look, we're just going to go in, we picked ourselves up a unique composition. It's a little bit different from what we're seeing in the rest of the LPL. NIP, they lock in that Talia last pick, which is going to make the dive even more perilous, but they are lacking damage. If you manage to kill the center or shut down the center early and get on top of the Talia, the tanks aren't going to be able to win the team fight on their own. So I think there's actually a good amount of tools for OMG, despite the fact there's a lot of anti-dive, to at least kill one carry and then see how the team fight rolls after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the thing is as well is that for OMG, if you kill the Senna, a lot of that sustain power goes away. If the Senna gets caught, then there's a huge opening for OMG to try and bring this one back. However, that's a big if. That is a massive IF there to try and say, if you kill this. And that's where the target's going to be. And we know just how frustrating the Senna Tam Kench combination is, let alone combo with things like the Maokai, the Talia. So much disengage available to NIP to really keep her safe. So I'm curious to see how it works for them. For NIP, we've seen this composition a couple of times. We know how it plays out. We know that they want to keep the beefy boys up front and just try and keep poking people out with those rocks, but we'll have to wait and see. We are jumping straight onto the rift for the first game of our first series today over in Shenzhen for the NIP arena. As before we get it into our Lunar New Year break, which we've only got, I think, 3 more days of games. So I do believe we have a broadcast ourselves on Wednesday, and then it's a while. It's like a 2-week break.
It's a while. It is. We finally get to coast just for a little while and take stock of what's happened in the first few stages of our split so far. Okay, eyes on the early game now. We have ourselves a couple of aggressive champions from OMG. If you get them an early kill with a good gank towards this bot lane, you manage to force out summoners from the center and the Tahm Kench, maybe you stop the center from being able to stack souls as well. Maybe you can keep them down. Of course, the top lane, I think that might end up being on its own a little bit more, as top lane sometimes ends up being rather. And NIP can at least get some vision down early to try and spot out where Xiaofang is going to be in the early game.
And that ward that Angel put down was spotted by NIP, so they know that vision is pretty self-explanatory, that the Tahm Kench and the Taliyah put down. So should be information given over to OMG about where exactly all this vision is. So we'll see what the pathing is going to be here from Xiaofang. But for now, both teams happy with the way things are working, happy to see where things go. And I mean, I usually say, like, oh, the Senna Tahm Kench, it's a passive lane. It's something that you just kind of poke down. You don't really die. I watched the BLG series yesterday. They got like all 5 plates at like 12 minutes, and that was not a passive lane. So I'm curious to see how NIP pilot it.
Well, this is the thing. I think a lot of people kind of get things mixed up with different eras of Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench does a lot of damage nowadays, folks. He is actually quite an aggressive laner with the W, the Abyssal Dive, being able to kind of go forward aggressively. That can be really important. And because Senna is quite a long-range AD carry, if you get her able to walk up onto the wave, you can see that they've gone for double Dorans for items first 2, no support item to give themselves a little bit of extra fighting power very early into the game. They are going to be contesting the Samira Rakan, at least in the early phases.
We'll see where they can make this pressure going. Of course, the early stage tends to be quite of a slow burner. We do tend not to really see many advances as such, but I like to see that I just saw a rookie there. He actually took the new, with of course stopwatch being taken away from the inspiration tree, he actually took the new flask one. I can't remember exactly what it's called. That gives you the 3 different flasks. Yes. Yeah. So
I did a bit of sitting down. And I thought about my silly mid lane numbers and what they mean for my silly mid lane champions. And turns out they're pretty good, particularly in something like this. Think about it like this, right? When you get towards around 2 items, you're normally around about your second ability maxed out as well. Great power spike for the Taliyah. What this means is you reach that level 13 mark very quickly, but of course bot lane they wanting to get a bit more action a bit early. But if you get the extra skill point early from that Taliyah, it just means it's harder once again for OMG to go break you into the backline. Yes, and that's exactly what you're trying to see NIP just stop. You know, again, this composition, this game is very simply put as a if OMG get on backline, good. If not, really bad. That's it. That's as simple as it goes. As Shanji gets a little bit of a proxy going here. It is bog standard for the Udyr to be able to get this lane pressure. We've always talked about it a million times. But now Angel does land the shuriken flip, flashes away, does get knocked back, and he is going to be going down. Perfectly executed dive, and everyone gets a little bit of an assist. Oh, OMG's mid laner goes down to his previous team, and it's at the hands of the former members, of course, who come in as well. Arki bring himself down there. NIP get themselves on the board. We did say there was an eye on this early game to make sure that OMG weren't just snowballing and running away with the game. NIP on the board early and taking away the flash away from Angel 2, so we might not even be able to use that in a opportunistic level 6 all-in is very important. Of course, how does it come across there? It's an even lane state. It's not like it's anything particularly crazy in terms of Angel having his wave in a bad state, then responding to it. He chooses to push this up, but he doesn't have the support of his jungler right now. Shanji, Arki, they go into the mid lane and they get that first blood secured for their against their ulti.
And this is the power of the Udyr. Yes, you could argue he didn't do a huge amount there, but the fact that he was able to get that proxy, he was able to roam down, lost nothing in top side, that is the power of this pick and why we see so many people picking it up so often in turn of a blind situation, just because you can get things like that going for yourself. Now he's taking a fierce trade here with Cube and drops the pink ward for the sake of it, and I believe he's going to die here as well. I think he knows he's going to die, so he's just going to accept his fate and try to push the wave.
He's tried to push it in as best as he can, teleported back towards the top lane after his opportunistic mid-play. Xin Zhao comes up towards top side, and Xiaofeng returns the favor towards Shanji in the top side. And then after that, is going to go down towards the Void Grubs and hopefully secure that objective there. Of course, very, very important if you manage to get those 6 grubs. It's obviously a big objective if you can get access to towers. I don't think OMG's composition is one which can get towards towers that easily. I don't think they have particularly long range, unless someone like Cube is winning the matchup so hard that he can force out the Udyr with an ultimate and stuff like that. At least it's a good takeaway from NIP, and it takes off this objective from the top side of the map, so Aki has less reason to be there.
Does mean first dragon goes over to NIP, get themselves that first dragon still. Well, they might not be able to get it. He's only on his own. There's no pressure mid or bot. I feel like if OMG really wanted to try and contest this, they could have, but they don't have any vision. They don't feel confident or comfortable to go for it. So NIP will get that trade eventually, and it shouldn't mean too much of a difference in terms of the state of the game.
Yeah, Photic ends up roaming away from lane. Draw picks up the wave under turret. Again, just want to hit on this again. Some people are confused about, hey, why are we not starting with support items in this center Tahm Kench lane? Well, it's because at the very early levels, we saw that the flash in from Rakan, don't get me wrong, you're trying to make sure you have the stats to survive the first few levels. The first few waves of the game are very, very important. So you say, look, we're going to split the farm early on, it's a little bit weird, and then we're going to come back into lane with double support items, as you can now see from Photo Control. It just means that they're not at risk very early on, and it's given NIP this platform around the bot side of the map for Photo Control to not just allow Abel and PP God the run of the lane.
I see where they want to go for it, see how they want to try and build around that, but for now, everything's fine. And again, the slower game pace suits NIP. It suits what they want to try and do. They're happy stacking up. They're happy farming for as long as they possibly need to. You really do want to try and get some fights going once you hit that Inferno trigger in bot side, once you get the quickness for PP God and you're able to try and jump in on top of people to make things happen. That's where this game can really start to turn. But for now, everyone's happy, just farming it up. 3 grubs in favor of a dragon for OMG over NIP. We see Shanji looking for a trade in this top side. He doesn't really come out that great from it. Yeah, he's gonna have to probably walk away from this with his tail between his legs. No real kill pressure in my opinion, but now Xiaofeng jumps in, gonna get the knock-up on the Photic, and they're gonna try and jump straight on top of him, but they do have the Devour available, and Zhou keeps his AD carry nice and topped up in the bot side.
That was almost a really good CC chain. You can see the Xin Zhao ultimate being used to knock back the Tahm Kench, but he still gets back in range for the Devour. Still, not a bad looking from OMG. Sadly for them, that's now going to be the ultimate down from Xin Zhao, which is quite important in the early game. See if OMG can make use of the rest of the ultimates at the next calling card.
See what they can do. Aki spotted out on vision, so they know the Maokai's on bot side. Is a little bit behind on terms of the XP, of course, because of the Void Grubs being taken. A lot of XP available to you if you get all 3, so you get to that early level 6. And I feel like that's what people, or specifically junglers, are starting to target a little bit more. Not so much the buff itself, but more so the XP to get them to that level 6 threshold and maybe make a play like we saw Xiaofeng do bot side.
There was actually a while in the first couple of patches of the new season, actually, hold on to that, so Rookie might have to blow his flash.
I think he's gonna die either way. The Ignite, the perfect execution. Angel underneath tower, though, will be traded back as Aki hits level 6 and able to lock him underneath the turret. Photo comes over here as well, almost able to save his mid laner, but still a trade of 1 for 1.
Okay, PP God, get on the roam, able to leave bot lane and make something happen. If you're going to leave one of your bot laners alone in bot side and have the supports roam, of course the Rakan is going to be better than that, than the Senna, who's, the AD carry support hybrid in this kind of composition. Photo gets the ult across mid lane, but it's not enough. A kill onto Angel's Akali, of course, one of his very best champions. He was playing this all the way back when he was on Suning, and he was making the World's Finals back in that 2020 year, I believe it was as well. With gold in his pockets, that's an important thing to track now for OMG. If he can be a powerful assassin and get one of these carries down in much the same manner as he did there, NIP are going to run out of damage.
That's it, exactly as you say. Like, you know, the tankiness and the sustain can only keep you going for so long. You do need damage to be able to take down these members of OMG. We'll see what they want to go for. Aki now moving up towards try and see if he can catch out Cube. Gonna be difficult enough without his ultimate, but he does have a flash. Twisted advance, flash away by Cube straight away, respecting the fact that the ghost of Shanji was popped and doesn't want to give over a free kill.
For sure, Aki used his first flash in mid lane to get a kill. They've done exactly the same towards top side. However, by showing his face there, and with his ultimate used under the mid tower to return the kill onto Angel, no real ability to contest for the Grubs. So it's going to be 6 of the Grubs going over to OMG, and they will get themselves the full buff. The question is whether they can actually walk up and hit turret. That's going to be quite hard for them. I don't think they really have the lanes which can freely get towards them. Another point on which I want to go towards as well, talked about Aki just being on the top side of the map. Look at his inventory, he's going towards an AP build. He's got the Scorch Claw jungle item too, so he's not going to be as tanky, but he might just pick up a little bit of damage, like what you said, NIP might end up having if one of their carries is gone, and he's going to do some damage to Cube here.
Yeah, Cube's probably going to go down. He drops down the equalizer just to clear the way, so they won't be able to get the tower, but a good repeat gank here from Aki, just recognizing, cool, Cube's going to get a little greedy for this, because he's not going to have full vision, and we will be able to capitalize very, very easily. 6 seconds till the dragon spawns. You would imagine OMG should be in a better position to be able to take that as of the gank top. But I mean, with Leandri's kind of being picked up here now for Aki, there is and he still has ult and flash, there is still a very good contest potentially coming out here from NIP.
Yeah, so Abel chose to go towards the bot turret instead, which I think is completely reasonable. Photic and Draw, who are hanging out in bot jungle as well, may be afraid of kind of a cross map coming out towards bot side and a dive coming through, but as we see this now, Xiaofeng was just seen clearing that ward. They know he's just come off the dragon. They know he's here, guys. What are you doing?
They do know, but they want to go for a full fight. That's why they're going to get the TP in. They're going to have the twisted advances available. If you're going to go for a flash onto this one, a TP in defense, they get the Dawning Shadow over the top there. The Inferno trigger not really coming in and doing anything. Xiaofeng just can't really do much for his team, and we talked about the damage from OMG, but for NIP, they were very happy to take that fight, just moved everybody bot side to contest the dragon.
Okay, fair play. NIP realized they had mid-prio. Angel's teleport is late, can't do anything in that fight. NIP call the bluff of OMG and say, well, okay, your jungler's going to be down here. Fine, we'll take the fight. They scrap it out. Kills going over to Rookie, who's now 2-1 in the Talia. That's bad news for OMG. And sadly, Angel can't make use of his teleport, especially now he's hitting the 1-item mark as well. He could have been a huge force in that play. OMG, it feels like that was a bad play to miss out on. They don't want to be misusing this 1-item spike. This is where they want to be snowballing the game. How it came about this as well. Remember, Xiaofeng was just seen doing the dragon and peeling off of it after clearing a ward. So NIP have full information of what's happening here. They have mid-prow, they have the Weaver's Wall, and because Abel is has the Blade Well, at least it doesn't go completely to hell. They do end up at least surviving under the turret in the majority of it, but they lose their jungler on the way out.
Yeah, it does feel like the Blade Whirl basically made that from a bad play to from a terrible play against them to an okay one. Look, it's fine, but 2 dragons now stacked. Mountain Soul is massive, and they know there's no flash here onto Abel. They're looking for another move. A TP on the backside as Rookie finds himself here. Yep, you're just fish in a barrel, looking to try and get away from this. Botic flashes away because they know the Inferno trigger can still do a hell of a lot of damage. Now Angel is here. Finally, they do take down the Samira, but can Angel do anything else? The perfect execution would be good to try and finish off the Talia, but he doesn't have access to it anymore. He's going to go in there with the Shuriken flip for a little bit more, and Angel flashes away and keeps himself up on that one. They do get a bit of damage on the backside, but here comes Cube, drops down the equalizer. Aki, it's burning down. The trees are burning. He's on no HP, 0. I can't even see a line. Oh my lord, but great turnaround play here from OMG as they equal up all the kills.
Welcome to the LPL Fight Night. It's a fist fight in the bot side, and you can move Shanji and Aki off of the roster, but the OMG spirit remains in this game. Everyone is just so willing to throw hands. Now remember, the last time we went about this, it was NIP which chose the fight knowing that OMG wouldn't be able to bring numbers to the play. This one's a little bit different. Angel actually does come into the play a little bit late, but in time to use the first item spike. This is the power spike of OMG that they really want to be using. They have big items. They have themselves a Youmuu's coming out as well, I believe, onto the Samira in the bot side, and the damage is really, really nasty from that side. Of course, at the end of this play too, another teleport is expended to bring the Rumble into the play to get even more after this. But OMG, they know that this is the time to fight, and they use the power well.
Yeah, really, really good utilization in there of, as you said, the one-item spikes. As you mentioned as well, the Youmu's just kind of coming in clutch there to really burn down Photic. I do think NIP were a little surprised at how quickly Photic almost died, and that is the situation you're in here. As much as NIP's composition is tanky, if the Senna dies so quickly, you're just not in a position to fight. So we'll see what they want to go for and see if NIP can maybe shore up a couple of these differences as they come closer or you know, kind of further into this game. But 2,000 or 2,500 gold lead for OMG is not a bad situation to be in. However, it is still a Senna Tahm Kench, and that just scaling aspect is always going to be on the back of my mind right up until we get to, you know, effectively the game ending for either side.
Yeah, so the thing about the Senna Tahm Kench in terms of its scaling value, right, is that if they get to sit and hit you, yeah, that's pretty nasty, and it's quite hard to get to the center normally, but this composition from OMG has so many tools to match to get them, that if they misstep, then things go from bad to worse very quickly. Watch out for how PP God approaches this next fight. He's off the vision, he has his ult, and with NIP keeping that in mind, they don't go too deep in towards the Herald pit. But OMG, with a significant gold lead already, with the Herald in pocket, they have a power play to pull onto the map somewhere without objective taken.
And this is where I feel like the 6 grubs really can be a bit of a nightmare to deal with for anyone who's against it, because you get the Rift Heralds, you're able to push in a tower. We saw it yesterday with BLG where they had the 6 grubs, they had the Rift Heralds, and yeah, literally it felt like a Zerg rush in terms of exactly as you'd it was coins. So it does feel like it's one of those things that you still need to be exceptionally wary of, that even if you are going for this dragon in a minute's time, yes, it would put you on soul point for NIP, but it would put you very significantly behind in terms of the map pressure, because a lot of these towers are falling down. They're taking a hell of a lot of chip damage.
They are, and one of the problems that NIP are going to face with that is that they're trying to kind of avoid OMG in some parts of the map now. You can see that Shanji is stuck on towers instead of play for a teleport to help out his team. If you're trying to avoid the OMG team like that, you're going to lose out to the grub buffs if multiple people are kind of trading tower hits across the map. And also, the gold going into the Udir's pockets is not really what's going to win the game here from NIP. Don't get me wrong, gold onto Udyr is a good thing. He'll be a powerful frontliner for OMG. But you need the damage on Rookie and Photic to dissuade OMG from sticking around in longer fights. You can see how bursty these fights can really get. Photic, Rookie, they need to position well. They need to use their gold well.
And TP coming in here, that's going to be Cube joining up into the fight. Didn't go with the Ghost tech, like you talked about during Champ Select, still valuing the flash as everyone starts to get a little bit of pressure. And this is what I was talking about. Yes, you may be able to get this dragon, but if the Rift Herald gets dropped down, you might lose a hell of a lot more in that mid lane. Angel down on that bot side, maybe looking for a little bit of a flank. No real vision for either side, even defensively, to try and catch out anybody who's walking forward. But for the moment, the dragon will go undisturbed. Everyone happy to just control this mid lane and look for an opportunity.
Mid lane priority, name of game. So let's see what kind of pockets OMG can play around. Let's see if Angel can get himself onto a good angle. He's pushing out bot lane. Got to keep an eye on Abel too. Of course you have to keep an eye on Abel's Samira versus some of his old teammates. Both walking up a little bit dangerously there. Herald put down as a counterweight in mid lane. And NIP, they find themselves at a multiple front fight.
They might have to look for something here. PP God does get caught out a little bit, but they're going to drop down the equalizer, force a full retreat. Flashing away is Rookie, and everyone just trying to disengage. There's the Weaver's Wall alongside the Maokai ultimate, but you have to still contest for this dragon. They're going to still look for a little bit more damage. Dawning Shadow over. The smite is still going to be good, and it is going to be OMG taking that one out immediately. Samira jumping straight on the backside, and Angel just taking everyone out as well. It's just the Udyr left to really do stuff here, but it's a trade of 2 for 3. Now, finally, they take out another one. This is OMG's fight. They have no more sustain. That is going to be the ace for 2, and the dragon, massive fight for OMG.
OMG make good use of their power spike. Abel Samira goes down in the fight alongside PP God. The old members alongside Shanji and Aki joined in the Death Realm, but OMG walk away with a really big fight for them. Xiaofang doesn't die in that fight. He manages to get the smite, so that's dragon secured. That denies soul point, and they're going to walk away with a lot of extra gold as well. You have to look at how much is used on the initial engage here. That's a lot of big ultimates from OMG thrown into just the Devourer for the time being. Do you think that should be enough to maybe win the fight with the cooldowns remaining? But you can see in the return fire from NIP, they can't quite finish off the Shin Souse, they can't get the smite. It allows Abel some extra time as well, with the focus is going on to the jungler. With the lethality, of course, being such a strong stat nowadays, Abel does so much damage at the start of the fight that one of the carries dies, and the damage isn't there afterwards to clean up the fight from NIP, even though a lot of those ultimates for OMG were used poorly early.
And it's again, like we talked about, if the Senna is taken down, yes, you can survive an awful long time, but you don't have any damage after the fact, and you can see it just for the fact that Xiaofang took so long, as you mentioned, to be taken down after the fact. He was on about 100 HP for about 3 or 4 seconds, which just doesn't normally happen.
More than zero.
You know what? You are definitively correct on that particular one, but again, it's hard. It's hard for NIP to really navigate these fights. Now you're looking at another potential issue for them, where Mountain Dragon stacking on the side of OMG is massive. Like, you're able to get extra resistances. If you get that soul, you get the extra shield. It means people like the Samira and the Akali can be even more aggressive, even more kind of, you know, bolstered by the fact that they know they have a little extra of wiggle room.
Exactly. The team which wants to full send it, getting extra ability to be a bit more loose with how they look for the full send is so powerful to them. We're getting towards second items now. Lichbane picked up from Angel. That's going to be an awful lot of damage even against the front line of NIP. A lot of consistent damage coming out from that Akali. And of course we have the Lord Dominates Regards coming in from Abel. He's starting to pick up some crit chance, so he's going to be starting to scale up even more into the game as well. He's one of our very best Samira players in the LPL. Not many people favor this champion to the level that Abel does, but he's got himself some great value here with his build.
I was going to say, you say he's one of the best Samira players in the LPL. I think as of right now, including last year, he's probably the only Samira player in the LPL, as we know
Again,
it. So
I'm going for this angle of just being technically correct, which is, of course, the best kind of correct.
Absolutely, the best kind of correct, of course. But again, for NIP, I'm a little worried about this composition right now. Yes, it scales exponentially, but now you're 4,000, nearly 5,000 gold behind. Now OMG have a foothold in the Dragons. Now you're starting to see the power of just how much you can build with just straight up. It's honestly, it's an unstoppable force versus an unmovable object. What's better, more tank stats or more damage? And that's honestly the two different ideologies kind of clashing against each other here.
Yeah, and well, funny you mentioned that. I was thinking about an interview which SKT's old support Wolf gave when he was on his multi-worlds running streak as well, where effectively the realization which people came to, even in Season 5 and 6, was about saying, look, tank versus damage, tank cannot win because it doesn't have that same level of sustain as well, which is a big kind of problem. So if you have too much damage in this sense in this game, right, the tank stats are great. You have to have the damage to turn the fight around at some point, though, and that's why Rookie and Photic, it's all going to come down to how they play in these team fights still, even after all that.
How they play, how they get everything going. Blade Whirl used there to stop the CC from coming down. Xiaofang taking a fierce amount of chunk damage off of him, and this is the power of the Senna. You just constantly poking down, constantly getting down damage, as Angel doesn't realize that he's been spotted out here on a ward. Now realizes, uh-oh, they know exactly where I am, and they're hunting him down as best they can. Locket from PB God gives him an extra little bit of a shielding, an award, and a little bit of a Q from Photic to try and get the Baron to help them on their side. But that's where NIP are powerful. That's where they can really start to make some headway in these games. Before the fight has even begun, they've knocked your health bar down to about a third of its actual status.
Yes, they do have the extra range advantage, completely right on that point. The problem is, if you go too far looking for that poke, this one works out, but the next time they go for that, what happens if Cube's in position for a really good equalizer?
Yep.
He's gone for a Storm Surge second, by the way, so a bit of magic penetration, and of course the extra Lightning Bolt coming down if he is going to shred someone's HP enough in the big grouped up fight. So, back towards the Dragon, Mountain Dragon, very important, talked about those base stats being very important. Angel's looking for a flank again. He has flash. Shanju is just warding out the flank just there. Can NIP avoid the same kind of pincer movement, which put them into such a big amount of difficulty in the last fight?
They're very separated for now. They haven't brought out the Weaver's Wall just yet. Rookie, you can see, just trying to see if he can keep everybody away. Shanji off to the backside. Finally, the Weaver's Wall comes out. PB God in with Xiaofang, but they're separated. They're not really going for this one now, and there's going to be a straight-up smite fight. As you can see, Xiaofang and the rest of OMG look for it, but no, they look for Photic, because Photic's the one who's in trouble. Finally, the Dragon gets taken down here by NIP as they get himself on the soul point, but Maokai loses his life for it. The Dawning Shadow just gets a lot of work done, but there goes the Inferno trigger. Angel looking for Photic. They know there's no ultimate on the Tam K. pinch, but he just can't get it done. Massive moves here from NIP to get the Dragon, to get a couple of kills. They're still hunting for more, but they haven't got any more chase.
That wasn't just a railgun from Photic, though. That was like a giant orbital laser firing across the screen. Mac round spinning up. This Senna did a huge amount of turnaround damage. I thought that fight was completely over when Arky stuck around for the Smite Steal with a damaging build. He's not even that tanky. He's not even buying that much time. But NIP, they managed to clutch out a fight in a very difficult position. Great Weaver's Wall, but it doesn't stop the Equalizer coming through. So Rumble's not that perturbed by this. This is where I thought the fight was going to be over. Arky says, okay, I'm going to stop them getting that Dragon. I'm going to make sure we get that. Angel's into the backline. Xiaofeng gets to peel back as well. At this point, I'm like, well, okay, that's going to be something. But look at the Senna ultimate! That's like 2,000-3,000 damage done in one ability. Incredible work done by Photic, who this time manages to stay alive long enough into the fight to carry it.
And as well as that, yes, Photic, fantastic, but Rookie kind of just keeping the Rumbles away from it, not letting them come in, constantly throwing out rocks, making sure that the Rumble's not going in with a Flame Spitter or any kind of overheat damage. Zhuo and Photic, not quite sure where everybody is right now. They will know that the red buff has moved itself onto a new target, so the safe route was the correct one from Photic on this particular instance, and now Soul Point available, Soul available in 3 minutes time. That's going to be the big moment here, you would imagine, for both these sides. If you get that as NIP, I just don't see how you can take it down. It's so powerful for either side to get.
I mean, the thing is, Senna is never really a tank. I know there were points in the past where you could build Frostfire Gauntlet and all of that stuff back in the Mythic Item era, but Senna, even with the Mountain Soul, if Angel gets a good enough angle, they can die. It just makes you have to expend an extra skill, which is then maybe the timing window you can get towards. I don't even know if NIP are kind of in a completely game-solved position by that point. There's still a lot of gold down. That's kind of step one. They need to get towards that soul, but even after that point, they need to get some vision control, they need to get some map presence. You can see how dark it is as they're walking across the map. OMG, they're starting to choke out the entire map at this point.
Agree with you there. I do think, though, for OMG, it's all well and good getting this vision. You got to do something with it. And right now, they're just conceding a bit of the damage or conceding a bit of that vision control for the moment. Shanji on the bot side, hitting up to level 16, still pushing in, still creating pressure on that side lane. But for OMG, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them maybe go for a bit of a Baron flip as they look to go for something Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, proccing the Baron and realizing he has to leave, because if he takes too much damage, they can't even contest the Baron after the fact. So that pink ward right at the back of the pick will stay alive, and it's an annoying one because it means it's the kind of pink ward you have to either zoom in real close to click on it, or you got to have the attack move correct on it, or otherwise you are hitting the Baron every time.
Yeah, that's what I've ended up doing. I was like, oh, I don't want to do this whole camera movement thing. I'm just going to use my attack move. Like, it's completely fine. Tell you what I do with my keybinds, actually, and I noticed a couple of pro players doing this. You kind of separate out like your right click to just kind of move, and you have like, I use just my A as my actual move click as well, but it kind of means that movement process in your brain is like, I'm clicking this button to do this specific thing, rather than having a right click for multiple things, or having the attack click being potential for multiple movements as well. It can kind of help you kind of separate those sort of processes and make sure you miss clicks in this kind of game. Make an awful lot of difference. It's going to be very quick, brutal team fights. You don't really want to be misclicking if you can help it. Yeah, misclicks definitely seem more exaggerated, I feel like, in pro play as well. Just feel like they hit that little bit harder coming at it's a little bit different if you're playing a Scion, though, as well, compared to
yes. Just a little bit, but we'll see now. Just everyone happy to just wait for this next dragon, to be perfectly honest. Everyone's going to have a full palette of summoners available to them, except for Rookie's TP. Actually, Photic's still waiting on that flash, but it should be up just in time. And again, we look towards this next one. If NIP get themselves the Mountain Soul, that's another kind of win condition for them ticked off the box. Like you said, they're still a little bit behind, but they're still doing decently enough to be able to keep themselves relatively strong in this game.
Yeah. Worth noting, Photic, I think he's pretty close to getting his rapid fire cannon. That would be a really big moment for NIP. He already has double lethality items that helps him with the initial burst turnaround, and of course the healing from his Q, which scales off the lethality as well. He's not going to get that for this fight, though. It's 2 seconds till the dragon spawn. It's up now. We've had one dragon fight, one lost one from NIP. Can they find the right spacing again? Photic's hit briefly.
He's hit briefly, but Xiaofan takes the chunk. I want to say, just very quickly before we jump into this one, Abel, no boots. Gone 4 items, no boots. Absolutely running into the full ideology of we need damage and we need damage now. That is exactly what's going. Full items for him as they try and make this one work. There's the Weaver's Wall, separates the team a little bit. Angel and Shanji are there. Xiaofan jumps in. There's the equalizer down on the Photic. But
the steal
done by Aki. He steals it away. The Dawning Shadow does a hell of a lot of work, and now OMG, they know they have to fight. You have to go for something because you're just going to get poked down, but everyone's falling. They just don't have the sustained damage to take them all out, and Angel wasn't even a part of that fight. He was in mid lane dealing with the wave, and now NIP turn and burn for the big purple worm.
OMG, it felt like they had the items, it felt like they had the damage, but everything goes into the center when the Devour is available. As the center comes out, you've got Rookie there buying space as well with the Unraveled Earth. NIP, they play the disengage, they get themselves the Soul, they get themselves the Baron. The gold lead is going to absolutely evaporate. NIP, they have seen themselves through the stormiest part of this game. They are well and truly ahead now. Big things to note here. Abel doesn't end up blade whirling the Weaver's Wall or the Maokai ult, so both of them come into full effect. The center ult gets huge value too. I have to ask, what is Abel saving his blade whirl for? It feels like he's really misused that at the first part of this fight. And when they finally go in, as we said, the Devour's still there. You've got the rocks on the floor still too. They've taken so much damage. They just didn't find the fight in the right kind of timing.
Just felt like they just waited too long, waited for that full 5-minute reset after the Dragon, didn't really push for anything. Like you mentioned, so much great vision at the top side, didn't go for anything. It just felt like they dropped the ball a little bit. Now it's the gold lead for NIP, now it's the Soul, the Baron, so many of these things, and it's just getting harder and harder with the added scaling of the range for the Senna. You're slowly just kind of falling further and further behind to make a play. They have to go for picks. I don't think a team fight's going to work for them anymore.
Yeah, and that really then brings you into the question of what can Cube and particularly Angel do? As you were saying in that last fight, I mean, where was he? He wasn't there. He was trying to get to an extra angle from mid lane, but he wasn't there at the right kind of time mark. He has himself 3 items now. He needs to see if he can take down his AD carry from last year of Photic. He has to do it pretty quickly. He's on a flank angle, but he has been warded out. Here goes Xiaofang, but he can't find the proper engage.
I mean, look how tanky they are. They're just able to sit here underneath the tower tanking it all because they don't care. They just have no worries about this whatsoever. This game is a formality at the moment for NIP. They have hit their late game scaling. They have got all the boxes ticked, and they are barreling towards a game 1 victory.
Now they are with Xiaofang down, with the ultimates thrown out from NIP. They buy space to get these Baron creeps into the tower range, and their range now is really obnoxious. The equalizer coming out for wave clear. It does get damage onto Photic. Can they get the kill though?
I don't think they can. They try to turn on the Sanji, but look how powerful he is. Now the minions finish off that Nexus turret. They look for one last fight, but Samira can't get it done. Angel looks for something on the Photic. Flashes perfectly away from the oncoming Akali assassin, and now they're just looking for fun. Now they're looking for the ace, the clean ace at that, as Shanji feels like he's been tanking for an absolute eternity. It took a while, but at the end of the day, NIP were just too damn big, and OMG's full damage philosophy just wasn't enough to break them down.
And the ninjas sneak back into the game, 1 fight at a time until they explode into life for an assassination at the Nexus. I loved the way that they played around their disengage cooldowns. The Unraveled Earth from the Talia was very impactful in the last couple of fights. You can see every time someone wanted to get on top of the center, those rocks were on the ground, stopping someone from dashing in. The Devour was also excellently used. I think the Maokai ult and the center ult's got huge value through that game. NIP had a couple of worries around that first Dragon fight, thinking, yeah, okay, you guys kind of got assassinated, but they managed to see it through in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It did feel like it was just a waiting game for NIP. They were very happy to take the slow game. They got the Dragon stacking for them. It just worked, but we'll see what OMG can do. The full damage philosophy not really coming out trumps right now, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We do have NIP 1-0 up in our first best of 3 of the day. And the big man in the bot lane, we talked about him before the game even went into the champ select, honestly. Photic stepped up on the Senna. He was massive on this pick, and they just couldn't kill him.
This pick has been dominating the LPL as it's been picked up. It's been almost permanently banned, and Photic showed us a great many reasons why. This was a composition where if this Senna ever died, it was an awful position for his team. We saw one fight where that happened. The other ones, Photic ruled the battlefield. Had a great game with the big ultimates over the team fight, keeping himself safe. Very importantly so against the multiple dive threats of OMG.
Yeah, I think it just worked. You know, 7, 2, and 10. Normally the Senna is very much a passive, you know, scaler, just getting down the turrets and stuff. But this was the big fight. This was the big turning point where it really did feel like having this extra damage and stuff was just going to be able to work out. You know, for OMG, they got onto the back line, but it just wasn't able to kind of recreate this moment.
For sure, it felt like, you know, Abel and Angel managed to do a really good job of just getting the damage down onto the right targets. They could never really do that again. I think there was some coordination problems there. I think that you know, in fights like this, you know, what's happening with the assassination threat across the board. You know, Cube can get into the fight. Photic's ultimate here did an absolutely disgusting amount of damage. Gets the mark from his passive down to a load of people as well, so we can get the second proc with a little bit of extra damage too. Photic managed to just about play the line very well in the grand majority of these fights, and that was the big difference maker here.
Yeah, and again, I do got to give massive props to Aki as well. Just in these dragon fights, which you're seeing so many of, it did feel like Aki just kind of went, look, it's fine, I will get the dragon, I know my smites are good. And they were. He was able to get so much value out of those kind of moving in, stealing away those dragons, and just constantly getting that advantage for his team, just pushing the ladder against OMG. And yeah, the right last-ditch effort right here. Abel tries to go in to make something work. But again, it felt discoordinated as well. Normally when you go for these dive compositions to try and burst out a carry like that, you're all going in together. It's a joint effort. Yeah. Everyone's throwing everything at it. But it felt it was kind of one after the other. It was Abel, then it was Angel, then it was Xiaofa, and everyone just kind of lining up rather than working as a unit.
Yeah, and this is somewhat to be expected from some teams as they come into a new split with a new roster. But as we said before in the pre-show for this too, saying, look, we're actually getting into the point where we have quite a few series being played. And though this might be the last series played before you go on to the Lunar New Year break for many of these teams playing in the next day or two, you can't afford to give up easy victories and these kind of quite basic teamfight misexecution losses to the enemy team.
And that's it as well. Like, you know, 2-2 for OMG. If they lose this, they go to 2-3. They really are starting to fall down the pecking order, and you do look towards after the Lunar New Year. Like, what can they do? Where can they pick up some wins? There are, obviously, they've had a fairly mad run in the 2.5 weeks they are going to be playing before the Chinese New Year kind of comes into place. But for them, this is a moment for them to really kind of figure it out. And again, figure out is probably the only way I can put it, because with this new roster, they are still figuring it out. They lost basically their entire core from 2023. They are still unsure as to where they should be placing themselves, what their expectations should be.
You know, the names on paper are good names, right? You know, I think Cube was a player that was quite underrated from last year, at least in spring of last year, don't get me wrong. His summer was, you know, a little more rocky. Angel's a player which has had a high pedigree in the LPL at times as well. These are players which can make something big of this roster, but they need to find some synergy. They need to find some magic which previous rosters of OMG have had before. We're into the picks and bans of game number 2. Is Senna going to make it through this time? Are we going to have Kalista left up? Are we going to have Lucian left up? Lots of bot lane bans, don't get me wrong, but with a significant amount of mid lane bans here too, with both the Nico and the LeBlanc, we're getting to the point where some of the more priority bot laners are left up. Of course, the Kalista banned away, but there are others still on the table.
Yeah, the Ashe is something that springs to my mind straight away. The Lucian went all the way through the wayside in the last one. Even the Aphelios, which we know Abel is just so known for throughout his tenure, just not really coming out. And yet they have to respect the Kasanji. You can't let that one go. And I mean, look, your MVP from game number 1, go for the Senna again.
So, what's the answer this time? We're going for the Zyra Rakan this time. That's okay versus the Senna Time Kench. One thing that we have seen though, and something which OMG will have to be wary of, I love PP God's Rakan. I love the Zyra Rakan from Abel and PP God if they're going to go towards it. But if you lock that in and then suddenly Draw has another champion besides Tom Kench, that becomes a bit of an issue. So they don't lock in the full bot lane at once. They pick up the Rumble. There is the Udyr to lock into it again. I'd imagine Shanju's happy taking that matchup once more. And because NIP now don't see the full bot lane locked in from OG, they say, okay, we have the center Tom Kench. It's the jack of all trades bot lane for this duo. We don't have to flex the champion pool just there. Now, this was the easy lock-ins on paper without showing their hand too much.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't fix what's not broken. Say it a million times, I'll say it a million more, but you won with this, it worked, you knew exactly what was coming up against you right up until now. No need to change anything. I do think the Samira didn't have that same level of impact they needed it to have. I like the idea, but the execution, I mean, they're going back to it right now. They're saying, look, it wasn't anything to do with the picks that last game, it was everything to do with how we played it, so they're running it back. This could be a salty run back.
They're saying, haha, it was the geography. We were on the blue side and the walls did not help us last time. We shall go now onto the red side and pick exactly the same composition and see if the walls will help us now. Something like that. I will say, the terrain is really quite impactful.
You're paraphrasing their comms on the coach side.
Yeah, you know, I had perfect translation of all the comms that happened there immediately despite not speaking Mandarin. But hey, that's just one of the great powers you get as a caster. That's the thing, actually, caster, it's actually a caster of magic as well as caster of video.
I didn't get that one in my.
See, we figured out. Yeah. You didn't get on that on like your
my introduction, my intro pack. Yeah. But this time, OMG, they're recognizing the Maokai was a problem. They're saying, look, we're not going to let you get 100% of everything you got in that last game, so we're not going to give you that one to take into this next kind of side. But we'll see what NIP want to try and just respond with. Maybe they just want to take away another jungler. We saw it last time, 4 junglers in the second round of bans. Could be another 4, and it is. They're happy enough with the way it goes. So we'll see what OMG want to change up here.
So the big thing from the last draft was that NIP could go towards the 4th pick, Maokai, which was also a takeaway. I felt like the Maokai would have actually been quite good for OMG's comp from the last game. So you're going to have less of that team fight engage from the jungle option right now, unless you're going to go towards the Sejuani, which is a bit harder to play around in that same kind of degree. What else have they got on the table? What do they want to bring out? They need to get some kind of engage somewhere. Maybe a bit of extra disengage would also not go awry. The Sejuani feels like a budget Maokai for this composition is the problem. It's single target engage. The Samira is much more likely to block out that ultimate. It's easier to kind of play around that one power spike. So I think NIP, they have a worse comp version of the composition they had in game 1. So we'll have to see if they can bring out the same value in the team fights that they found there.
A little part of me just wanted the full salty run back between both sides. A little, I don't know why it's so fun to me, but of course you've both teams coming in with a game plan. They're seeing what they want to go for and make that work. The Xinjiao was fine, but it didn't really have that same level of impact. They weren't able to follow up with it a lot of the times. It felt very, very isolated in those ones, but this time the Jarvan going to be locked in. So apart from the junglers, everything is as it was, and we don't really get to talk about the compositions anymore because they're the same compositions, Nightmare. They haven't changed.
Well, they are and they aren't, because this time we do have the Jarvan Rumble, which is, we have the spicy hot pot, and gosh, I love hot pot so much. Like, when we went out for LPL finals last year, I got addicted to that stuff, so I'm glad to have it at least in some kind of spiritual form on the Rift, and it also very much helps you get on top of the targets in a way that the Xinjiao can't do as consistently as the Jarvan. So I think OMG, despite the fact that you're playing Jarvan into multiple tanks, which I was listening actually into Rival Dominate's stream the other day where he's saying that he really hates playing Jarvan into tankier matchups. I understand that. The tanky side of that's kind of an issue, but at least you can get on top of the carries in a decent manner.
Yes, and that's the thing, is that you can not only get onto the carries, but you can keep them in place. You can get them and also, you know, kind of lock them into a particular situation, which just makes it so much easier for someone like a Samira or an Akali to jump in, try get that damage down, build some kind of damage profile onto these more squishier units. For the side of NIP, they're still very happy with what they've got. It worked in the last game. We'll see if they get lucky as well with the Dragons in this one. Like you said, it is a bit of a budget Maokai with the Sejuani, but I will say that the last time they played the Maokai, it was full damage. The Sejuani, I imagine, will be full tank. So your damage profile is again going to be very much reliant on this Senna. It's going to be all eyes on Photic.
That it is, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Rookie also, you know, don't sleep on how he played in that first game either. Yes, he was the secondary carry, but every single time that he came out from that champion and had a lot of value in the team fights and being another disengaged tool, can they pull it off to the same degree again?
Jayo's ring out strong. NIP getting some dominance in the top side of the river, recognizing that they are in a good position to bully people out. It's going to be a pretty standard start, you would imagine, for both junglers, as we look to see how this one ends up fanning out. 1-0 up here for NIP. They would love to go in Form 1, keep that kind of top 2 dream or top 2 push very healthy as they start to go into the second half, or sorry, finish up the first half of their split. They're 3 series away from the first half of their split done. That's wild.
Oh gosh, that's so strange because, you know, we already had such a condensed summer split of last year, so the last time we saw LPL. Because of the Asian Games at that point, we do have the level 1 ward forcing a flash out.
Yeah, but then PP got to flash in on top of that, so he's going to take a fierce amount of damage on the backside of this. Ghost was used here by Abel as well, so 2 summoners for 1. You'll still take it from the Senna, but not exactly the best of situations there for OMG. You're still losing a little bit more, in my opinion.
Well, exactly. That was an insane flash from Photic. Gets the immediate flash from out of vision. From PP God's engage. This means that the HP advantage is not going to go the way of PP God. He doesn't have Q at level 1 as Rakan now, so he can't have the sustain and the damage at level 1. This is great for NIP's bot lane. They're going to get control over the first few waves, and now you have to wonder how the rest of the map is going to evolve around that. Is there going to have to be some intervention from junglers to now adapt to how the Senna Tahm Kench are going to take over the early lane?
We saw just how oppressive it can be when that bot lane gets going, having the Senna and the Tahm Kench. You can see now Photic just playing very respectfully, recognizing there's a level 2 coming from the Samira and Rakan. Don't want to get caught out by that.
Yeah, so this time, actually, this time it's a little bit different thinking about it. I hadn't looked down in the inventories for this because it's actually going through the support item of the Dorans, not the double Dorans coming in for photo control. So they're not going to have quite the same combat stats to stand and fight. You see, that's maybe why they're backing off of the wave, knowing that, yeah, we did get a good HP trade, but no flash on the AD carry. Not something that we want to be playing around with in that bot side. And instead, Arky going from bot side to top side, going in to just see what's happening on the other side of the jungle. Xiaofeng was spotted heading towards this red buff. He's low HP. I don't know if he wins the Smite fight, and Smite's currently on cooldown, but he might be able to bully him out.
I mean, Aki's going to get his Smite back now in 2 seconds, and Shanji already proxying the wave, going to be giving that. It's going to be a straight 50-50, you would imagine. So they look to try and go for this one here. There it is. Goes over to the side of Aki, and he goes straight in on the Xiaofeng. Forces his flash away, but he can get the concussive set up, and they're going to get the first blood as well. Rookie even making sure that they had every angle covered, and now Shanji running straight in onto Angel, who's forced to go into the Shroud. I mean, NIP, they took game 1 and said, right, we've downloaded your composition. We know how to play against it, and they are just running into OMG with full confidence.
I mean, composition or not, Xiaofeng has got to feel pretty bad about that. He ends up using his Q to try and secure the buff, which means he doesn't have the flag drag to get out. That's why Arky, Shanji, and Rookie could force down onto him at that point. And because Photic and Draw are playing under their own tower, very respectful of Abel and PP God, it's not like there's an answer there. So you've lost red buff. Of course, you've lost your first buff as well, because that was transferred over to Arky 2 in the kill, or rather over to Shanji in the kill. He's going to go to slink over towards a scuttle, but that is just not what you want from the first few early levels as a Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, look, a Jarvan past level 3, and if he's not ganking, he's really not doing what he needs to be doing. Angel taking a flick back in the mid lane. Just punishments for constant kind of harassment, really, on top of him. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough here for Xiaofeng. He's kind of a little bit lost. You can see it. He doesn't really have any camps to go for. He wants to play towards this bot side because he knows that's where his pressure is, but it's not really many opportunities for it. Even at level 3, they could maybe get him.
Say, the wave's pushing out. The wave's pushing out, so they're walking up, so they can go for this.
Yep, they can indeed. They will get the CC down, but a little heal from Photic gives him the movement speed necessary, and he gets himself out just in time. So, I mean, yeah, look, he could go for something, does get a summoner out of it, but that flash coming back in about a minute's time.
Yeah, it's a shame that he couldn't land that knockup. Does get a summoner, but it's not enough for this point in the game, right? It's another swing and the miss from Xiaofeng. PP God also couldn't combo in just at the right kind of time, so NIP at a very good point at this kind of level. Photic's going to get his first reset. He might get himself towards a full Dirk, and it's not quite got himself a full Dirk. Of course, it's the Senna. He's not farming as much. Again, no Dorans this time. He's still going to come back, extra combat stats. Aki also going to get towards the grubs on the top side of this too. That's going to be quite annoying because Senna can actually walk up and get a Q on towers quite easily with the grubs. Shanji has full top side control of the map too. NIP in a massively calm point in this game now. They are getting everything they wanted. This Jarvan is once again on vision. He's walking in 2 levels down into a Udyr, so he's even going to get forced off of his top side camps. I am so sorry, my boy. I'm so sorry.
Man, this is rough here for Xiaofang. He's just, again, these little movements with the Udyr, it's why it's just so potent to try and deal with, because how do you deal with this? How do you try and, you know, sort something out? You can see him here looking for something, anything. Gotta go, well, there's no real camps for me to take. There's not really anyone bot lane. I can't go for a fight there. And now Angel might be in a bit of trouble. They're gonna go for the flick back. They will be able to get on top of him, and he is almost certainly gonna be going down. He is gonna get a fair bit of damage thrown back onto him. Flashes away, just about keeps himself alive, but more and more pressure coming out from NIP. They're just brimming with confidence.
I mean, did NIP get like a 3-kill streak last game and unlock a UAV? It feels like every single member of OMG has been completely on surveillance for the entirety of this game. The mid lane gank blows nothing of importance from Rookie and Aki. They just walk up with regular abilities. They blow a flash for that. NIP already got grubs. They're going down towards the dragon, so all of the early objectives are going their way. OMG, they have a very strong one-item spike, much like the last game. Again, it is very similar composition, but they're not at that one-item yet, and they're going to have to wait for it and keep getting further and further behind before they can really look for another opportunity to fight.
Oh no, PB got enabled. It's a 2-for-1
deal!
And they're going to catch them both! He can't dash away just yet. He's getting ticked down. More rocks thrown into his face. Both the Ghost and the Flash burnt by Abel, and there's just pressure everywhere now for OMG. They don't really have a choice, and they're just floundering. It just feels so bad.
Oh, this is a work of art from NIP, but it feels like it's a little bit more like a, you know, an HR Geiger kind of monstrosity if you're on the side of OMG. Because this is not a pretty picture if you're on the red side of the Rift in this game. They don't even have a cross map on the top side because it's an Udyr and they're playing with the Rumble and the Jarvan. It's not even like it's a level 6 Jarvan. He can't do anything to Shanji. Once again, the poor man in the jungle for OMG is completely on vision. They know where he is again. This is something which is very important to watch if you see other games in other regions. Sometimes you'll see this vision control, well, even in the LPL, let's be honest, but in a lot of games you'll see this vision control be lapsed on, and then the Jarvan can come back into the game with a big play somewhere on the map. That just hasn't been allowed to happen. The vision control has been too consistently good.
It's been incredible, to be honest with you, from NIP. They have had all calls, all ports of entry covered by, you know, anyone who wanted to try and move into it. And all it is acknowledge is power. Information gives you what you need to try and make your next steps. They know they can go for a full clear bot side and get the reset from the side of Aki, because he is right, Grant, the Jarvan's up top side, or sorry, the Jarvan's on bot side, and therefore Shanji can move forward aggressively, knowing that he's not going to be calling out. There's just so many of these little small differences that are really coming out good, and just having the pressure as well from people like Rookie in the mid lane means that Angel's he's got a bit of bystander. Yes, he hasn't died, but he's not exactly thriving. He's surviving right now for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was meant to be, you know, drive to. Maybe they should have renamed the program to Drive to Thrive, because if you're just surviving here, trying to drive through the mid lane, it ain't gonna be working, folks. Angel, he hasn't had an early kill this time to get him towards the early first item. You can see that Jarvan is heading towards mid lane right now, has flash, chance of a flash shot into mid lane, but we'll see exactly how much they can do that.
No, they're looking for something bot side. Abel does get aggressive, but knows that he hasn't got the full combination of his team just yet. It's just a poke war for the moment. Everyone losing roughly about the same amount of HP. Both junglers were mid lane. It's only just the Sejuani now who tried to throw out the ultimate, from what I can tell, on the cooldowns. And Angel should be able to get himself away. So that more and more pressure, and NIP just building, growing, getting themselves up to 1,000 gold lead. They've got a dragon. The grubs are going to respawn now. They'll have the dragon up in 2 minutes time as well from that, as they look to try and maybe get a bit of kill pressure in this bot side, as everything's going right. Like NIP, they can't put a foot wrong.
And remember, OMG had a gold lead this time last game against NIP, particularly around the dragon fights, which would happen around this point too. OMG started to give NIP a lot of worries. Now they have to try and beat a composition that they lost to from a worse position than they were in game one. Now, Xiaofang ends up taking one of the grubs. It's not going to be the full 6 buff. But again, this is the problem with the grubs. If you can get a lane which can actually hit turrets, it's so much value over to them. You're going to have another grub going down here. As soon as the 5th one is taken, the Void Mites will start spawning too. Photic and Draw are going to have so much more gold in pocket than last game. And Photic already walked away with an MVP from that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just getting so much more difficult. Yes, you got one of the grub's ways, so it's not 2 of the grub mites kind of spawning every single time, but it is still one of them, and you're still getting all that extra passive damage. And like you said, it's just building up to be more and more pressure. We're getting to the point of which, for OMG, you have to make a move. You have to try something. Cube actually has to TP to a minion because he knows if he TPs to the wave, he's actually probably going to get proxy farmed, and he probably still might get proxy farmed. That's just the way the Udyr works.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, they just don't have the information to be playing with. There's some vision on top side, but it's not actually enough to scout up every route towards top lane. Maybe Rookie could have been hanging around with an ultimate. Maybe thinks I'll get stuck under turret if I end up teleporting there. OMG do not have the information to play right now. They have 1 items being built up on most of their members right now. I'd imagine Angel's going to get his on the next reset he has, which might be in time for this dragon. But I don't think OMG have any business contending this dragon without a miracle of an engage happening somewhere before the NIP team members start matching up towards this dragon.
And now we can see Shanji knowing there's no Shroud here because it was used in the mid lane. Angel has to use the perfect execution just to get away. Literally just to walk away from this. But Shanji's going, where do you think you're going? We're not done here yet, my friend. They're going to be a flash engage, trying Cataclysm down on the Shanji who's caught between a turret and a Cataclysm. They will eventually take him down, right? They will eventually take him down, right? He's still moving. He's still getting everything. Udyr is just obnoxious. And they've invested so much. That was the play. That was the flash Cataclysm.
That is such a... He's gotten away with murder. That is so disheartening for OMG. He walks in, blows the Akali ultimate before an important fight, and then he blows Flash ultimate from Jarvan again, and then survives afterwards? This is a very, very difficult situation for OMG to overcome now, because these were the cooldowns they would have loved to be using to make a turnaround fight, even if it wasn't around the dragon, even if it was just to pick around the side. NIP playing the margins of error very, very well here.
I have a question for you. Are the grubby tubbies, are they counted towards a perfect game?
That's a good question.
It's really easy to just take one, you know?
That's the thing. That's a really good point. They do count on the scoreboard at the top. In the spirit, for me, it's all of the important numbers across the top of the scoreboard being 0. So I understand, which is why I don't count turret plates. I think we have to have a conversation about this because, in terms of the community sense, because if we're going to have grubs be part of this too, look, it's already hard enough to get a perfect game. And every time we talk about it happening, we end up casting cursing it. Don't get me wrong. Now it feels like it is almost impossible because it's basically like, oh, I've counter jungled 1 camp. That's actually the level of it now. Top lane, Shanji is okay. He's not on the equalizer. He's just... Look, he's vibing.
He's vibing, man. You know, all you want sometimes is just good vibes, good people. Get yourself going. You know, he's got himself plenty of, magic resistance and HP. Just burning through that Liandry's. You can see that magic damage shield coming in. And just making sure they go for it. Shanji is sitting on a ward, and Poopy God wants to make something work. They want to kill this man. They really, really want to kill this man, and it's going to become very difficult.
They have tried before, they've gone to great lengths to kill this man in the top lane, and yet he still keeps coming back.
Better men have tried.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Now we can get everyone focusing up around this Rift Herald. You can see Angel jumping onto Photic, but they've got the Weaver's Wall to maybe separate this one out. You can see they're just not quite able to get the damage down. Cataclysm gone. The perfect execution gone. Xiaofang gone. Nothing they can do. And now PP God lasered down. Double kill for Photic. It is systematic. It is just so clean from NIP. And this is why they have such priority on the Senna. They are making this look OP as hell.
This is why Senna is at an absurdly high ban rate. Were it so easy to kill Shanji, he does not care about your top lane matchup.
He loses his flash as well. Shanji didn't even have the ghost to use in that particular instance. And yeah, I mean, This is decimation right now from NIP. They are just systematically picking OMG apart. And, you know, OMG, if you didn't think it was the comp last game, you're coming into this one, you definitely know it was the problem with the comp this one, because this is just, there's nothing for them to do.
They're trying to blow the Devour easily here, is what they're trying to do. But then they end up blowing the Rakan Alt W, and then the Cataclysm doesn't get value because there's a flash afterwards. In the fights we saw them win in the previous game, they blew the Devour easily. Now, just with the amount of gold they're already down in the deficit, even that's not the case, and they get absolutely blown off the field. And, you know, I've got a fun fact to you. You know, you said they were decimated. Do you know where the word decimated comes from? Do you know the etymology of that word?
Is it from
it was an old
the actual word for like noise, decibel, and decimated means like to crash?
Well, no, so that's actually from decimal, and that's more like a numbers thing. So that's a tenth. So decimate technically means to remove a tenth of something. But it was a Roman legionary punishment to punish you from running from battle. And we might have to run from this one. He's popped the ult on Rookie.
Aki is still very tanky, and yes, Rookie did have to walk away from that one. Still has flash, did lose his Seraph shield as well. They're still hunting, gonna put down the flash or to engage in here, but Xiaofang needs something. They eventually, no, they've got the Devour, and they get him out as well. Never mind, it was all a switcheroo. They turn right back around and kill everybody, and now Cube with no flash, no life, and NIP, this is just not okay. You can't do this to OMG.
Well, that's the punishment from running from battle. We learned it from the Romans, and the OMG team are finding it out for themselves. Oh, gosh. Angel, he starts off the play by trying to find some burst onto Rookie. Can't find enough. He's walking towards Photon. I don't think he has the damage.
He can't. He just can't. Simple as, no need for explanation. You just can't. 8 kills to none. It's a nearly 7,000 gold lead. They go again. They need something. He gets stunned immediately. No! Oh, they come marching 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah, NIP. Look at Shanji. He knows who's going to stop me. Who's going to actually engage on this. Come on, I'd love for you to try.
Just look at the player cams at the bottom of the screen. You can see a smile on Aki. You can see a smile on Shanji, the old teammates of OMG. You can see the desperation, folks. You can see it. I understand they're sat there going, well, we don't have any kills. Let's go change that. Were it so easy, folks. Abel goes in too far, gets absolutely blasted by the turnaround.
We go
Fantastic
again.
play by Joel. Look, Cube's dead. He has been, he's been introduced to the hard vertices of NIP as the cube is demolished.
Yep.
And that's not going to be so great for them. 10-0 on the scoreboard.
Just demolished, decimated, absolutely devastated is OMG. And there is no real coming back from this. Look, you're obviously going to be able to try and get 1 or 2 kills. You'll still fight on, but I feel like the ending of this game is a formality, as the rest of the... Honestly, they're still going. Yeah, you can't get in, you go die. That's just how it is. Angel still searching to see if he can get on the Photic, but they have the Devour. Finally, they jump in on top of him. Able maybe to get something, but he's just not got anything to give. They try, and they try, and they try, and at the end of it all, they still go down. No! Aki! Why, Aki, why? You just lost them the perfect game. I wanted it. I've never had it in a game where I've cast it, and you threw it away for your ego and your pride. NIP, it's not worth it anymore. Go Gex. I want another game. I want another game. Go next.
Oh, God.
Surrender and give me a game 3.
There have been many impactful equalizers across history, but that one cat trapping him under turret might be just the most important one you'll see in this series to prevent the perfect game. You can see the problem of diving into the Cenotarm Kench when it's played really well, especially when you have something like the Talia putting down the minefield too. When you are behind this amount of gold, you have to use too much to blow the Devour. Once again, the Talia is sat there as a secondary carry putting out another stun. It is so difficult. Aki picks up aggro, doesn't have the flash, the equalizer burns him down. There will be no perfect game, but still, in my heart, NIP stands for naturally immortal people. They are not dying this game.
I mean, there's nothing really else to say. This game, 20 minutes in, 15-1. God, that one stings. For me, stings for me and nobody else. But 2.5 items already on the Senna, basically untouchable on the backside. Like they didn't, like they have all their flashes, by the way. Like they haven't lost their flashes from that last exchange. That's just how far ahead they are. And OMG. I mean, I suppose we look towards their next series or towards the rest of their year, because this is series number 5 of 16. This is just under a third of your season done. And I mean, they're getting just torn apart.
Game 1 was close. This is anything but. OMG, you know, they've had some back and forth series. They ended up, you know, losing to, I believe it was FPX, but they've ended up beating some teams along the way too. Of course, they are at 2-2. This team has had very, very back and forth performances. I will expect them to bounce back at some point, but it's just whether it's going to be enough. As you said, it's already long enough into the season. That is entirely too much damage by Sand. That is entirely too much damage by Sand. That's an auto attack in the queue.
I love how normally it's the Akali kind of circling around, like, you know, like a wolf around sheep, trying to find the Senna, and the Senna's just like, oh, don't you do it. I'm a run away. I got my protector here, the Tahm Kench. And that was a full change of perception right there. As you can see, PP God just take a fair chunk, but she'll be fine. They use the Dawning Shadow, but nothing else. And yeah, I mean, this is just going to be tick your boxes, dot your I's, cross your T's, happy out, NIP. I mean, barring an absolute miracle, and I mean a miracle, they don't happen too often, this is just going to be NIP taking a commanding game 2, and they can two-man this Baron. Like, they don't care. They can keep everyone at arm's length. They don't have to commit too much.
They have the tank frontline. They're not losing too much health to being on this. They can keep OMG further away from the pit. You can see if there's a Cataclysm here. Shanky might get... No, he doesn't care. He's going 1v5.
Nice little weave as well to join back in. The equalizer is good, as is the Inferno trigger. They're getting some health bars down, but just not enough, not quickly enough. Angel finally gets down on the backside. Cube looking for a bit of flash from Rookie. Just look at this front line. It's a triple kill. Not going to be a penta. It's a full house, though. Trips on dubs. And NIP, they got a little greedy. They look for the fight and they look for the Baron, but at the end of it all, it doesn't really matter. They'll still break open the base. They'll still get themselves almost everything on the map.
How did Shanji get to 7-0 and 5 on Udyr? This dude's rocking out some serious heat from the top lane. Maybe we just kind of forgot about it, but how can you, in this matchup of all things, Shanji and Aki versus the team which they both have over 200 games on each, and it starts with Shanji going in 1v5, the rest of the team joining up. They funnel into a choke point against ulting Samira and an equalizer. That's what makes this a little bit close, despite how the rest of the game's been anything but that. Angel gets over the wall too, but you can just see the amount of difference there is in gold at this point. Maybe an unwise fight, but they have the stats to make it work.
That was literally the best opportunity and best scenario for OMG. Cataclysm over multiple people, Equalizer over multiple, if not all 5 members, a perfect Inferno trigger, access for Angel onto the backside of Photic, and it didn't matter. They still lost 5-3. Which is, again, insane to see how far behind. It's a 15,000 gold lead, 23.5 minutes into the game. You know, it's just impossible to really see how you throw this one away. You could. Don't get me wrong, it can happen. But I mean, NIP, once bitten, twice shy. They're not going to go full force into that. And now all the summoners are down from OMG anyway.
Yeah. We've reached the point. Oh my word, the damage. Photic has enough range to now do the Caitlyn thing of standing over the back of the pit. Dwarves going in. Shanji is also present. They are doing a lot to try and take him down here.
They want to kill him, but they can't. You cannot kill him. You cannot have him. The Baron is still going down. Photic does go in and ends up getting taken here. There's the Baron going over. The Talia goes down. It's Shanji just still going forward, looking to be a nuisance. He is immortal. He just cannot be killed. This is the Udyr of your nightmares. This is the Udyr that I Will Dominate has talked about for so long, has warned us about just how ridiculous he can be.
Signs with
It's just, we didn't listen, Nightmare. We just didn't listen. And he's going to look to try and end the game. He won't end it, but he'll definitely get this tower.
Well, he has 5 Void Grubs, so he can definitely walk up there and do significant damage with the DOC. This is, again, an unwise fight from NIP. They don't actually have the vision control to completely stop OMG from having the engage angles. Their front line's having a happy game, they're just doing their own thing, but the carries can't do quite the same, because if they get into these kind of choke points, then the Rumble, which of course has been hugely prioritized in itself, and Isakali can get huge damage back onto them. Well played by Angel. Again, he's versus his team from last year too, lest we forget that one. But it's not been enough. Abel's going in again, but he does nothing.
Send one, send all. Shanji on Udyr bows to no man, and he will be taking everyone out. Angel, I give massive props to you, my friend. This is a valiant effort to try and bring out back this game, to try and do something. But the real carry, the real target in all of this is the 909 Udyr in the top side. Shanji has just been unstoppable. And when he gets this Hex Dragon Soul, he's going to be even worse. It's just more and more bad news for anyone trying to go toe-to-toe, even if everyone goes toe-to-toe with him.
I am so surprised this game is still going, by the way.
I know.
He just
I already gave it to Eulogy like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, gosh, right. So, I mean, again, like, he's teleporting into multiple members of OMG. Rookie is present. He's doing stuff. He's there. Angel, in multiple fights now, has taken down both carries of NIP. This is a sick combo. Gets the mobility onto one of them, uses the E to finish off one, then goes through in for the perfect execution to finish off things. It's just not enough.
Oh, no.
Last game,
Run,
I mean,
Cube.
Look, I'm sorry, Cube. You have Flash.
Run,
this is not enough
Cube. Oh, no. I don't think... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I don't think Shanji lost any health bar. No, it's fine. He got it all back there from the center queue. Does not matter. I mean, Shanji, they have 29 kills. Regardless of, I was actually going to say, my God, 19 kill participation, but he actually has 29 kills. Angel tried his best. We give you a salute, good sir. The Angel has lost his wings and he is going down. Shanji 1v3, and I take him over everybody else any day of the week. Donning Shadow to try something, but it's just, what can you do? Double kill, really to finish it off. NIP having fun, smiling, laughing, and taking down OMG in a systematic game number 2. It was close until it wasn't. And NIP proved just how bloody crazy this Senna combination can be and how damaging Udyr can be to your confidence.
Insane snowball from the Ninjas in Pajamas. Again, we talk about Ninjas being this unseen threat hiding in the shadows in the background, and these have been on full display. Shanji and Aki take a win versus the team which they've made their careers on. They move to a new team and they style on them. The early game through the jungle, explicit. That was explicit content. Like, you walk in there as Xiaofeng, and sadly you are just tracked the entire way, killed in the enemy in your own jungle on your own red buff. This was not a fair fight. Game 1 was the download, game 2, perfect execution for them.
I mean, there's nothing else really to say. They had a composition, they wanted to play it, they knew how to play it. Game 1, there was a couple of curveballs thrown in there. It just didn't really stick as cleanly, but it just worked in game number 2. There's no other way to put it. It worked, it was disgustingly effective. And now, OMG, you're back to the drawing board because you went with two times you had an opportunity to try and take something. It didn't work either time. Yes, you didn't change the composition that much, but it was what it was. We're gonna send it though to a quick break. When we return, we're gonna be jumping all the way over to Suzhou for our second series of the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just finished up our first series of the day. We got our MVP. It was the unkillable god on the top side. It was Shanji. I mean, what else to say? The fact that he did 22% of his team's damage is nuts for a Nudier.
Indeed. 26% of his damage to towers. That one makes a bit more sense as he's kind of stuck alone in the side lane war. The gold picking up individually against a Rumble, which is a crazy high percentage presence top laner as well. Shanji, he just had to pull this kind of performance out against his old team, which he's played 205 games for. He's had himself an awful lot of a tenure there, and he's showing them how much, honestly, this team misses him. OMG, they got demolished in Game 2. This was not close. This was a ritual execution.
Yeah, this was just... I mean, it was just not great coming out from OMG, and not a great time to be an OMG fan. But for NIP, you'll take that. You're now up to 4-1 in the standings. Go and join BLG in terms of 4 wins. And after 5 games, if you said to most NIP fans, you know, will you take a 4-1 standing? I mean, most people will take it. That's just kind of a really good start to the season.
It is worth saying that, of course, they did lose that one series versus another top team that we assume, JDG. They're playing next up as well, so we have to see exactly where the benchmark lies. Munchables are saying this on Twitter, and I actually largely agree with this. The fact that there were some awkward moments like this, and the fact that Game 1 was close, it gives you questions about NIP. All of us know that they have the potential to be a top team. Are they going to be able to reach that kind of potential, though? That's what we need to see next. They can't afford to have too many scrappy moments like this against teams which they should be putting to the sword.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree there. Obviously, a win's a win's a win, but yeah, I think in terms of the confidence that we've had seeing from like the likes of Top Esports and BLG yesterday, with their absolutely almost perfect run in terms of how they dispatched RA and EDG respectfully, it did feel like this is kind of the next level down. Like, I definitely think in terms of Top Esports and BLG being S tier, maybe NIP are more A minus, and then we're kind of muddying the water with a couple more people there. So, but we'll see. They could come good. They could start to figure out some stuff in that regards. But now we move on to our next matchup, which is, as you mentioned, JDG up against LNG, and it's a little bit of an away match for JDG. They will be playing in Suzhou, so we're going to see exactly what kind of, you know, presence they can go for, because LNG, they haven't looked that hot so far. They're still doing well, but not that well.
Oh, LNG are such a all-over-the-place team. This is the team of the top ones which I had the most worries about for early split. Last summer, Scout gave an interview saying, look, we don't adapt quickly to new metas. We need some time to get used to them. It feels like they need to do that as well. He is one of our absolutely key players versus Yagao, who has been on storming form in the mid lane as well. Whereas Scout, he has lofty aspirations, had incredible, record-breaking amounts of player of the games and MVPs from last year, but he's been struggling in the first part of the split.
And it's a similar situation that we've seen kind of for a lot of our top players, is that, yes, he is exceptional, and yes, he's not having those amazing year, but he's still not playing badly. It's just that we're not having the same highs, if you will, that we're so used to seeing. Of course, not really surprising to see that out of mid laners, Yagao having the 17th position for damage per minute. He's not really seen as a massively massively aggressive mid laner in that sense, unless he's playing Nico, of course. But, I mean, for Scout, we have such expectations for this man. We have such a massive, I suppose, kind of like, you know, lofty idea of what he can achieve. It does feel like a little bit of a drop from him when we're coming into these games. It does feel like he has dropped the ball just ever so slightly right at the start of the split, and we just want to see him kind of bring that back, get that back going for himself, and to bring LNG back up towards the top 4 where they truly belong.
Yeah, and you know, they had a series versus Weibo earlier in the week, which was massively back and forth. And this matchup is going to be very important, this one. You can see the different kinds of champions that are being played between these two. Yagao, yes, not going to be the highest up in the damage charts, but he is so important in terms of being that player, which kind of like 369 was for the team before, in regards to buying space for Ruler to do stuff. Now, if he can do that on a Nico or on something that can bring engaged threat, he brings a huge amount of value with that. The Talia brings map pressure as well, whereas Scout, he's the person that's normally pushing out his lane, and he is the focal point of plays made by his team. That means that any kind of time he has any sort of dip in form, even if he's from being a 10 out of 10 to like an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10, which is still good, that disproportionately affects his team. If they want to walk away with a victory here, especially with the form that we haven't talked about him yet, of course, in the graphics, in Ruler, then you have to have good form Scout to make sure that both of the star players on these rosters are on form.
Yeah, and I think, we had a couple of discussions, of course, and Ruler is still Ruler, and you mentioned it on Twitter, you mentioned it on some of our graphics that we unfortunately weren't able to get today, but the Lucian for this guy almost feels like a must-ban. He makes this champion look OP as hell, and it does feel like you just can't give it up.
Absolutely. Lucian, there's a lot of reasons why some teams can't make this champion work. I think a lot of it is about vision control and understanding who can respond to Lucian when he's trying to gun down people in the mid lane. Because you have Kanavi and Missing, who are one of our very best support jungle combos within the LPL. Heck, they're one of the best jungle support combos of all time now, I would say as well, given the level of play they've been going towards. That means that Ruler can do whatever the hell he wants because they have the vision game and the macro game on lock, especially when it comes to mid game. Sometimes in early game, this team does fall apart and take things a bit slowly, but there's always going to be that setup for a knockout blow somewhere later into it, and that's actually where sometimes LNG have struggled. Their macro's been pretty good, but their team fighting execution in the big plays, that's where I've had some worries for them.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're kind of looking for. And again, for JDG, they've only played 2 series. They are 2-0. They are 4-0. They haven't yet to lose a map, as we would say. But this is kind of the real first test. This is when we start to see what JDG can really do as the teams start to make their way out onto the stage here in Suzhou. Of course, it is the Spring Gala Super Weekend, and we are getting all the festivities that we possibly can towards the before we hit the Lunar New Year. But for now, I think for LNG, this is a big test. I think a lot of people were very much kind of questioning how, will JDG be the same level of dominance we saw them in 2023? They are still the 3-time back-to-back champions of the LPL, and they are still a force to be reckoned with. So for LNG, they can't be cutting corners here. This has to be a good performance for them if they want to try and make this work.
Absolutely, because do you know how long it has been since LNG have beaten JDG?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
An awful long time. I am going to tell you. They have lost the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in series facing JDG. Now, we talked about this matchup, particularly at the end of summer last year, being a close run thing. They went 3-2 in the finals of the LPL. They went 3-2 in round 4 of the LPL playoffs as well just before that. Heck, they even had a 2-1 series at the World Championship too. The game score is not that bad, but they haven't beaten JDG since NEST 2021. They have waited years to take down this organization. They've had different changing rosters, people coming in. Yagao was part of that for 22, not in 23. He's back now. Now Flandre's into the top lane. We have some similar names, we've got some new ones on the Rift, but the facts stay the same. LNG does not beat JDG easily.
No, that is a staple of this matchup, and of course with JDG now on the stage, I should say. This is, again, we still have a couple of questions. Like, a lot of people were curious when Flandre was announced to be coming back, whether or not he or Sheer will be the starter. So far, they've kept with Flandre to kind of go for. That could be an age thing as well. In terms of Sheer, I believe he's only 17 years old, so he's pretty close to the margin of not being able to qualify. I think you do have to be 18 to play in the LPL nowadays. But again, for LNG, the home team, Zika, Weiwei, Scout, Gala, and Mark, on paper, this team should be top 4 minimum. We just haven't really seen that level of play. They haven't wowed us like the top esports, like the BLGs, as of yet in the season.
They've had some shakes. They've had some good moments too. I think the series versus Weibo was all over the place, but they walked away with that one after some very stressful late games. But a win is a win in that case. This is going to be the real benchmark for this team because it does look like JDG is on form in at least many aspects of their game. I think we look at this bot lane as one of the very best within the LPL. I cannot wait for the newest iteration of these two teams versus BLG, by the way, to kind of join out and see if we can have this top echelon kind of be tiered out, or whether they can actually really be contesting with each other on equal footing. As we see the last of the players and the coaches walk onto the stage. This one is the one you want to get your notepads out for. Take down as many notes as you can. This is where we learn who really are going to be our top contenders.
Absolutely, and I think for LNG, they are at a point where they are hitting some pretty big matchups early on. They are starting to have some moments where we're kind of saying, okay, they got Weibo, now they've got JDG. These are big matchups, and we say it all the time every year when we come into the LPL. You get one shot during the regular season. This could be a playoff matchup. This could be what we see in round 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 of our playoffs come spring, or come the end of spring. So you have to put your best foot forward. This could be the difference between you getting up to that round 3 bye or a round 2 bye. Those make the difference as we hit our gauntlet that we like to call it here in the LPL of playoffs.
Yes.
So you have to hit the ground running.
Absolutely do. Another thing that's worth noting as well, JDG are one of our teams that have played fairly little amount of games. They haven't really been on the Rift that much. They've had 2 series, which means they've had 4 games total. Whereas you look at the side of LNG, they've played a significant amount more. They've had 8 games total, double the amount on the Rift. And yes, JDG, they did have one of those series versus NIP, who we just saw have a very dominant series for over OMG. The way that the LPL works, you can get quite big fluctuations between series to series. This is the one you really have to have your eyes onto. I think that it's good to highlight this mid lane matchup, as the graphics showed before as well, between Yagao and Scout, because they've been on very different form relative to their own strengths, but they're playing very different roles for their team. And I'm interested to see now if Scout, if he can focus more into an individual laning phase and get himself a good matchup that can get pressure on the map, whether he can keep Yagao hemmed in, as he did actually when LMG beat BLG in the playoffs of summer 2023, or whether Yagao can get out of lane and be that roaming macro threat which he's been for his team so far.
We'll see what he can do for a moment. Everyone just getting themselves set up, ready to go. Don't need to panic, don't need to do anything crazy. Just make sure you're all set up and ready to go for this matchup, because as we've always said, it is important. And I suppose, we've seen a lot of Azir coming out from both these mid laners. That's something I am looking forward to. Maybe not so much Yagao's Azir, and I mean that with the nicest of caveats. I casted the one where he just messed up the shuffle. You too have seen him
die to turrets. Yes.
I have. I've seen it firsthand, and it's still a very powerful pick, and it's obviously very prioritized within these 2 drafts. But I don't know. Maybe I'm okay with Yagao not picking the Azir. Maybe that's something we're cool with coming into this particular series.
I mean, I'm interested to see if he does pick up the Azir, whether Scout does lock in something, like a Nico or an Orianna, which tends to do very well into them in lane. I know that Orianna's not done that well within the LPL, folks. Don't scream the stats at me just too early. But I think that it'll be very important for these 2 on the screen to figure out how they're going to go about either leveraging a strong matchup or avoiding a matchup to make sure that Yagao can get out onto the map. I think that Yagao has been on good form, despite the DPM numbers. There's another thing to this too, because JDG of course have had some strange early games, but then also kind of like close the game out in 1 or 2 brutal fights. There isn't that much chance to actually be doing damage, so maybe that's affecting that statistic there as well. Honestly, it feels like the big damage dealer, of course, for JDG right now is Ruler. Ruler is doing some godly amount of work for this team, and of course Flandre up towards the top side. He's been on tank duty as well, so it really has fallen to Ruler to pick up a lot of those damage numbers. Interested to see how Flandre will come back. Of course, he had a break from competitive play in last year up against Zucker, who has been one of the better performing top laners across the LPL of the last year. That one's not to be ignored either, and we're into the draft. Immediately, Ruler will have to play a new champion to play. The Lucian's gone, and now the Kalista is gone too.
It's a handle on a bot lane as well. The Varus being taken away by JDG as well, as they recognize, okay, quite a few things being taken off the board. LNG, do you want to keep tripling down on that bot lane? Because, I mean, JDG, they're very happy to pick up that first AD carry, make sure they're getting the exact combination they want to go for. But I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a Senna ban as well coming out from LNG. Just get it off the board, get it away from my games. It just feels so OP right now.
It does. Senna's very strong. You can see that actually when people face up against JDG, the 2 series which we've had, Ashe has been a pretty consistent ban. We've not seen that today though, and Flandre not going to go towards something like the Udyr or the Kasanse, which he's played before. He's going towards the Rumble. Now, is Zucker going to bring up some kind of lane counter towards that? He doesn't have the Udyr himself to just have the easy lane priority matchup. Where's their priority lying?
Could lock in their bot lane if they so choose. Leave that get their priority bot lane and then go for the top laner after the fact, because they do still have one pick afterwards. They are going to go for the Xayah. So Gala getting something that he can hyper carry, bit of extra safety as well, of course, with the Featherstorm. and we'll see what they can do with that particular pick. But LNG, do you want to pick up, I was going to say the Azir, do you want to go for your mid lane? Do you want to try and throw this draft into a little bit of disarray and kind of say, look, we don't care about the top lane. We want to force you to have to pick up something else different or try and follow our step?
Scout has 3 wins on the Azir, has 106 Azir games of all time. It is his most played champion by 44 clear games of his second most played across his career. Oh my word, he has put time into this. Now JDG, you know the Zaya's there, the center has been left available, that's going to be left up. Now, you don't lock into Tahm Kench now just to secure your bot lane duo, or you're going to flex that champion pool. It tends to be just easier to lock into Tahm Kench, but a lot of pros aren't really flexing that champion pool too much. They go for the rock solid and say, look, you can lock in whatever. We are very more than comfortable to pick this in. And now you look at JDG's team composition. Good ability to throw double line ultimates across the backline. Against Zyra and Azir, if you hit both the Rumble and the center ult onto them, that's probably about half of their HP bar gone at the start of a fight.
For LNG, start putting in the mid lane bans. I was going to say the Talia, maybe even the Nico, something that Yagao is exceptionally comfortable with. JDG, I imagine the top lane will be the focus for them. Get rid of the Cassante. Maybe they could look for a jungler as well. Just give that Rumble as much of an easy time as he possibly can have. We know he has lane pressure. We know he's got such power in him. But the more you can do for your Flandre in this particular instance, the better, I would imagine, for JDG.
And also, something that we haven't talked about is jungle champion pools as well. Kanavi, now he's played a lot of the Rel. There's a chance that gets locked away. It'd be awesome with this combo to lock everyone into the Rumble Equalizer even more. He had a fantastic turnaround in their series versus NIP to pretty much win them that game. A lot of their big team fights have come around from clutch initiations from Kanavi, but isn't that what we know from one of the very best junglers within our league? What do they want to do with that jungle matchup?
We'll see. Right now, the Corki gets taken away, so no Azir Corki. Thank you, LNG coach. I appreciate you. And in fairness, look, I obviously the Azir Corki is a bit of a meme. I will say, with the changes to Corki over the years and with the way his build has changed with the item, it isn't as boring as it used to be. It's still pretty boring, but it's not as ridiculously mundane until we hit 40 minutes and 6 items across the board.
We see a lot of solo kills in it, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's actually quite a little bit more to it, but it's still not great. I still like to think that the Corki Azir metas need to be taken away for good. But Aatrox is the final ban here from JDG. Like I said, just giving the Rumble as much agency as possible. And that pool is looking fairly light right now. They could go for the Jax. I quite like the Ornn, though, as a little bit of a kind of a dive buddy to kind of set up this Rakan.
Well, that's the thing. You really want to make sure that you can try and blow the Tahm Kench Devour for as easily as you can, and Zuko will go towards the Ornn. You're going to lose that individually to the Rumble in terms of that matchup. Yes, you can get some decent bursty trades back because Ornn has entirely too much damage in his kit if he hits everything onto you. The name of the game from LNG is being able to take away the Senna's safety. We already saw that in the first series of the day. If the Senna gets to be gobbled up by the Tahm Kench with all of the ultimates then going into the Tahm Kench instead of her, she wins those fights. Now we're going to have ourselves Yagao going towards the Tristana. Now that is something which has not really been picked up from the side of Yagao before, but with the Rel locked into, that is a much more staple pick for Kanavi. Tristana into the Azir, it's typically a bit of a flexed up. That's a matchup which can go around the place too. Very interested to see now if Yagao can get value on the double AD carry composition.
See how LNG want to round out their composition. A little shout out to Captain Flowers here. They are hovering on it a little bit. We won't talk about it until everything's locked in. And there is the Xin Zhao. Yeah, you see, I broke the cardinal rule. You don't talk about hovers.
Talk about them.
You just don't. But 3 birds, 1 stone coming out here for LNG as they get themselves the Azir, the Xayah Rakan, of course, as well. They've got themselves a fairly, obvious front to back. They've got decent engage options. They've got ways of kind of keeping themselves safe, but also massive scaling with that Azir and Xayah. And on the other side, I mean, massive amounts of damage, but great safety from the Tahm Kench as well with the Buster Shot from the Tristana.
Yeah, so there's some good disengage, which is going to stop LNG's front line being able to get as easy access to the back line. It's going to be a tale of engages, and it's going to be a tale of the big ultimates which come out onto the table first. If you have a great equalizer and a great Rel ultimate onto the back line, I'm not going to lie, I don't even think you need the center and the Tristana there to finish off those kills. The engage has so much damage onto Xayah and Azir that they could just get popped before the fight is even determined. On the other side, though, I love the ability to engage from range from the side of LNG as well. That Ornn being able to call the Forge God across multiple walls sometimes in cases too can be very, very important. Both of these teams have ways to start fights on their own terms.
Good engage, good scaling options, and good big potential, I would say, from either side as well. You get some decent crash downs coming in here, of course, with the Magnet Storm. Be able to kind of bring everybody in. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of dives maybe go the way of JDG if they do go look for that avenue, but we are going to stop hypothesizing, stop theorizing, and look to see what the results will really be. Big moment here for both these sides. JDG still looking to maintain their unbeaten streak and looking to continue their legacy building year that was 2023. It didn't end in a fairy tale. A little bit of a nightmare with them dropping out at the semi-finals after so much expectations, and they're looking to rebuild from that. LNG didn't even make it to semi-finals. They got knocked out in the quarters, and that is exactly where they want to try and bring themselves back to redeem themselves later on the year. Still a lot of League of Legends, though, between Worlds and now to really feel how these teams are going to go.
Absolutely. But then coming back into LPL, back into Regions. Remember, JDG, they three-peated the LPL. They have now got 3 titles back to back to back. Now, Coach Hom has parted ways with the team. I think he's taking a break to spend time with a newborn. But they have picked up Coach Martha, who coached Gen G to a 3-peat of the LCK. The 3-peat LPL team joined by the 3-peat LCK coach. This team, even though we feel like it's not at the same level as the super team of 2023, has an awful lot of pedigree to live up to.
And expectations, that intangible pressure that gets put onto you to just perform, to make it worth it. And I think as well, you're looking at Ruler and expecting so much from this guy, rightfully so, because he is just, I would argue, still one of, if not the best AD carry in the world. Still an absolutely phenomenal talent. And as you mentioned, you know, the super team they had last year, they lost 1 best of 5. Unfortunately, it was one of the most important best of 5s to lose, and it was the semi-finals. So these are the pressures and the expectations that we see from these guys, and he will be putting those on himself as well. So we'll see if he can continue on that winning way within the LPL domestically. Came in, of course, 1-2 back-to-back.
Speaking of that, kind of how much he can do as this best AD carry kind of moniker within the LPL, picked up the double Dorans for the laning phase. That's why you see them trading very aggressively beyond the wave. Every lane from JDG trading very aggressively. This means that Kanavi needs to get eyes on Weiwei whenever possible. There's 1 ward onto the Raptors who spot him out there. He's now going to be spotted in bot river. Jungle information is going to be very important. That's a double knock-up.
That is a double knock-up and ignite. Gala flashes away, has got the heal, excuse me, the ghost and the flash to keep him alive. Had a little bit of a pot to keep him going. Weiwei now going to be in a smite fight, loses that one out to Kanavi. And they're all going to have to back away. I mean, you can't really stay here for too long as LNG. You're going to get dove. I imagine because of the health bar difference, you're not really in a position to look for this.
I don't think you can dive the bot lane, but the fight towards bot side was mainly just to stop Gala and Mark being able to respond to the bot side play. BLG have showed this as well. This is how LPL has been playing, particularly blue side aggressive bot lanes. You walk into the enemy blue buff after you've taken your red buff for the fighting potential, and even if you don't look for a dive in bot side, you can look in towards bot side jungle as well. We've seen this all the way back from 2022 with the Kalista. Oh, you gow, buddy, that's not a time to jump in.
He's fine for the moment. I don't think Scout really had much kill pressure given his health bar, but yeah, we've had a couple of moments so far this split with Yagao having maybe some lapses in judgment, as we can see in the top side there. Flandre just kind of showing what this lane is going to be pretty much for the first 15 minutes of the game. Going to be able to push in, going to be able to get the priority, and constantly be able to keep out this pressure. Do they look for a dive? It would be difficult to say the least, even with TP back to lane. And yeah, Kanavi just going to be fine to clear out the top side of his camps and just keep up this momentum, keep up this pressure.
Yeah, so this is the style of play which we've, again, I think really the team which popularized this was T1 when they, of course, when they won Worlds, and they went through a lot of LPL teams to do that. 3 pushing lanes, aggressive jungler that can, even if they're not dueling the enemy jungler, keep track of them and make sure that they can't punish the pushing lanes in return. That's exactly what JDG are doing right here. They need to keep vision up, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at the replaced ward on the Raptors. Look at the ward just into the pixel brush at the top of the river as well. I know it's not the proper pixel brush, but the top lane river brush. JDG, they are giving their lanes enough vision to continually play aggressively.
Just constant harassment as well, just having full lane priority effectively at all points. Kanavi now gonna get the crash down Ferromancy. Weiwei hasn't actually spotted him, I don't think. I don't think either jungler knows they're there. And no, it's gonna be a free take on the camp. But now Kanavi's gonna know that Weiwei is here.
So, this is the thing. You don't see the actual pop-up unless you press tab and see the amount of grubs going down. You might have done that, just checks them over either way. Either way, Weiwei has been spotted out an awful lot, but at least gets something back.
Good feather call. Try and make this one work. A heal has to come out. Actually, it's Ruler putting that one out, excuse me, to get something going. The knock-up down onto Gala, who's still without a flash. Knock-up back going onto Missing, who is starting to get a little bit of damage put down on top of his face. But Yagao did TP bot. I'm not sure if they thought maybe there was a roam. Interesting decision.
So, I think Yagao... Look, okay, you know what? I'm not going to try and rationalize that.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're on a base, you just look to see if there's a place you can be in just in case. He's going to lose a cannon for this, though, which is a little bit annoying. So, whatever. Not going to be the biggest gain for that teleport ever. Scout on the other side, doing completely fine in this laning phase, but Yagao's picked himself up in Cult. It's not like he's losing too much value.
Andre very scared right there of maybe getting caught out, so drop the equalizer to thin out the wave, and that's going to be the Horn to react. And ooh, okay, what's going on? What's going on, guys? What's happening here? I feel like this isn't what we expect or what we would be anticipating from what we've just hyped up to everyone listening as probably two of our top 4 teams going at each other.
Okay, they get one of those. So, oh my gosh, every player gets like one free oopsie. This is Yagao's top lane with both Circus and Flandre. So they have
last
one.
week.
Well, okay, but I wasn't casting that one, so I didn't get to call that one
That's
out.
fair.
Okay,
That's
is
fair.
true. Actually, that was really Yagao, you've had your oopsie, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He has to borrow Kanavi or Ruler or Missing. One of those 3 now. They get to like give it over for free.
You're in debt of oopsies on the LPL broadcast. Yeah. And that's 2 Sundays as well. Maybe Sunday's just a weird day. Weird day to be setting that up, but we'll come back. We digress, of course. There's not really a lot to happen. JDG just happy to keep putting down the pressure. They've got a little bit of a goal lead, nothing too much to be writing home about. LNG happy to be farming up. You can even see the coal being stacked by Gala, or rather anti-stacked, as he tries to build that one up towards the 100 mark. And we just chill. You know, there's not really a lot to do with the Horn and the equalizer down top side. I don't really expect to see much action there. Kanavi's just decided these are my chickens, and there's not really a lot you can do about it. Weiwei says, no, I want the big chicken nugget. And that's all they can do. Scout! Scout! Whoa! He's taking a lot of damage. I didn't even realize how completely on the opposite side he was. Now Yagao caught between a rock and a hard place, doesn't want to use his flash, and Scout might just be able to get out of this one here, or even straight up just execute, knowing that no one's even chasing him. But he will end up getting away from this. He's going to be able to recall, I think. No, he's going to go for the execute. He doesn't know no one's coming for him, but still, no kills technically on the board.
Just wanted to make sure it had timed out enough, but still, Scout blows his ultimate, blows his flash. Yagao, I mean, we talked about it maybe being in terms of death of oopsies, causes a big one there for Scout, though. Big moment, and he's going to take some plates down with a bomb on tower, you presume.
JDG can use the fact that there was a death timer, there was no TP from Scout, turret plates, there was a dragon, there's priority bot, there's priority mid. This is just solid from JDG, to be perfectly honest. There's not really much else to say about it. And okay, Scout. That's why I got confused, because I was like, oh, Scout's fine, he's underneath his tower. And then as you rightly said, it wasn't his tower to be under.
Yeah, and then he just taps the E. For those of you that don't play Azir, if you press E, if you only have one soldier in range to go towards, it will always go to that regardless of where your cursor is. Maybe he thought he had another soldier up, maybe he thought he had another W and it wasn't, he didn't have a charge for it. Not exactly sure, we'll have to watch back from his perspective. after that one's been and done. Either way, awkward moment, lucky to get out alive. JDG, they are keeping up the full court press. You can see that Kanavi continually keeping himself relevant. And the problem is with Weiwei losing out on quite a lot of early resources. I mean, he's up to level 7, to get me right. He's managed to catch up a little bit. Need to keep an eye on this. If Weiwei keeps getting denied too much, he won't be able to act as a front line in the same way that he needs to be as an initiation threat. Because that's the core of LNG's composition. It's the Ornn, the Xin Zhao, and it's the Rakan all finding their way into the important targets of JDG. If one of them is weak, that game plan becomes more difficult.
It was very, very difficult. It's coming up just under 1,000 gold lead, 10 minutes on the board. It's going to be a slow burner, I have a feeling, of a game. I don't think anyone's going to be fighting for anything too crazy. And of course, with the Grubs now up, you can get yourself up to a nice pallet of 5 for JDG. Make sure you are getting as much priority. And this will be great for them. Like we've talked about in the previous series, Grubs, the Void Grubs are fantastic if you can hit the tower. And this team has got the range to be able to hit the tower. We actually see it just completely pure lane kingdom at the moment for JDG. So having that extra little Void Might, having the extra little bit of damage could be huge. Equalizer coming back up in a second or two. So Flandre, without his flash for now, shouldn't be getting too much happening to him unless he walks forward right up into the clutches of Weiwei.
Well, we'll have to just keep track of that, because for once, he's been off of vision. It's one of the first times in the game where Weiwei has been off of vision. They might be able to force his ult with something like his flash rather with an Ornn combo. He has his ult as well.
So
How much are they willing to
respectfully.
commit to this?
He's playing so respectfully. We can see the little move as Flandre now realizes he's in a little bit of trouble. There goes the equalizer to try and trade this one back. The damage isn't exceptional, but the bounce house is. And that's first blood coming in here for LNG.
No teleport to get back to lane either, so that's going to be a full wave lost to turret. Kanavi's going to come to pick that up and make sure at least that plates aren't going to go down from the side of LNG, taking them as well. But still on the board for LNG, importantly so. Flandre felt like he did most of what he could there. Maybe he could have just equalized the wave and walked off, though. He didn't have full information, punished for it.
Really, really well done. Flandre now without his flash makes him another gankable target. Frozen Heart as a first item for missing is not something I've seen. Normally it is the Sunfire Aegis, but you know, we'll see what he's got to go for. It is a cheaper item for sure, but
so it's cheaper, and you look at the carries on the other side of LNG. Azir, no, he's not a marksman, but attack speed based. Of course the Xayah is as well. Xin Zhao likes to get a good amount of attacks in to stack the Q with the ability to get the knock up after that point. Frozen Heart, very valuable item. I think for a first time as well, if you're diving into the enemy team, I think that makes a lot of sense.
The maths checks out, according to Nymera. I'll trust him with anything in this regard. He's obsessive with the numbers.
1,000 calculations per second, but they're all wrong.
Yes, I did a million scenarios, and how many do we win in? Just one, Frozen Heart. That's the only way it can work, but again, nothing really too untoward to be happening. A minute till Dragon, so we're going to get a couple of resets coming in. Another Frozen Heart. So this is clearly exactly as you said. This is very intentional coming out from JDG. Cheap items to get them right on the board and to get that kind of value out of it as soon as possible.
Well, it makes a lot of sense for a RAL. I know this has been a big conversation around itemization as well, for those of you that have tuned into the likes of LS and Dominate's thoughts on items. Typically, sitting on Barmy's Cinder is better than upgrading it to the full Barmy's item, because the extra damage you get from the completed item is far less valuable than getting one of the incredibly powerful tank items that are available right now. So Frozen Heart and Koenig Rückern, they're two of the best ones on the table right now. I will say, double stacking Frozen Hearts from the side of JDG's frontline, I don't know whether that's efficient, because if they're on the same target, you only get that passive activating once. But it's something to just consider in regards to where they're positioning and how many of those Frozen Heart debuffs they're going to get.
Scout getting jumped on here. Fair bit of damage on top of him. Buster shot used. Weiwei goes right in. I don't think that was the smartest of moves. Never mind. He's going to go straight in. Flash, try to get the Crescent Guard. Scout wasn't really prepared for that. A little bit of disconnect between Weiwei and Scout, because I feel like if you flash in for that knock-up and Crescent Guard, you're waiting for the Sarima Shuffle.
I mean, maybe Weiwei sat there thinking, look, a worst chance, he doesn't press flash in time, we kind of check his hands or if they're on the keyboard, and you get something, you get a kill for free. Still gets the flash away, and now suddenly Yagao has to play without flash against the next Ornn ult of the game, potentially. potentially. So let's see if LNG can work with that. But Shinzao Flash being down against the Buster Shot and against the center, that's going to make it very, very difficult to make the play. Mark's now falls in the
looking
fight.
for all the damage missing. We'll get all the shields in the world to heal. He's still ticking down, and Gala picks up his kill. Now they're going to look for the shuffle. That's what they were waiting for. Scout knew they didn't need to overcommit to the mid lane. They had all the tools available to them, and now LNG are starting to pick up some pace.
Oh, that's a familiar feeling for Ruler. Flash for flash on the Azir ult, but doesn't get clear. LNG forced the fight, and given that this team has sometimes struggled in the skirmishes and being on the same page, this is a big moment for LNG. JDG on the other side of things, they've been known in this iteration, and when Yagao was last on the team as well in 2022, to be a bit of a slow-burning team where they need to eventually come around to winning fights. This isn't their winning fight. They really disrespect the fact that Kanavi has used his big combo. He can't counter-engage at this point. And the Tahm Kench, even with something like the tankier items and getting more gold income, is not tanky enough to be the defensive front line. He dies before he can even use the Devour.
Yeah, it's just really good kind of target selection and recognition from LNG to say, yeah, we got time, we got position, and oh, Yagao, you've no flash. You do not have a Buster Shot right now, and you are going to be going down almost instantaneously, you imagine, as soon as they jump in. Yep, they're going to donate it over to the Bank of Scout. And I mean, this is LNG picking up the pace right now. JDG, yes, they had the early game going for them with the objectives, but now with this gold kind of starting to eke up back in LNG's favor, you have to be very wary of who's getting that gold.
Yeah, Scout getting gold and getting side lane turrets, that's really dangerous to the side of JDG, because it feels like if you don't catch both the Xayah and the Azir, things are going to go pretty poorly for you. You are not a particularly tanky team towards the both of them in their ability to kill front lines. JDG had done an awesome job of keeping Weiwei out of the game too. In the early phases of it, that's no longer the case. He's managed to get himself onto the map and get himself involved in multiple plays now. JDG, how are they looking to stabilize this? They've started off by moving the Seneca Tahm Kench into the mid lane. They don't have flashes on either of them. They do have the Devour, but they make no mistake, that's not necessarily the safest bot lane that they could have right now, given the amount of LNGs engaged.
Do you think going forward, if we continue to see the Azir shuffle catching Ruler with the flash, that it just becomes a ban? They just don't allow it to happen anymore because regardless of how OP or not.
I thought you were going towards I thought you were going towards, you know how players have names, moves named after them. You know, we have the Insect, we have the Xayah, we have the Captain Jack. How painful would it be for Ruler, one of the greatest players of all time, have a negative play kind of named after him? That'd be an awkward moment.
You just got rulered.
Well, I mean, it's iconic enough that people will recognize it for the play. In my own way, I really hope it doesn't, because oh my god, he's one of the greatest carries of all time. But the problem is, that's not exactly how fairness works in kind of language, right? It's what the references people recognize are.
Yeah, it is what people associate with it, and we'll see. I'm not going to be calling it Get Rulers anytime soon, to be perfectly honest. I feel like a little BM to be throwing that at one of possibly, obviously not the greatest player of League of Legends ever, but possibly the second greatest as we come into...
he's on the list somewhere. Pretty close to the top.
Definitely on the list, somewhere at the top, but arguments pending. But 2,000 gold now is the lead here for LNG, as JDG want to try and take a couple of towers in response to the separation of LNG. JDG now just pushing and being a bit more of a nuisance. They aren't going to be able to get much else from this, but still, breaking up with that mid lane turret always feels good. Minute and a half until Dragon spawns.
So, Dragon fight on the table, as you were saying. You can see that there's actually a deep pink ward from LNG right back into the red side jungle of JDG. I wonder if JDG would prefer to just wait and hang fire until a better moment and see if they don't have to fight at this time span. They're only 1,000 gold behind. It's not the worst thing ever. It feels like without the flash on Ruler and missing, this could be a pretty awkward fight to deal with the amount of engage that LNG could throw at them.
They should have the flashes back, though, by the time this 50-second timer runs out, so they might still feel like they can go for it. Of course, some of the Infernal Rifts changes, get all that plumage coming out from the Infernal Dragon, so you get an extra little bit of ability haste. Yes. But see what they want to go for right now. Both teams happy with the way they're set up. Gonna have 1.5 items pretty much across the board. Actually, yeah, almost exclusively across the board. We'll see what they can make going. So how do you want to approach this right now as JDG? How do you want to try and make this dragon your stack?
So this is the important thing. This is the very important thing, the vision control. They've missed this ward. That's important. They don't have an Umbral Glaive on the center as well. It's gone towards the Ghost Blade for more mobility. That movement speed could save them in a clutch moment, but the amount of information you lose from not going the Umbral obviously can help hurt them at points. So, good pink ward coverage by JDG. Hasn't completely covered things out. Zucker's changed over to the exhaust. Let's see how much LNG can do in terms of picking their fights correctly.
Yeah, an Unsealed Spellbook does give an exhaust over to LNG. Everyone's got flashes now up and available. All fights there. Yagao gets 1v1 to the top side, which means the TP can come in
and he's
return.
Teleporting.
They can turn and burn for the fight. The flashes that just came back up are now burned. They don't care about the Senna. Ruler is running for the hills because he knows it's a lost fight. 3 kills for none traded over LNG. They are starting to really look like they're comfortable in this game.
Scout assassinates Yagao in the top lane, and this is the player which LNG have needed to wake up well and truly into this split. We knew there was more for him to give. He's one of the best players in the LPL. Takes a huge play on topside. He was given a lot of resources before this play too. He wins his team the overall fight here too by taking away one of the threats, teleporting back in. Now LNG have themselves dragon advantage, gold advantage, and this is how it started. He lies in wait, he has a teleport if nothing happens in this top side, but goes through it all the same, gets so many tower shots onto Yagao by clearing the wave under it, comes back into the play, and JDG are blindsided.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a fantastically orchestrated fight coming out from LNG. The fact that they get that play from Scout means that they are in full confidence to go, we can fight this, we can go forward. And like you saw, like JDG just had to run. They didn't have a choice. At that point, the fight is already lost because you know the Azir is coming. Regardless if he has ult or not, he is going to be a threat. So really, really well done here by the side of LNG. They get themselves the second dragon, they get control around the map, and they are really starting to ramp up. I mean, JDG, they look a little lost in this composition. Like, they don't really know what exactly how they want to try and go for it. And I gotta call a spade a spade. Yagao has had an off game.
Yeah, he's really not in the best position. I think Flandre's also been struggling as well. Not necessarily by his own fault. They are close enough in gold to mount a fight. It's not like this is game over at this point. You need to see Kanavi find a window of time to engage before LNG can get their pieces in position as well. As LNG have been pulling the trigger first, if you can get all of the ultimates layered in the same spot, that is the golden moment from JDG. They can very much look for a turnaround fight.
Flandre is going to get knocked up. We'll take the tower afterwards, so nice little bit of gold going back over to them. But here comes Gala. And finally, that exhaust gets used, so there is absolutely no escape here for Flandre. He recognizes this, not going to flash, not going to do anything else, just going to burn down the wave. And that is going to be Gala with his 3rd kill of the game. Look at the kill distribution here for LNG. 3-1-2 on the Azir, 3-0-2 on the Xayah. These are big late game carries that are getting some big fat wallets very early in the mid game.
That's a good point to bring up because those carries, if their team manages to find the engage, are going to make the fight very, very short. Scout has flash and he's looking for it again.
He's looking for it again, but yeah, Ruler's trying to help out his buddy, but there's just not a lot you can do. The redemption comes down to make sure Scout's not going down, and Kanavi is going to fall as well. That's going to be 2 quick kills. You imagine that's going to be the Baron as well, with the Shurima Legacy down to cover the wave. I mean, LNG, this is crisp coming out for them in game number 1.
That it is. And you know, last year Scout had a record-breaking amount of player of the games. I think he's hunting for one of his very first in this year. I believe it might even be his first. Haven't quite checked that one out, but it's been a fantastic game from him on the Azir, his most played champion of all time by a very, very long margin. And JDG, they have been a little bit lackadaisical in how they've approached these fights. They've kind of ambled like a pedestrian into some of these fights. They're kind of sticking around too long here. Are they fighting for vision control? Are they looking for a fight? Well, they're not really looking for either, and they get picked off on the other side of it. Kanavi can't help either. JDG, they're just so far behind in the setup looking for these plays. LNG are always the more decisive team.
Yeah, again, I like that you said that they're behind in the setup. They're not behind in terms of the gold. You look at the way the map is set up, despite it being 10 kills to none, it's only a 3,000 gold lead. It's not unassailable. It's not as if they're miles and you know, hundreds of thousands of meters away from actually getting back into this. But you look at where that gold is. It's 2.5 items, nearly 3 for the Azir. It's 2.5 items for the Xayah, now picking up the ornaments. These are the key factors that are going to make this game so much harder. And, you know, Asena's fantastic in the late game, but you got to get there.
So, and the way that you're going to struggle to get there is if you don't have vision control. They're trying to place wards and they're caught for placing wards.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they get something there, but you have to commit so much. Devour, Magnet Storm, so much utilized there just to defend yourself. Missing goes forward, but he's not going to catch anything except potentially his own death. And Gala's just free hitting on the bot side. They got a tower. He's now moving up towards this inhibitor turret. So, this is 25 minutes. They have to use the equalizer just to make sure this turret doesn't die.
But the reason they have to do that is because Zerka's ult just came back up on the Ornn as well. They can't even stand underneath their turret. They're afraid of the dive. They don't have some big ultimates now to play around. LNG, they are holding a knife to the back of JDG and saying, if you walk up to your turret, this sinks in.
Yeah, and look, they're going to go for it now. That knife is poised to go right into the back of JDG. They're getting some decent damage down, though. Back onto LNG, and they are going to take that inhibitor. Nobody goes down. Everyone just trading a little bit of health bars. But that first item, Redemption, we never really got to talk about it from Mark. Really coming in clutch right now. And, I mean, you normally would look at this point for a TP flank. You'd look for something to go for, but it's Tristana. It's not really an assassin. It's not a setup for a fight. You can't really go for those kind of TP plays.
And then you're looking at, well, okay, if you can't get the teleport, how else are you getting into the fight? Well, of course, you're looking at Kanavi, and then you're looking at the big ultimates layered over the top of it. LNG have given JDG zero chance to pull the trigger there. They're the ones which are engaging first, and even if JDG were to make a big play, there's every chance that Scout shuffles you out, or Gala gets a big ultimate too. It is so hard from this position for JDG to play the game. I wonder if it would have been more wise for them to play towards a bit more of a slow game, not give over so many of these fights at objectives. You could have left them a little longer, wait until you had a better option. Maybe if you pushed out a side lane and got vision control and branched off of that, that could have worked better. That hasn't been the case, and JDG, they've played some sloppy early games before. LNG, they have very much punished that.
For sure. Now you got yourself soul points. 6 towers to 4. Still doing well on that. He's got himself some Void Grubs as well. It is not a perfect game by any metric coming in here from LNG, but it is definitely close to one considering where we put them. 3 items this time around onto Flandre, so he's got some decent damage if he can just get it on the right targets. It's going to be 4 Frozen Hearts in total between both teams, which is kind of nutty to think about. But it's the item of choice for now between these two teams as we wait to see where this fight can really go for Mark. He's going to have the TP coming in here from Scout. They look for a full engage. They want everyone and everything. It's a good chokehold here for this ultimate, though. And you can't just sit there and fight on top of the equalizer. They are still burning down. You can see Ruler off to the side, nicely just separated from the rest of this fight, still putting in DPS. Flandre is in a little bit of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, and he is dead. Now Scout's in the base. He needs to get out of here, though. Still putting in work into Ruler, who has to flash away. Scout gets jumped on, but missing, and Yagao just can't finish him off. Now Yagao running for his life. This could be the game right here, right now. They're TPing in Nymera.
And hands up, who's missed this version of Scout? I have, you have, I think everyone has. He is back. Scout with a magnificent game 1 to lead LNG to victory.
Gives up his life right at the end because he was having fun, but that was a magnificent display from Scout on the Azir. I mean, look, if there was ever a need,
can you give it us another 5 seconds?
I was gonna say, if there was ever an example of a caster curse, that was it. That was exactly what it was. But it was just a great display from LNG. Like, LNG wiped the floor with them. There's no other way to put it. JDG didn't really put up a fight at all.
There was a brief moment in the early game where it looked like Wei Wei was getting spotted and everything which you did. Great start, pushing lanes, but the transition away from the first few clears into the first fights of the game went absolutely poorly from JDG. They need to pick up the slack. They cannot give free fights over to LNG.
No, they really, really can't. But LNG 1-0 up. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, pick some bans for Game 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just came in from a spanking of LNG over JDG. They didn't do their homework very well, and they got punished for it. But, I mean, we'll go straight to the MVP because Scout was just monstrous. Absolutely monstrous throughout the entire game.
Guy is a monster on the Azir. It's his career most played. I think he's the best Azir in the LPL when he's on his day, and this very much is looking like it. In a macro sense, fantastic. Got the right resources from the right towers. In a playmaking sense, fantastic. Got onto the right carries at the right point. This is how you play Azir, and Scout led his team to victory.
Yeah, he really, really did. He was the emperor that led them to such glorious times. It's only halfway, though. It's only one game of the 3. And they need to get 2 before they can go for it. But, I mean, it was just owning Yagao in terms of the solo lane, having just pure priority in these team fights. And yeah, just so many times we saw, like, again, Ruler got rulered, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just Scout being in the right place, and I think that, you know, we asked this to be a contest of star players, and we thought Scout was off form, Ruler was on form. It didn't look like that in Game 1. Scout was the real story of this game. Ruler wasn't that much of a factor beyond early laning phase. I think going into the next game now, JDG, they'll want to give some extra peel tools to, well, I mean, obviously they have the Tahm Kench, but they need to give more agency in the draft and lack of access to LNG onto their carries. They can actually play the game. Scout had a phenomenal ability to reach the right people at the right time.
Yeah, and just playmaking as well. Like, look, we all know Nazir can do stuff, but it was really the reason why this game accelerated so much was because Scout was finding the plays. Scout was going in with the rest of the team, and by this point, the damage was done. Like, they were literally fighting on top of an equalizer, on, you know, in a choke point, which is perfect for JDG, and it didn't matter. It was so far ahead. They were so confident and comfortable with their play. It just didn't really change how anything was going to go. So now, coming into game number 2, we need JDG to wake up. As you said, Ruler didn't really show up at all in that game. Flandre and Yagao had some weird interactions, and it just felt like as a whole, this JDG team, and even Kanavi was just basically mute. He didn't do anything.
Well, Kanavi really had a good track of where we're in the first few levels. That was great. And then there was a weird kind of trade of ultimates in the mid lane, and then it never really felt like Kanavi could get the game-changing plays because he was constantly down a flash or an ult from a random play which had happened, or a losing fight after that point too. So there's a lot which needs to be seen in terms of JDG transitioning away from the first 2 clears or so to then beyond that to the first dragon fight and the first kind of like real groups out confrontations of the game. Because LNG, they use their engage tools in a much more coherent way, and they use them in a much more effective way.
And I also think as well, like when we think of Ruler, yes, he's an incredible AD carry, but we don't think kind of passive Senna really kind of vibes where you're relying on other people. We think of, as we mentioned before, the Lucian, things that have active, you know, kind of ways of making things work. We think of Yagao. We never, ever really look towards him in terms of the Tristana.
Okay, that's Zeri you mean. Right, okay, that's what you're getting next game.
I mean, Zeri Nico could be good if you look at those 2 kind of champions going, but it did feel like they were going for a different style or a different flavor, and it just really didn't sit well with them in terms of how that's not how we traditionally see these players. So in this next draft, I do want to see them maybe go for something a little bit more traditional in terms of their wheelhouse and get Ruler back on something that can be an AD carry rather than a passive kind of AD carry.
So that's the Ruler side of things. I think the mid lane matchup is obviously the other focus. Yagao didn't look that comfortable on the Tristana outside of the one play we saw where he managed to shun Scout back into turret. Now,
that was more of a Scout mistake then as well.
Besides the, yeah, it was. So I think that, you know, in terms of AD mid laners which Yagao has played, he was a very good Jace player. Not necessarily someone I'd like to see on another marksman in that mid lane. I don't think he was particularly comfortable with it. We've seen that his damage numbers have been a little bit low for a mid lane. He's been much more someone who's kind of being that utility player around the map rather than the big damage carry from the mid lane. I want to see him with some ability to really start fights rather than have to be the person that cleans them up.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But for LNG, great. This was awesome to see. This was very much the style that they worked towards. It was slow, it was steady. They didn't honestly make any real mistakes until right at the end where they just said, you know what, we're so far ahead, it literally doesn't matter. Similar to NIP versus OMG earlier, but it does feel like this is the form we expect from these guys. This is the kind of gameplay we go for them, and we've become accustomed to when we move forward into 2024. I just need it to be consistent. This can't be a one and done situation.
For sure, and this is a very good situation for LNG, given that they just came off of a very weird series versus Weibo. Yes, they won it, but how did they win it? It wasn't decisive. It was all over the place. So seeing the decisiveness is a big, big positive factor for LNG. We need to continue to see that, though. It is but one game in a best of 3. Can they see out the series with it?
That's why it's so valuable in the LPL. You get such experience even from your losses, and you can build, download, learn everything you possibly can to come back and fight 20-fold in the next one. And again, the players on this JDG roster are not known to just lay down and die. And I mean, like you mentioned earlier, it's been a hell of a long time since LNG has taken any kind of victory over JDG. They have just been the kryptonite for this roster, or for this organization. But now they're in a prime position. They had an incredible game 1, got to come into game 2 with a similar mindset and just look to suffocate out JDG.
Yeah, so for those of you that missed it, 8 series in a row have JDG bested LNG. It's a little over 2.5 years since LNG has taken a series over JDG, and I believe that was only a best of 1 at NEST in the offseason. It wasn't even LPL proper at that timestamp. It has been a while since they could claim a victory over them, and if they could claim a clean victory over them, gosh, that'd be a monkey off the back.
Would be a big step towards maybe a championship bid. That's the big thing for LNG. They've gotten all the other kind of accolades put to them in terms of being a top team. You're consistently in the top half of the table. You're consistently making it to top 4. You're consistently making it to internationals. Now you need to take that next big step. The next kind of sign of success for this organization is to be contesting for that championship. They got close in summer of 2023. Of course, forced JDG to all 5 games, but weren't able to kind of clinch it. They are so desperate to get that first maiden title and just build this organization within the LPL stature.
Ash finally hitting the ban list, so that one has been oddly lacking in presence in today's LPL games. We still have Senna, we still have Lucian, we still have Milio. We might even see the Lucian first pick for Gala and a trade of a Aphelios Milio for Lucian Nami. That's been a fairly common trade. Which side of it will LNG want? That's a different question altogether, but with those picks on the table, you're going to get one of the big duos through.
Well, Maokai is going to be the next ban, so JDG not happy to let the Rumble through. They will ban that alongside the Poppy and the Maokai, and they leave open the Lucian.
So the Lucian's up. You never want to give Lucian Milio, so you take a Milio with one of the AD carries, which they are good with. Typically, that's the Aphelios Milio, which can kind of turn around a lot of the damage which they want to put out in the mid lane. They're hovering over the Azir. That's a good takeaway from Scout as well. I highly suggest locking the Milio in right now. Lucian Milio is not a combination you ever want to give over, but they're hovering the Varus instead. That is a bold move from JDG if they let Gala and Mark get towards maybe the strongest bot lane on the patch.
Quite possibly. There is, of course, the Nami as a backup, so they might be thinking, look, we're going to end up with a bot lane that we're, you know, set up or not set up for success. We'd rather see which one we're going up against rather than kind of, you know, forcing it into a position we're not going to be able to win anyway. But the Vi locked in straight away. And there's the Milio you talked about. Such an incredible power now in that bottom half of the map. The Vi with this duo is disgustingly good.
Right, so the answer from JDG is, okay, you lock in the Milio, but one hook lands onto the Enchanter and things get spicy. You have to get value in the 2v2 now, though, from Ruler and Missing. If you can't get 2v2 kills and force flashes and force summoners, you're not going to be able to contest with the Lucian Milio as soon as you get towards the 1 to 2 item spike. Lucian hits the fire cannon second item with the Milio range increase, and you cannot contest them as a 2v2. So huge pressure onto Ruler and Missing to make something of this duo they've gone towards. At least they deny Scout his premier champion in that mid lane too, but they now need to figure out what they're going to do with lacking jungle champions for Kanavi. They're losing the Rel, they might lose them, the Maokai's obviously gone as well. But what else can they ban away? Maybe something like a Sejuani wouldn't fit too badly in their composition.
Yeah, just gonna keep hammering home, of course, with JDG knowing that they have the mid laner locked in. They can start taking away, as you mentioned, the Corki and the Akali, so not really worried about that. The Udyr is an interesting one here now, so will JDG look to try and lock in their jungle first and give that a top lane counterpick, or do they just go for the Cassante?
That's the thing, right? Because you're going to give over a Cassante in a decent matchup towards that top lane now. Flandre has played Aatrox, he's played Udyr, he's played Cassante, and he's played at the Rumble, so he's not going to get the majority of those champions. He might be happy to log the Aatrox into the Cassante again, go for something like the Profane Hydra. Of course, Kanavi going for the aggressive option of the Xin Sao. So JDG, they have themselves an ability to potentially walk in to Vi's jungle before she's level 3. Something which I've been listening to Gilius talk about how Vi is very abusable in the very first few levels of the game before they get themselves their entire ability, their whole kit online. That's something that JDG did very well in game 1. They walked into the enemy jungle to make things work. That is a pick which we haven't seen in the LPL for a while, but we don't talk about hovers.
I was just about to say, we can talk about the Cassante, and then you can get excited. But yeah, I mean, the Cassante is a good one here. It just kind of gives you that full kind of priority, and regardless of what comes out here, this is going to be the pick for the mid lane. Yeah, it still gives you roughly the same kind of stuff, though. You got that kind of semi-global, and you're able to make some plays happen. But I mean, again, this is sort of setting up Gala for success and kind of throwing him forward as the carry of this composition.
Yes. And now you're against a team with 4 different dashes you can stop. You can stop the Audacious Charge from the Xin Sao, of course the Umbral Dash from Flandre's, Aatrox, the Azir Shuffle, and then the Nautilus hook as well can be blocked out, and at least you can get the damage. The hook will still connect, but you can stop the Nautilus getting huge follow-up after that point. Scout on the Talia. Now, we've talked about him being a huge playmaker and a huge source of the macro from LNG. We knew that through last summer as well. You get into mid-game, and Scout pushes out side lanes. He takes side lane out of turrets, and then he roams back towards the fight. Talia is excellent at doing that. I think JDG need to have insane early game presence, particularly in the bot side, to stop that duo lane getting online. Otherwise, it feels like you get in towards the side lane allocations from LNG, they are going to rip JDG to shreds if they get to choose the lanes they want to be in at the right times.
Yeah, I do feel like this is a bit more kind of bog standard from JDG, though it does feel a lot more coded, if you will, in their blood of how they want to try and work this, how they want to try and build this stuff up. So definitely feels like Ruler setting himself up for a little bit more success to be an AD carry, and we know what he can do with something like a Varus in his back pocket. Yagao, I need to see a little bit more in his Azir. Not traditionally one of his favorite champions or one of his most known, but we'll see what he can do. For LNG, I mean, it's all about this Lucian in the early game. If they can get this Gala-Mark combination going, if they can build up that one-shot potential you almost see from the kind of the piercing light into the double tap, it can be just devastating for JDG. And I'm excited to see what they do. Do JDG wake up, or LNG going to stomp themselves to a 2-0? Again, this is a massive matchup that they're going to get so early in the season.
It's a little harder for them to reach the backline than it was in game 1, but that doesn't mean it's an easy job for JDG to get things working. Again, I am very questioning whether it was the right idea to let through the Lucian Milio. That feels like the most aggressive, powerful bot lane at the moment. You can get hooks onto them early into lane. You can maybe force Milio to get and take an early reset and force them under turret, and then use the Xin Sao to kind of push into the enemy jungle or force a dive. But that kind of needs to happen. If they cleanly get to 1 to 2 items, I don't really see what JDG can do about that duo.
We'll see if JDG have finished this series with their first loss of a series. They have definitely gotten their first loss of the in terms of game score. We'll see. We'll see that Talia just throwing in a rock there, making sure they know that Missing is around. They're not going to get caught out by anything too crazy. And I like this that LNG do this. They're very meticulous about making sure that they're catching out, especially with such a strong level 1 coming out from JDG. They're very meticulous in making sure that they're not allowing JDG just to set themselves up for success to get an early flash or something better.
Yeah, that's a strong level 1 from LNG to just make sure that Ruler and Missing can't get themselves Bush advantage towards the bot side. Again, you can really see from the positioning of both these teams, they know how important the early levels are going to be. Gala is now in a bad bush, and with the rest of his team leaving, they were there for the level 1, but can they stop this now?
That's a flash, and this is exactly what I thought was taken off the board for JDG to do, and then they just brute forced them in. They didn't actually finish off the essay. They said, yeah, cool, that's grand, we've done the introduction, but nothing else. Now Yagao, though, he's going to be separated a little bit from the wave, so he might lose a minion or 2, but shouldn't be too hard for him to get back in and get this XP.
Now, Scout can get himself another full-threaded volley onto Yagao, though. He's out of range to get minion aggro, so Yagao is entering lane at half HP because he has to walk through the onslaught of those rocks. Missing has bush control. This is what they were meant to deny with the minute 1. They're getting traded hard onto now.
Yeah, barrier has to be traded for the ignite, and that means that Gala is without summoners for the next little bit. Scout Put a little bit of damage onto Yagao. The Talia is pretty scary at this stage, but you would need to have the flick back in order to get full kill pressure. And I mean, Missing needs to play this lane so aggressive, knowing that the flash is down, knowing that the barrier is no longer there. This is just such a hard lane for this Lucian and Milio to play into.
Yeah, it feels like the bit of a misplay from LNG to not finish off what they started very early on. The Cozy Campfire giving the increased range for the double tap to at least hit Ruler back. They can hit level 2 on this one, and maybe they can look to at least hold their own in the laning phase beyond that point. JDG, though, they have the start of something going well towards this bot side. But what can they do after that point? And Yagao, the man in the mid lane, didn't have the best game, 599. Let's hope for better on the 600th game in the LPL. We're hitting some real milestones here this year.
Yeah, 6th year coming up, his debut back in 2018. We are hitting some long, long careers right now, which is honestly so exciting to see. We're hitting some big, big milestones that may or may not stand for the longest time. He gets himself in the top 10 most games of a player within the LPL, so let's see if they go for anything else. Missing is going to go aggressive here. They have just ignored him for the moment, but the Vi is around. Weiwei might just run into Kanavi, and yeah, they see that the other jungler is there. They don't want to overcommit to this one here because they know that they just basically blew all the Milio cooldowns, and now Kanavi feeling a bit brave. Don't know if it's exactly what you want to be going for just yet, but I mean, you mentioned it in terms of the matchup. The Vi isn't exactly broken at the first few levels. The Xin Zhao can get a little bit ahead of him.
Well, I mean, at least the Vi's level 3, so you can kind of get your passive, you can get your W3 and you can get your passive off. That's kind of nice, but yeah, Xin Zhao at this point, just so strong. And he's here to, again, shepherd the wave into turret if Ruler Missing wants to bring that in. Hook lands, but Weiwei's also here.
Yeah, when you get that Glacial Augment, Ruler and Missing taking so much damage. Scout looking to try and catch them out on the side of this one here. Gonna definitely blow at least a flash. The flick back not good enough. And LNG said, all right, enough of this bullying on the bot side. We need to protect our AD carry, and eventually they get the priority back.
I mean, that is disaster narrowly avoided from JDG. They lose a flash, and that's it from their jungler. But they don't end up kind of being able to fulfill this game plan of being able to keep the Lucian and the Milio down. That even in CS, they managed to get themselves a wave pushed into turret now as well. They're going to get themselves a good reset. You'd imagine that Lucian is able to get himself towards the support item, then potentially towards a Kerche shard as well. If you get both of them on your first reset, you are very, very happy for the next phase of lane. Ruler's going to get back for most of this CS. It's not the end of the world there, but this isn't meant to be... You need more than this. That was the bare minimum, being able to kind of do something to keep Gala and Mark from getting huge advantages in lane or something like that. They haven't managed to really keep them down.
Yeah, you're still waiting on the flash from Gala. He will have his summoners back in a moment. Of course, Scout with his roams did lose a little bit of priority in that mid lane, taking a fair chunk of damage there. As you can see, Weiwei not really in the position to contest this, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be Kanavi getting very far ahead of him when it comes to the levels and such. Trying to see if he can go for something, but that's all 3 of the Void Grubs taken now, so good start here by Kanavi to get that momentum going and to build into something that could, you know, again, potentially lead to a little bit more.
We'll have to see how much they can build up towards that. See if a hook lands down here as well. They're angling for it. It's a big wave. Mark and Gala, you can see that they don't want to walk up towards the cannon and the wave crashing in. So Ruler Missing will have control over that for now tonight. Just 1 or 2 minions. Man on your screen there, Flandre. We just saw that Yagao reached 600 games in the LPL. Flandre reached 700 games early this week. And he's facing off against the mid laner, which he won Worlds with, Scout on the other side. That has been a heck. It feels so recent, so long ago at the same time. These guys' careers have gone so far. Yagao sweeping in at level 6 mark, going into the wave, but we've got some real veterans here on the Rift, Oshin.
Oh yeah, we've had some guys who've been here for a very, very long time. See if they can get a little bit more success. They've been at the top for a while. Flandre, of course, has a little bit of a break, is coming back to try and reclaim some of the former glories that he used to have. And we wait to see where LNG really sit themselves. This was a roster that made it all the way to the finals in summer of 2023. Not really able to get the last win against JDG to stop them from potentially going towards the Golden Road. Of course, we know how that ended. They were 2 matches short. But, Missing. He didn't actually see that the Weiwei was there, so he thinks that this is going to be a pretty easy setup here for JDG if they want to try and take a 2v2.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way, but is there a way in that brush? We'll soon find out. They will, at least. We know he's there. He's waiting around the corner. Kanavi's here again. Both junglers know the fight is on.
Yep, 3v3, missing and Gala trading health bars, but you always take that trade if you've got a enchanter on your team to give you the shields, the heals, and everything else that you could possibly need. Weiwei and Kanavi going to find each other a little bit. No luck with the hook. Everyone's just being a little bit scared, a little bit skittish because they know Scout was looking for a little bit of roam. They've spotted him, so you know exactly where he is, and that's why you can see immediately Yagao going for a full push.
Yeah, exactly, and we knew what this was likely going to be the case with the Talia locked in. Fine lane matchup into the Azir, had a very good level 1, managed to force Yagao to enter lane a half HP. See that Yagao, typically one of the players on JDG which likes to get out of lane himself and make things happen, but he struggled to do that versus Scout, who's had the better of him in game 1 and had the first roam in game 2 as well. Weiwei just spotted heading towards the mid lane. JDG doesn't have the level 6. With Scout running out of mana, likely this isn't leading towards anything. Yagao is trying to waste as much time from Weiwei as he can.
Yeah, Yagao had full information of where Weiwei was, just walking away from that, realizing, yeah, if I just make myself look kind of okay to take, I know my jungler is around, it shouldn't be an issue. No knockback for Zika, as we haven't really looked at this top side at all. They've just been farming. They've just been having the time of their lives to just not be involved in anything right now. And yeah, it's similar to game number 1. We're going to have a slow early game, something to wait to see where either of these teams go for. But now, finally, Weiwei getting himself up to level 6 might look for an engage here.
Might look for it. Q3 misses. That's some chunk of land which is missed out on. Flandre doesn't have his first item built up just yet. Of course, no one does. He has the World Ender. How much is that going to mean against a Talia roaming at the same time? They're in position. Here comes the wall.
No one's taken any aggro just yet. Finally, they do. They're looking for all the damage all the time. They just bring him to the bounce house. He flashes away, but you cannot escape the Cassante. As Zika does end up taking a fair chunk of damage. Kanavi is still here. And Weiwei's just going to try and dissuade him. He needs to get his solo laners out. They are a little bit low. And the ghost from Zika just to give him that little extra bit of move speed to make sure he's not getting caught.
Yeah, so Kanavi manages to stop some of the recalls being so quick. I don't think they would have saved mid lane tower plate anyway, even if the reset had come in a little quicker from Scout. But Flandre just not able to really see off that dive towards the top side. Completely unfair. 100% CC'd to death. And the old veteran at the top lane, really not much he can do in that situation. What's it going to mean for the matchup, though? The kill does go over to Zucker, but that's a little annoying. Of course, when you go towards this Tiamat build, which you assume is going in towards the Profane Hydra, which is the new lethality item, which has the Tiamat component coming into 2024, the matchup is a little bit weird into Cassante anyway, because you're not necessarily looking for the 1v1 ability to kind of chunk him down. You're more looking for the ability to get in towards the backline later into the game. Of course, that's going to have a huge amount of value. There are 3 very squishy targets towards the bot side of the map, which we've seen players like Birdall do very well at getting good flank teleports in towards that backline. But if he's set behind too much, I'm a little bit worried. Aatrox has never really been a champion that likes getting too far behind the game.
We have seen some serious raid bosses, though, in terms of Aatroxes in the LPL so far this split. We'll see if Flandre can live up to those lofty expectations of the champion. But for now, everything seems to have calmed down. Everyone's very happy with the way things are right now. Basically the kill gold in terms of a gold difference. You've gotten pretty much all neutral objectives confirmed by JDG, so they're dragging up 6 grubby tubbies, as you like to call them. And
I do like to call them that. Thank you for reminding me about that.
You have
Again,
an
favorite
affection.
thing right now.
You have an affinity for them. But I'm still.
Could you imagine if they had like the little Teletubby skins with like the little except it's not a TV screen. It's just like a little portal which the mites jump out of. That's actually horrifying. Don't think about that.
I was just about to think. I was like, that sounds like some like the ring stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Just like the coming out of like the TV, not able to kind of like sort yourself out, but. I mean, I'll say I'm still partial to the Ed and Eddies. That's my personal one. But we'll see how the community decides.
Put them on a rotation. We'll see whether this fight's going to start, though, on the bot side. Vice here. But the play fizzles out.
Yeah, Kanavi was not spotted, so he was in a prime position to turn that one back around. The hook does land, does get kicked back though, and they're going to try and flash away. A lot of ultimates there used just to try and kill off Mark. They don't really get any damage down onto him at the end of it all. Heal and flash burned for just the ignite, but a lot of pressure now no longer available as Kanavi has already known that Weiwei has never left. They know for a fact that he's still here because he has just been walking there and back again throughout all of this. They can turn straight away right onto Gala and kill him off. They had perfect information and they knew exactly how to capitalize on it.
The warding game from JDG is so strong. Look at the 3 wards littering mid lane to bot lane. One in mid brush, one just outside of red buff, and the one just outside of tri brush as well. Missing's gonna have to flash out. I don't think Weiwei can follow that up with his ultimate, really. He would have walked out all the same. JDG is taking a little while, but they get the first kill onto this Lucian Milio bot lane. Now the Lucian has hit 1 item. LNG have a power spike to play around there, but well played from JDG to keep pushing the go button in this bot side and finally getting something out of it. They used both of the bot lane ultimates before this, but they have Kanavi's Crescent Guard to finish things off.
And straight up, that's just Gala not really respecting the turnaround, not really expecting anyone to just jump at him and burn him down. It feels like a little bit of an unforced error from his side as LNG, again, not too disheartened by it. They're not going to really care in the grand scheme of things. As you said, now they have got that 1 item spike. Of course, Ruler did go back and pick up a Youmuu's Ghostblade as well. Dragon has spawned. And no one really pushing for it just yet. Great warding, as you mentioned, by JDG to make sure that Weiwei has been just tracked throughout any of these plays he's been wanting to go for. And they still don't really have an idea of where Kanavi's been going.
I think JDG as a team, one of the things which I've been most impressed with in their split so far has been about the vision which allows you to just track where people are just outside of the play that you're making. So like if you're looking to play through bot lane, they have a ward just outside to make sure no one's roaming down. In mid lane, when they play the Lucian with the Lucian Nami, they've done the same, just getting shallow vision just beyond the lane to see what's happening. See that scout gets a good trade onto Kanavi. Dragon is up, second dragon of the game. Missing has an ultimate available yet again. This time I think JDG would feel a lot better about looking for a dragon fight, but their ultimate's available.
They're gonna burn that one so easily, but maybe they get a little lazy. Yagao doesn't know, but now has a feeling as the Vi walks out, they didn't have the best of situation to kind of go for this. Missing, still posturing forward. Kanavi gonna go forward. That's gonna be the TP committed by both top laners. After the Dragon, we're gonna have a 4v4, but I don't know why LNG wanted this. They're gonna try and make this one work with the Cassante, who's just gonna go all out onto Kanavi, pick him up, turn around and try and burn and turn onto Yagao, who flashes away. The double tap, not quite getting it with the Ardent Blaze. Missing will gladly give his life for his mid laner, and LNG do end up getting the fight 2-for-1 at the end of it all, but it was a bit of a weird one from LNG, but they make it work.
They do. Zucker gets great value. I really want to praise, though, JDG. Very quick turnaround on the initial teleport to get 1 out of that play. Felt like it was quite opportunistic, given how the team was split up and it looked like they were going to get pincered. LNG just about make the most out of it. JDG, they still walk away with 2 dragons, potentially setting up for assault later on. So, big things which happen here. Missing has the Celestial opposition. That's a big part of how he can survive the first part of a team fight. Crescent Guard similar for Kanavi. They're blown at the start of the fight, and that means that just after this, they don't have that same initial kind of tankiness to deal with Zucker, who comes in after those abilities have just gone. And he does Cassante things. We know what he does at this point. Gala escapes the wall, gets some good damage over there too. He's starting to really start to hurt as this Lucian at the item break points in the mid game.
Good TP from Zika, now sitting at 2-0-1. You wouldn't want all your golden kills to be going on to the Cassante, but I mean, we've seen him do magical things in the land of League of Legends. He is a very, very powerful carry as tank or as an actual threat. As we wait to see now where everyone wants to kind of bring this next bit of pressure. A lot was blown in that last bot lane play, so no real ultimates available for anybody, to be honest, on the side of LNG. Apart from the Milio, who died so quickly he couldn't use his. So they're just going to accept that this Rift Herald is gone. Not really much else they can do about it. Just get pressure in the mid lane and maybe cover bot lane to try and get that tower. I don't know if he gets that tower just yet, but for now, everything's happy enough for the side of JDG. They're getting all the objectives.
Yeah, you can see, this is not how a Lucian Milio wants to be playing. They want to be pushed up in mid lane, going for the aggressive trades. But the way that JDG have played around...
Oh!
Missing! Wait, he's on the drift! The drift!
But now they got to turn this fight around because they got the Weiwei going in, who dies straight away. They're looking for a little bit of a turn-off. This is just so disconnected from LNG. They were just as confused and impressed by the Rift Herald navigating. They kind of just gave away 2 kills for free.
Oh my gosh, but can we no, forget about the fight. Missing finally shows you can have a driver's license on the Herald. Points it the wrong way, but it's an absolute fake out. They kill the tower, which is huge there because it means that the Azir turret means that they can claim that territory and that safe haven to team fight from afterwards. JDG, they're winning the mid lane battle against the Lucian Milio. This is a combo which is meant to be uncontested in that. This is a big moment in this game now. You can see JDG, they're going to get this bot lane out of turret. They can go towards the top lane soon after that, I would imagine too. This is a much better macro state than what they found themselves in game 1, where it was LNG taking both of the side lane out of turrets easily. But again, watching this, we don't even get a replay of the drift. I'm actually quite upset about that. But the Azir turret goes straight up. That means that Gala and Gala and Mark can't get themselves too much further forward in that degree, which means that Scout is left alone here. The Azir turret blocks off half of the fight. JDG run away with it.
Yeah, just felt very disconnected. It felt like Weiwei goes in maybe second or two too early. No one's really there to follow up on him. Like you mentioned, the Shurima's legacy goes down, so Gala and Mark cannot follow up. They cannot try to burst someone down. Just a very, very uncoordinated assault there on the mid lane, and then JDG will take those every single day of the week. Now again, it's only a 1500 gold lead. JDG still on 2 dragons. It is Cloud Soul, not the most impactful in the world. It is very, very nice on something like an Aatrox, but not going to game change anything. But for LNG, you're trying to just calm the game down just a little bit. As we can see, Yagao dragging Scout all the way back in. He was sitting on Vision, and he will go down. Solo killed there by Yagao. And these are the small little mistakes that we saw from LNG in their first few series of the year as well. This is not vintage LNG. It's not even vintage Scout, and it feels like they haven't quite put those demons to bed.
Well, I mean, we asked JDG to wake up after game 1. They were slapped awake by LNG from that game, but credit to them. Looks like they're alive and kicking in this one. And Yagao, who, as we said in game 1, he's a bit in deficit of the oopsie counter. He's had a few of them. Gets a solo kill onto Scout in the side lane, which is exactly the opposite of what happened in game 1. That's going to set his team up for success at the Dragon, just like Scout did before. Missing, forcing the flash out of Gala. That's a big tool away from the Lucian, who's had so little impact this game. JDG take the freebie. That's sole point for them. JDG, they're in a much, much more dominant position now.
And this is what we expected from JDG. This is the kind of gameplay that they have started building towards, even with the only 2 games. But yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate from Scout, but there's just no real reason for him to expect a ward to be there. I mean, it's a mistake, but I don't think there's any real fault in it, because again, why would there be a ward there? It's not a common place for one.
I mean, obviously the fallback. No, the cost of that is, of course, huge amount of pressure after that point. Gala losing his flash is going to be a big thing to track too. LNG, they were just about ready to play around the fire cannon spike coming out of Gala, who's got the blood song built up as well. This is typically where Lucian starts to take over the game. It's going to be much harder to do that now, and JDG, they have the run of the map of wherever they really want to go now.
Looks like they want to try and make something happen in mid, but look at the vision. Look at how everyone is just set up to know where anyone could be coming from. They play towards that side of the map as well. They have a ward or 2 up towards that top side. Even the bot side, they actually have wards as well. So this is just JDG knowing where they can and cannot go. And honestly, with the lack of presence around this Baron, and knowing you have the inside track, they're going to push in this mid lane. I don't know if you can really defend this that well. You're such a short-range composition. There's the Weaver's Wall coming out. They're not quite able to catch out missing. And that's just to defend the tier 2.
Yeah. So the thing is, maybe if that was an on-hit... Well, Zika's going all in on Flandre, see if he can survive. Yes, he can. He yields his way out to safety. Okay, so that one fizzles out. So LNG... If they were playing against an on-hit Varus, maybe he wouldn't have enough range to answer, but with Yagao and Ruler over the wall, it kind of acts as a safety barrier for them at that point. So that Weaver's Wall not able to do that much. Weiwei luckily survives. That would have led to a Baron for free if he had died there. Honestly, it's still going to be a Baron start, you have to imagine, with Yagao on the map. Blue buffs for everyone. They can get themselves a huge amount of Baron damage. LNG, they cannot afford to let Vision slip for too long in the top half of the map now.
And they need to start getting objectives. That tower bot lane is good. They need to start kind of opening up this map just a little bit. Yagao going to cover the top side just to make sure, but I mean, JDG, up until literally that turret down bot side, had taken every objective that was available. They'd taken all the turrets, they'd taken all the grubs, they'd taken all the dragons. Speaking of dragon, 2.5 minutes, just over it, we will be having ourselves another potential dragon fight, but we see in the replay there in the bottom right, Just a little bit unfortunate there with the Gao Shurima shuffle, but I mean, you'll take that cooldown in the sense that there's nothing to fight for, so you're not worried about it.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, but you're not going to have a fight in the duration that this ult is now down. That's fine. LNG can't force the fights onto you. And if it had ended up being a Q a split second later from Weiwei, he would have been shunted back, and that would have potentially been dead jungler into Baron. JDG, I think they are one of our very best vision controlling teams in the LPL. You called it out earlier. Want to really highlight that again. LNG, they don't have the luxury of being able to leave this top side of the map unattended for too long. Luckily, they see Yagao sat here in range of the current combo, actually, but wait, Kanavi is here too. How quickly can they get this combo down?
They don't know, and they're going to get the combo down. Yagao does have a Zhonya should he need it. Doesn't use it just yet. The teleports from the top laners do come in. Scout trying to run away. While that happened, Ruler found Gala, and they take him out. JDG, they took the shellacking they got in game number 1, and they're trying to dish out their own version of it. Zika has to go forward, but he didn't know that the Zhonyas was still available. Now Mark in a lot of trouble, and Missing just says, you know what, we can keep chasing this. Maybe not for the longest of times, but we can do it for the best of times. And that is an ace for 1 over LNG. JDG finally arriving in this series, and they're looking to tie it up.
LNG, they tried the smoke and mirrors. They thought they were in a chokehold and said, look, we have to pick off someone somewhere, but Kanavi sniffs it out. Scout ends up Zhonyasing in the base just before that play happens. Sadness for him. He builds up a full Zhonyas. I guess he'll have the active after this point, but the Baron goes down. JDG, looks like they've survived the final gambit from LNG in this phase of the game. This will explode the gold lead beyond what it even is at this point. They're going to be able to transfer this into a soul afterwards to LNG. Credit to them. I think actually that's one of their few remaining plays left. JDG just sniffed it out too well, and the damage just wasn't there quick enough and enough volume to take down Yagao at the start of the fight.
Let's have a look at this one here. Yeah, Gala just gets caught. Straight up just gets caught, and then that's it. Too much CC.
And again, reminder, first pick Lucian. Lucian is the dominant AD carry within the LPL. You give over a Lucian Milio, you're meant to be able to win with it. They haven't been able to utilize this AD carry at all. Gala has not been a factor, and that's credit to JDG being able to shut him down, particularly through the TV2. Sadly, on the other side, LNG, they're not able to shut down Yagao. Yagao still has a stopwatch after all this point. He manages to keep himself at range, and you know, Zucker on the Kasante's had a good swing at things. It's just, what can you do when your carries are so out of position and dead before they can really be the decisive members in these team fights?
Yep, 7,000 gold lead now, and Cloud Soul just confirmed. They are pushing in towards that bot side, and the solo laners of LNG are top lane. They do have a TP onto Scout, so he will be able to join this one, but I mean, your base is just being destroyed. I don't know if you can really justify this. And yeah, they're starting to recall now, but that feels like it's a desperation play. They have no other choice. I don't think they actually they feel like they don't win a 5v5.
I mean, with this amount of grubs, you can't allow people to hit turrets like this. The repo men are outside your house. You gotta get home, LNG.
Yeah, they gotta get home. Make sure they're not losing everything, because right now the door has been busted open. 2 inhibitors down. Half health now onto that one Nexus turret. They'll be able to burn it down pretty much in the next minions or so, and that's just the power. You just hit it once, even though you're tanking turret, and you should be able to just take it down. You have to go for a fight here as LNG. They're going to look to try and kill off Scout, and they should be able to get him. They will lose Weiwei in the trade, though. They are losing their Nexus towers now. Everything is being thrown at them. Ruler is untouched and just throwing arrows at them. This Weaver's Wall will do nothing to divide, but it will do everything for JDG to conquer. Zika looking for something here, trying to see if he can catch out Missing, and will be able to take him out. Yagao and Ruler still absolutely massive as they throw in more Pope, more soldiers, and more plays! Yagao looking massive there with the Shurima shuffle, and that puts the cherry upon the cake. That is game 2. 1-1, JDG equalize.
A tale of two Azirs, a tale of two teams. Both mid laners now having an exceptional game on the champion. I really want to praise JDG, though, in their boldness of giving over the Lucian Milio, a combo which has won pretty much every game we've seen from it in the LPL. It is incredibly dominant. They answer it. It doesn't necessarily work that well from the early game, but they keep trying, and Gala just did not have the ability to move that game.
no, Gala was not a factor at all, and they just fantastic work from Missing, honestly, and in terms of the unsung hero, to be able to keep focusing in on him, keep him away, keep him summoner list. But now we're at a 1-1 game state. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have the final game of this series. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are hitting a third game in our second series in Suzhou. LNG were beat down by JDG as our MVP Missing got himself some love. And honestly, we mentioned it just before we went to the break, he was just all over Gala. Gala was a non-factor.
Gala didn't get to play the game, and this was a draft which required Missing to do extremely well to make sure that the Lucian Milio couldn't get value, especially at the power spikes. He did exactly that. He managed to get some very important hooks in lane, comboed up throughout the rest of the game. And yeah, he was the reason why LNG were playing with one carrier, not two. Gala couldn't play the game.
Yep, Gala just wasn't allowed to play it, and did feel like every opportunity he had to just throw his hook or throw his ult down, he did, and that is exactly what went down. So for me, Missing is just kind of the embodiment of someone that Ruler can just rely on. You can see it in so many opportunities here where this, again, just, you know, got isolating people out. This is more of a team effort, but then immediately goes, cool, he's dead, let's move on to the guy behind us because we can get another kill.
And I'm really glad Missing is getting this MVP, actually, because it's really quite easy to overlook a player like Missing in a team as prestigious as JDG. And when you have so many other legendary players from last year on that lineup, Missing was also one of those legendary players, folks. He is one of the 3-peat champions of the LPL now.
Yep.
Guy's got an incredible track record, and his ability to combo up with his team late game has been very, very important to this team's identity. He is a large part of the go button, which JDG play this opportunistic, very quick engage style they find when someone's out of position. He's big part of the reason that so many teams are so afraid to play against JDG.
Yeah, and again, just a very good compliment to someone like Ruler. We saw it in that last game. It wasn't really coming together at Senna Tamkench. It doesn't really fit the same mold that we know and love for this roster, but having that duo finally on what we could, you know, quote-unquote traditional AD carry and support combination just feels right, just feels good for this roster and this team. So I'm excited to see what they can do. I'm excited to see what kind of iterations they can go with. But in my little thing, you know, just no more Senna Tamkench bot lane. Keep me on the AD carry and the tank, and I'm a happy JDG fan then.
Well, maybe not if they have, like, the Azir, and then they have the Ornn, and they have all of the other engage as well. That was just a little too much. I am very interested to see what happens in this draft, though. Now, as much as the Senna Tamkench, when you put it onto the player name time, so you think, okay, well, maybe you want something more aggressive from them, it is such an important duo right now. If it's left open, you can't necessarily pass it up. In the same way with the Lucian lanes, with the Lucian Milio and the Lucian Nami, these are duos which these two bot lanes have used to great success. Of course, in the last game, though, JDG broke the Lucian Milio. What do you do now with that with LNG? Are you happy to pick that up again? Do you have to ban out the Varus in the first round of rotations, and you think that'll have saved that lane instead? What's the next thought process here? LNG get to choose side, because JDG, of course, lost game 2, but lost game 1, but won game 2. LNG now have side choice going into the third game of the series as loser of game 2. What's the thought process here?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, you mentioned it right off the bat in champ select in game number 1. It's like, oh wow, they're happy to give up the Lucian Milio. They're happy to say, take it. We don't believe you're going to be good enough to work with it.
They have the option to take the Milio. They could go for a Fearless Milio. Just handshake.
Absolutely. Yeah, they could have handshaked it. They could have said, yeah, we're fine with that as well. They didn't. They decided to go aggressive. They decided to say, look, you can have it. And now, as you mentioned, the draft changes. The idea of what works and what doesn't changes. It is going to be an interesting setup for LNG where, you know, game 1 went so exceptionally well, and then game 2 just kind of nothing got going. Wei was just constantly on vision. Scouts roams were never really gaining more than just a flash or so. And then even just small mistakes leading to much bigger ramifications with the likes of Gala getting caught out, getting killed, you know, Ruler getting a free lane basically at all times because they had no summoners bot side. These are the things that are going to change the style that you come into this next game, this final game of this series. And of course, you know, seeing where this kind of puts them on the map of the LPL. These are two teams that are, again, pushing to be in that top 4, potentially top 2 position.
And now we've had, you know, so JDG cleanly beat NIP, but now we look at LNG who've gone to 3 games in a win against Weibo, and we're undecided yet against JDG. To me, that's a very exciting thing, because I need this to happen against BLG now, and of course we had that with BLG with Top Esports, but honestly I feel like it's the first series of the split and how dominant they were in their wins. I'm not necessarily going to call that a contest just yet, but I now need to see these kind of couple of teams start trying to take games off of BLG as well, to really see if the top of the table is as contested as it potentially could be. Oh, how exciting it could be if we could have a whole season long of close run series between our top teams.
It's what we hope for. It's what we live for, Nightmare, as we jump into our last pick and ban here in Suzhou before we fly over to Shanghai. Of course, we are going to be picking up that series a little bit later on. That will be happening a little bit behind schedule for us, but of course that is happening pretty much in the next 5-10 minutes in terms of them kicking off from that. But hopefully won't be too far behind. We can do our usual production magic to catch ourselves up onto that one. But third and final draft coming in here now, and this is where the priorities come from. The Lucian gets taken off, so guess what? LNG go, we can't play it, but we still believe Ruler can. So everything taken away. And I love this adaptation from JDG saying, look, game one, the issue was the Xayah Rakan. We're not going to give over that combination anymore. You can take the Xayah, but you ain't getting the instant engage.
I think Varus is one of the things which is pretty strong right here. The Xayah Rakan is also gone, so we're taking off about one half of each combo. Milio is still available. That could also be something which is pretty high value here as well. I'm going to imagine the first pick is going to be Azir if it's left up, though. We've seen how powerful both of these mid laners are going to be on that. It's fine into pretty much every matchup in the game you can put into it right now. Azir first pick, that should be an easy lock-in. Question is, what's the response from the other side? You could lock in something like, okay, no, Varus, out the window. Bot lane's the focus. Azir's the easy lock-in now. What do you put in with that?
Yep, the Azir is definitely the easy lock-in here for Scout, and maybe go for a jungle as well, or maybe even a top lane, go for the Cassante. Maybe just lock in your solo laner, saying, cool, if you want your bot lane, we'll take the solos, and we'll try and just work it from there. So, as you mentioned, the Azir locked and loaded here, and then, I mean, this is a Cassante. I could see Zika taking this as well. Yep, there you go, solo laner's locked.
Okay, right, so JDG have shown that they're happy playing the Varus with the Nautilus against the Milio, but you don't know that the Milio is being locked in right now. So do you potentially allow a Milio lane to come in on 3 from LNG? I don't think that's likely for them, actually, given the amount of AD carry bans that would hit the next round of the rotation. Are they locking in support now, or are they saving it for counterpick? I reckon you lock in mid, the Zillier's fine. I think you could lock in maybe in something like the Vi as well if you really wanted. This has slipped through the ban phase. This has been very high priority, though. Okay, that changes the equation, because normally what you want to do is save support counterpick if you were going to be like, okay, let's lock in the Nautilus into the Milio later on. It's not possible once you've got the second round bans coming through. Varus, Ashe, though, this is level 1 Exodia of 2v2s. So LNG, they're now going to have to play against the strongest level 1 bot lane on the patch, with multiple bans heading around from the second round ban phase. That's going to be something that's going to trouble them coming into this.
Absolutely. And the thing is, like, you might look at this rel and go, it's a bit of a flex. You can go to Weiwei, go to Mark. Absolutely, completely agree. However, you don't need to focus in on the supports here if you're JDG. You can just focus the AD carries, get rid of the Aphelios, get rid of even the Caitlyn, to be perfectly honest. Things that can have a long range and deal like semi-decently with this Varus Ashe combination. So curious to see where they go. LNG, they're focusing on the jungle.
I almost wonder if you could look towards a Karma lane towards bot lane if you want to survive there as LNG. Karma is pretty strong nowadays. Of course, hasn't had all of the buffs coming through because we're still on 14.1B, but still something to be considered. You're locking away the Nautilus, that's fine. One of the ways you deal with this squishy double range things is just by continually all-inning. I think Blitzcrank could also be an okay ban here as well. Look towards something like a Blitzcrank plus a Draven or a Aphelios or something like that to have real kill threat. That would make a lot of sense.
Right now, just taking away some of the more engage-heavy options. Poppy, of course, not going to be available as they have plenty of dashes and movements they want to try and stop. The Maokai, of course, not seen in the last game, but will get banned away in this one. JDG, do you look for another support ban, or do you try and get rid of maybe the Aphelios? Add in a 5th AD carry to go for it. No, the Leona. Interesting. Okay, so they're kind of saying, look, Mark, we believe you're going to be a little bit struggling here on things that aren't hard engaged, so we're just going to get rid of any option we feel could be a good pick for you.
Right, are they looking for survival or all-in? Gala has played this before. It's the Draven locked in. So you still have the jungle support flex between the Rel. Draven Rel is probably going to get hard blasted by the Varus Ashe early levels. You can really try and flip it early with something like a Pike or a Blitzcrank, but even then that's very risky too. By locking in the Draven, you have signified that you want to fight. What is best for the composition, but also good for the lane here left for the LNG? I think it has to be a hook support.
It's good for the Goose, is good for the Gander. We'll see what they want to try and go with. The Xin Zhao there, just a little bit of engage/disengage, and LNG, they're going all in. They're saying we are fighting, we are looking for a hook champion on this particular one. I mean, the Pike could be cool, but I think I prefer the Blitzcrank.
Either one plays a similar sort of role, but which one's better for the composition? I don't love the idea of playing a Pyke into this kind of composition. You get hit by the Ashe ult in mid-game, you get absolutely
Well,
blasted.
they don't care.
They're locking it anyway. This is now hyper early game. Trying to maybe pick off someone like the Talir from mid lane as well. There's a potential that if Yagao over pushes, Mark can get a free time to roam and combo onto a play made by Scout, who is on his Azir. Top side of the map, Flandre very happy to take the Aatrox into the Kasanse. We know that. We don't have to talk about that too much. And Kanavi back on the Xin Zhao for something a little more aggressive in the early game though. But it is all about this bot lane. First kills, first levels, so important between these 2v2s. Gold generation in spades between Draven passive and the Pyke ultimate as well when that's locked in. This also means that plenty of other things come onto the table too. Very squishy bot lanes, which in mid-game can get picked off very easily. Vision control comes into that. The way that you rotate around your jungle support comes into the limelight as well. Lots of very slim margins of errors to play around. Very high damage, very squishy, very snowbally champions.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It feels like this bot lane is just already teetered on the edge of a knife to kind of say, all right, if someone messes up, it's going to be punished so hard. From either side, really. Yes, the Pyke Draven, an exceptionally powerful, damage-heavy bot lane, but the Ashe Varus could just, if you mess up your combination, if you mess up your ult or your engage, they'll just run you down. There's nothing you can do about it. You'll have constant slows, you'll have constant auto attacks and volleys being kind of thrown your way. But it is just going to be so difficult for either side if they get behind to really drag themselves back in.
Now Pyke, one of the bonuses you get with this champion, you do run Halo Blades with it yourself. You could have gone to imagine it's double Halo Blades coming out from the Varus Ashe as well. Very strong at that level 1 mark. Keep your eyes on bot lane. In fact, keep your eyes exactly where every single member is stacked.
The crash down comes in, and there's going to be the first blood. Flandre is ticking down. He gets healed, so he won't fall. Nobody dies. How does he get away with that now? You have to be so careful here as LNG. You can't really go forward. They go forward anyway. They're going to look for it. Draven gets himself a little bit of an early lead. And that's first blood to LNG. Both these teams looking for an advantage, and it's LNG who come out trumps.
Oh my gosh. Absolute bloodbath at level 1. Only the 1 kill, but the HP bars were shredded back and forth. 2 hooks from Mark. Put out the last time which he played it was, of course, played the Pyke was last summer against Weibo. He played it twice last summer. In fact, all 4 of his Pyke games were last year. 2 hooks at level 1, making the difference. Both teams understood the pressure that can come out with something like the Varus Ashe walking into lane, maybe wrapping around bot side. You need to look for these level 1s, don't get me wrong, but this is really quite disrespectful from JDG to stick around after the hook cooldown comes back up. That's the mistake for me. You survived the first one. Why keep around for the second?
Yeah, I feel like you just let the rotation of cooldowns come round, and then you were just left with nothing else to do. So you've lost several flashes. Even lost a kill there as well, as it was Yagao to go down. But Draven getting that is not an opportune moment. And oh my god, just the double Halo Blades. You thought it would be double Halo Blades on the side of both JDG and LNG, but it's just LNG. You actually have pressed the attack here for Ruler. And LNG, they are making money from this. Sorry, yes, not press the attack.
Lethal tempo from Ruler, which means it's the on-hit. Either way, it's still strong level 1 room. I was just wondering if we were going to get ourselves the double poke. It would have made sense with, you know, the poke Varus being pretty good versus the Azir later into the game as well. Poke Varus always been good versus that champion. But this is one of the issues with giving over. The 400 gold first blood to Gal. It doesn't matter that he doesn't have any stacks built up to get that cash in. He enters lane with 2 more pots and a longsword up as well. He is so happy to walk in there and say, okay, I can brawl now because the level 1, I have the extra stats to make up the difference between the two 2v2s. Normally, Varus Ashe is... they win so hard in level 1, but it's still something which can flip a bit. You have to play it well still, which is why it doesn't always work in something like solo queue. Does absolutely get flipped on his head though with the extra stats, and suddenly Gala and Mark, this bot lane which needs to snowball, they're on the way to it.
They've got the snowball started. They're forming it in their hands and seeing if they can maybe throw that down the mountain. Wei will be spotted out here, so shouldn't be able to get much else out of this. As you can see now, Zika Just forcing Flandre right underneath the turret and just dodging away from him so expertly. Not going to be able to get a plate this early on in the game, but just very, very nicely done to see how well you can just manage that lane, really.
Weiwei's here with Hex Flash.
Yeah, it's still a bit far away, if you do ask me, so even with a flash available to Ruler, it was a stretch, to say the least, and Kanavi, knowing that Weiwei was on the bot side, was very ready for anyone to look for any shenanigans, but they're still sitting here. This is still a 3v3. Neither of the solo laners have moved just yet, and they're actually on a recall.
So Kanavi's just looking to protect the crash from Ruler and Missing, knowing that there's a flash on Pyke, which means that he could go for a flash stun with the undertow as well. He's looking for it now, and Kanavi's not stayed long enough.
Yeah, but now they might look for a re-engage because you've already used everything to try and get on top of Missing. Gala, no mana. Still has flash, will have cleanse up in a second. He had to flash away because they've got these auto attacks coming in, and you've no flash on Weiwei, and he's gonna go down. Kanavi equals back up the kills. Draven will just about get out alive, but this is LNG. They just kind of stayed a little bit too much. They looked for a little bit too much.
Okay, but Mark's still here with a hook. He's getting the stun on Yagao. He still has no flash from level 1, and he goes down to Scout.
Yeah, and Kanavi might be burning a flash onto Scout here if he can get the knock up, but Scout very disciplined on the trigger, won't be caught out by that. And this is a much more fun early game than we've had for a lot of the LPL this split. We're getting a lot more action, and I'm here for it, Nymera.
Who could believe that Varus Ashe versus Draven Pyke could be a really nasty level 1 in early game? Almost like we told that right the way from draft. It is exactly as it is on the paper. Both of these teams know they have to snowball, and in true LPL fashion, instead of trying to keep hands away and saying, "Ooh, I don't want it to snowball against me," it is all in on the bot side of the map to see what they can get for itself. Somehow JDG have managed to claw back something in this bot side from a disastrous level 1. At the start of this, I thought, okay, Kanavi's separated from his bot lane. It's very, very dangerous. But then as soon as Missing gets out of this play, things get really difficult. This is the other thing about the Ashe support. Gets a 3-man volley there. Gets continual auto attacks. The slow from the Ashe is significant at these early levels when you're trying to disengage and run away. The double range is so hard to escape from.
Gao's dead. He will die. And that is a surety in this world. Weiwei will poke him with the big old lance. And that will be the end of that. And lost his flash again, pretty much off cooldown. So Yagao not having a good time here.
He has a death every 2 minutes. He's 0-3.
Yeah.
He has a death every 2 minutes.
Honestly,
he had
it's impressive on its own.
A pretty crap game 1, don't get me wrong. But game 2 looked pretty good again. It was awesome. This has not been the game for Yagao so far. He's had some on and off moments. I know historically he used to have that in previous iterations of JDG. But we were really hoping that he could see this out for his team. It looked like they woke up in game number 2. Can they see it through in this game number 3, even with that mid lane deficit? Scout with gold is pretty terrifying. And it's pretty simple, right? Loses the flash, but the flash is still there from Scout, who has the discipline to hold on to it and shuffle him back into Weiwei. JDG still have bot lane priority for this first Dragon of the game, and with Yagao returning back to the lane after that untimely death, we'll be able to return and assist that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Yagao got rulered, unfortunately. No, I'm not making that a thing. I'm not going to force for that, but
I mean, said it like 3 times in the cast.
I know. I'm only memeing it, but I mean, honestly, it is becoming like you know, the move itself, regardless of what it's called, of waiting for that flash or even predicting the flash while you go for it, is becoming synonymous with good Azir players. It's almost becoming kind of the standard that you're willing to go for, and it's similar to when we say like you know, an insect Lee Sin kick and stuff like that, where it's like this goes from literally god tier, can't believe he did that, to if you don't know how to do this, you're not good at the champion. So it really is kind of crazy how defining one moment in a game can be to the history of or even the standard of the game.
Yeah, there are definitely some moments where you're happy to just take a flash, don't get me wrong, but committing your own flash to guarantee the kill and the shuffle back is so important in some moments of this game, and particularly now with Yagao not even at Lost Chapter at this point. He's been shut down quite comprehensively in this early game, with, of course, Scout getting a lot of the lion's share from LNG instead. Like, have to really see if Scout can go and do what... So, Scout does this thing, by the way, we'll see it in the next couple of minutes, where once the first couple of fights start happening, he's the one which goes to a side lane on the strong side of the map with Nash's Tooth on his ear and gets a huge amount of resources from killing the outer turrets. If he gets that again, he's going to accelerate so much further forward than Yagao that LNG will have a massive DPS advantage if Scout can be in the right position. JDG need to be very aware of this Azir becoming a factor in this game.
Yeah, they need to be so very careful of where Scout is. How often does he roam off? How long has he been gone? These are things that you think should be commonplace for a professional player, but you sometimes get a long series like this, 3 games, even for someone like JDG, you've been traveling from Beijing to Suzhou, you have a little bit of time lapse, you know, you get a little bit tired, things, standards can slip a little bit. We have calmed down after our pretty good early game of 4 kills in a you know, kind of 6-minute time or a 7-minute kind of thing. We're kind of slowing down just a little bit. And congrats to Yagao. Hasn't given up a death so far, so he's slowly reducing the average of his deaths to time ratio. And we're very happy about that here.
It would be really hard to keep up a death every 2 minutes. Like, in a professional game, if you manage that, that's not good, folks. That's really quite not normal. He is going to go back to base and finally pick himself up the Lost Chapter to give himself some more mana sustain in lane to teleport back there. Getting towards our supports being able to move across the map too. Missing doesn't have his ult just yet. You can see that the second grubs have spawned though. He hits 6 off of this wave and arrow is available. Can Mark do the same on the pike? Get himself that death from below. That could be a huge, huge first ult of the game from LNG. If they get that extra golden pocket from Mark getting towards that, that would be big injection of gold.
Well, Weiwei looking to contest, will do indeed. Eats the arrow and just tries to walk away from it. Flashes away from the seismic shove, but Zika walks into the line of fire as the 3 grubs get taken there. Weiwei trying to see if he can maybe bait Flandre a little bit further in, but nothing going there. TP from Scout to the top side, but it's JDG now starting to pick up the pace, gaining back the momentum.
Yeah, you're going to have to play for another 10 years to bait Flandre 2 forwards like that. Well, I say that. He's definitely been baited once or twice in his time. Flandre back on the roster after, well, back on a roster, rather, after, of course, being out of play for a year, taking a break with that. Of course, he's facing up against the mid laner he won Worlds with. We mentioned that just the other game, but Scout and Flandre, 2021 EDG World Champions. What a roster that was. Flandre was in such a weird spot with that, though. It wasn't his peak year of play. For those of you that, you know, didn't watch back in the LPL back in 2015, 2016, he was such a big player back then. Scout's going to just about escape up here from that player. But Flandre, what a magnificent player he's had over his history of his 700 LPL games.
Yeah, and still growing with those games, still getting more, still getting even better.
Only gets larger.
It is. You know what? The funny thing is, it only goes up. You don't get any minus games, unfortunately, depending on how you remember them. But I mean, we'll see where they want to try and go. Flandre able to burn the flash off of Scout as well. So for the moment, no one's really too dishappy with the way his game's gone down. Azir does pick up a Nashor's Tooth, and with the 2 kills going over onto Kanavi, he is starting to become a little bit of a mid-game threat. He has a 20 CS up on his counterpart as well. Yeah. And this is starting to become a bit of a problem. As you can see, Mark needs to be very careful with how far he gets, or how close he gets to this Xin Zhao.
Oh, God, like, gotta be a little careful there, buddy. Has the cleanse and has to blow it.
Cleanse and flash burned here by Gala, as Ruler wasn't even part of that. And this is the power of the Ashe. The Ashe just becomes such an obnoxious pick because you lose your cleanse and your flash, they're down for a couple of minutes. That Ashe arrow is already a quarter of the way done, and she's level 7.
And one of the sad things about that, I think that was a bit of a trying to be a predictive Captain Jack, because he thought the arrow would land. It doesn't, so the cleanse is actually blown for nothing. Mark on this pike, first ult of the game yet to be cast. He needs to really keep getting involved because this Ashe, as you said, is getting value where the pike is starting to stall out a little bit. And the later the game goes, the much less useful this champion gets.
Missing. Thinking about maybe going for Mark there. Mark and Gala now have to stay back into the spot side, but a Dragon now going back over to JDG. We've had an unholy amount of Chem Dragons spawned in this LPL Spring Split, and we are going to continue with that trend. The LCK get Cloud Souls, we get Chem Souls.
Yeah, I would kind of prefer the Cloud Souls at this point, buddy. Like, this soul is just not really the one which changes the game particularly. The Rift is more important than the Dragons itself, rather
sure.
The Soul itself. The actual stats you get from it is okay. You get some slow resist and, well, some tenacity rather. It's actually quite valuable, don't get me wrong, but the Soul itself doesn't really change the game to the extent which the others do.
Yeah, it's not a game-ending or game-defining, but for now, JDG starting to really get back to this. Don't forget, they were about 2,000 gold down They've brought that back and a bit more. They're going to take this full turret if Scout ends up getting caught out here. There goes the Weaver's wall. Scout going to get hit by the Ash Arrow as well. No flash. He gets flicked back, and yeah, he knocks back Kanavi, but a heal coming in from missing just mean that he's not able to take back that kill. And I mean, this is starting to feel like LNG. They had a great start, and they just didn't really do a lot with it.
Yeah, there's only room for one ruler in the bot lane, so the Emperor is shoved very ungraciously out towards the death zone. Scout goes down. Ruler gets first turret in the bot side. That's a large injection of cash. He's got himself all of his summoners available. He's got himself the Blade, the Rune King. He is very, very fed now. Need to be very careful. Do LNG. That Ruler can't just free hit and run down with Ghosts, especially with someone like the Ash helping to continually reapply slows. That's going to be a big issue. Great knockup from Kanavi. Stacks it up on the Gromp to Q3, so he doesn't have to get an extra auto attack in before the knockup is primed. Yagao shuts off the way as well. Scout comprehensively shut down.
Draven sitting on about, I think it's 282 or 52 stacks. A bit far away from me there, but it is enough to get...
I've got you.
262, thank you so much. But yeah, if you're wondering how that's calculated, it's the kill plus 50 gold plus the stacks times 2.5. So let you guys do the maths on that at home. Yeah.
Hang on, sorry, second. 50 plus kill, which will say is 300, plus 2 times... Okay, if someone's dying at the other side. So we don't get that. Could you at least let Draven get to gold
your
so we can
maths.
check
The exam is still on. Continue with your exam. Okay. To ignore all distractions.
Oh. Right, 874 gold on the table right now if he doesn't die. So funnily enough, I actually do have a calculator next to me. I did a lot of time with calculators in my physics degree, and I just learned that, look, mental maths is going to stress me out too much. I'm just always going to have a calculator with me. And I think JDG, they don't need a calculator to tell that. Maybe don't give Draven another kill. That'd be a bit problematic. So they've got to play carefully around here as other members. They swarm towards mid lane. They have themselves the Herald. It will kill this mid lane in one shot if they want to drop it. See when exactly they want to place it.
Imagine they might want to keep it in for another minute 40 seconds. Maybe try to use that as a potential point of pressure after the dragon spawns. Yeah, this is Scout getting caught, and then there's not really much else to say. Just dies.
And Flandre takes down his old mid laner, the one which he lifted the World Championship Cup with. Ain't that poetic? We've had a couple of those today. Of course, we had the OMG versus old OMG. It was fun for them with NIP in the first series of the day. And in this one, we've gone the distance between two of our top teams. We assume to be anyway at this point in the season. JDG very much have the advantage right now. I think Kanavi has had an exceptional couple of games on the Shinzo as well. He hasn't picked up a player of the game yet for this series at least. It was missing, he got it in the game before, but the way he's playing in this one, I think he'll be on the shortlist for it. LNG needs to be very, very careful picking fights around this quite fed Shinzo.
Yeah, he's a big lad, and you're still dealing with kind of half items really on the rel. So yes, you have got the rune, excuse me, I can't remember what it's called. What's it? Aftershock, jeez. Could not remember the word of it to try and keep you tanky, but you don't have a lot of innate kind of tankiness to keep you going. Going full tilt to try and see if you can maybe get somebody. Scout does get caught out by a ward though, so they know he's there. Ruler pops the ghost. A nice little bit of pressure there from Scout, does get a summoner, but outside of that, doesn't really give them anything else.
Some little bit to poke there. Wait, you sure you want to be taking that? There's a chance that a Varasalt comes in after that. It isn't going to be the case, so he gets out for free. Missing now out of position, but dodges. Fancy feet.
Oh, they stop Wei from getting over the wall as well. The Ash Arrow comes in, Gala cleanses. I don't even think he needed to be perfectly honest. He could have just tanked that, it would have been fine. The flick back there onto Zika as he's the tank, and they take out Missing. That's a 1-for-none trade, and Zika is still on the Kazante. Ghost pops, and he is just flying away, running and sprinting off. But look at these health bars. You're not exactly the healthiest team in the world as LNG. You want to get some of these resets in, and that's exactly what they're going for. Wei just keeping everyone interested, keeping them a distraction while Zika gets a reset. Oh,
so Ruler still has flash, but he might have to blow it. Scouts.
Oh, he doesn't blow it, and he's waiting. He was waiting for so long, and he wanted to make sure he didn't have it happen a third time. But he ends up getting caught, and now LNG breathes some life back into this mid game as they get themselves their first dragon.
JDG really gets split up after the initial fight happens. Ruler should never be stood on his own at that point, in that position. I think that was a really big mistake from the other members of JDG to force Ruler into a position where he's isolated on his own. Scout makes the right play in picking him off, doesn't have to blow the flash that time to connect the Emperor's Divide. So LNG, despite the fact that the game was slipping away from them somewhat, managed to get themselves some gold in hand and stop the Dragon stacking from JDG. As much as we complain about Chemtech Soul, it's still a Dragon Soul. Scout, he's died a lot in this bot lane. There is a chance that Flandre runs at him again. He doesn't have his ult just available. I think he's trying to count down his ultimate to get the World Ender.
Yeah, it's a good
It's
start.
up now. Scout's in a bit of a weird spot, but he'll be able to fly away.
I was gonna say he should be fine. He's got the shuffle and a flash if he would need it. But let's have a look at the replay here. And again, it's just missing, almost getting caught out, and then it's just a little bit of an odd situation to be in.
I mean, this is a fantastic set of sidesteps from Missing. Uses the ult though, and then it's just a bit of an overplay. They don't quite have the timer when the top laners are coming in, and I think Kanavi and Missing kind of missed the memo on when the Cassante will arrive. I think Zucker, on the whole, has had a very good couple of games on the Cassante as well. Even in Game 2, he was the bright point from LNG. This player, someone that we've talked about as one of the better top laners in the LPL. But then right here, this is the mistake. The team gets split, Ruler is on his own, has to sidestep the pike hook, which means that he can't quite kind of flee a large enough distance to get out of the range of LNG's follow-up.
And the big thing of that fight was Gala got a cash out. He got himself about 1,000 gold, misses out on two ultimates on his side, now on 2.5 items, got himself a collector, has a last whisper. He's big in this mid game. He will one-shot someone like Missing if he's able to get a spinning axe onto them. So this is scary. This is a very, very scary moment here for the side of JDG where the game could start to snowball against you. You need to just calm down, get everybody back on track, and make sure you're not just losing random kills to a Draven Pike combination.
And that Draven as well, of course, going for the lethality, has a bit of crit chance from the collector built up, and I'd imagine it'll be a Lord Dominus Regards coming in soon after that point. But for those of you that missed this during the offseason as well, lethality no longer kind of gives you increasing value throughout the game. It now just gives you the full value right from the start of the game, which means that it is very, very strong to snowball with. Gala has built himself up a decent amount of lethality now, so if he's hitting anyone that, well, actually anyone, no one's a full tank here on JDG, they're going to take a lot of damage. JDG would very much like this game to not be about the spinning axes. How much can they really deny him from auto-attacking and getting involved in the fights, though? LNG are the ones who have won the Vision War currently towards the bot side of the map. With Baron spawning, they'll have to shift that towards the top side of the map. But that should be a really good point to kind of look at to see how safe does Draven feel he can be while knowing where the enemy members are.
Gold looking about dead even. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of JDG, but 3 grubs apiece. The Kevins and the Eddies fighting against each other now. That's what it can be. It'd be Kevins for one team and Eddies for another. That's how we'll distinguish them. 2 different groups of names, but this is getting tough. You know, this is getting a tough situation for JDG. Your comp is good, but it's very short range, and as you mentioned earlier, no one's really full tank. It's very squishy.
Yeah, it is. You have, well, your tank is, well, no, the Cassante is tanky before he pushes ult. At least he can press his W as well. The Rel is, Rel's a weird one, right? Because typically you're jumping into so many members, you don't often get to function as a tank because you're just shredded by 4 people you jump into if you miss your engage. And if you do hit your engage, they're CC'd, so does it matter if you're as tanky as you could be? That's a question for another time, I suppose. On the other side, really it is just Kanavi's ultimate, the Crescent Guard. That will be the way that you can play around the front line. The arrow's going to be a swing and a miss. Not going to land onto an important target from LNG, as JDG were fighting towards top lane vision priority and top side vision control. Scouts are moving out of top side, and Zucker's moving into the mid lane. We have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Wei going to jump straight in onto Missing. They won't get the Pike ultimate, but now Zika, he brings someone right back in. And that's no jungler. That's no support. You've no way of getting vision onto this. They're going to have to try and find out how to stop this Baron.
Well, I don't know if they can at this point. Flandre's uses ultimate, Ruler has 2. LNG still have pike hooks to play around. They can just wait for another cooldown of that. JDG, what can they do?
What can they do? They're getting a lot of damage down, though. They jump straight in on top of Yagao, but he flashes away and keeps himself alive. Flandre is looking good. Wei, not quite going down. There is the stand aside. And LNG, their health bars are just too low. Piercing arrow will not land its mark, but they will get them off the Baron. The contest had to come in there from JDG, otherwise this game was going to snowball away from them.
Very, very close to a clutch pick on Yagao, but he flashes out of the follow-up CC from Weiwei after the mount-up knockback lands onto him. What this means is, of course, no Baron. It means late resets from LNG as well. Despite the fact that they got a couple of kills, they're going to lose themselves the Dragon. I think they know that at this point. That's why Scout says, look, I can't really contest this right now. Can JDG take the Dragon quick enough before a Baron start comes up? Yes, they can. So it's not going to be a reaction Baron coming in from LNG on a kind of time scale which will force them into a really bad situation. But LNG still, as we said, this is one of the classics of them. They try and give all of these side lane outer turret gold shutdowns to the Azir. They do so. With the arrow missing, looks like we're going to fizzle out for a little while and look for the next player of the game.
Mark just keeping everyone on their toes. I don't know what Kanavi's doing there. Don't need to really be walking forward onto that one. That's a 3-item Draven you are walking into. He's going to try and just heal up off of this camp. So there goes the Streamer's Legacy. And honestly, the wards haven't been replaced here by JDG on the top side. So they are going to be trying to slowly walk into what is effectively going to be dead vision for them. They're going to be pure fog of war, and they're on it.
So there's a blue trinket which has gone over. Flandre's been spotted. He has himself an ult and an Edge of Night, so he's not going to get picked off too easily. The reason why JDG were face-checking that brush is because they really don't have vision here. Look how dark it is. They're trying to clump up and use safety in numbers, but they don't have that much vision onto the Baron. They have another blue trinket just there, but that's all of their map hacks down. They don't have their UAVs anymore. Missing's going to have to wait for his E cooldown.
They're going to look for Kanavi here, but they don't have everyone to follow up onto it. Zika gets jumped on here as the wind becomes lightning, and Kanavi just stands himself strong. He's not scared. He's not afraid to push himself into a good position, even to put himself into a dangerous position, because he knows that he can survive. He knows he can get out with his flash and his ult available. LNG have to deal with that mid lane. They're getting separated off now a little bit. And Zika is a little bit isolated here. He might be forced to use his ultimate if he can, but for the moment he's fine. The Magnet Storm is big, but Kanavi just acting like a huge wall of wind, just stopping everything from coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. Now the shoe is on the other foot. LNG don't have their jungler, and JDG can turn and burn.
That was so close to the clutch engage that Weiwei has been looking for the entire game, but I think a knock-up stopped him getting a clean combo. The Baron is now getting absolutely shredded. There's a teleport coming in, and there are some low HP bars. LNG, they can look for a fight.
They have to look for a fight. They can't go for the Baron after the fact. They'll take out Missing, but can they take out anybody else? The full ultimate comes in. They will get the Talia, and Mark will get out. It's 2-for-1 in favor of LNG. They lose 2 of the Barons off of JDG, but JDG will take that trade.
I mean, at least Scout goes down in return. Not having the Azir on the table gives a bit more freedom to JDG to maybe look towards side lanes and to get their Baron waves in position. They can at least, in the other side of this too, they stop LNG being able to put their feet over the fire in terms of the vision game after this point too, because the Baron's just not up to take. Great Weaver's Wall. The Kasance can't get over the walls without a flash. He's taken the Ghost. He can channel his W, but he has to sit there and take a lot of damage. He can't be the front line the team needs now. And as we just pointed out there too, Ruler isn't caught in the engage because Flandre manages to get a Q onto Weiwei mid-combo. And we are into a pause live on the game as Yagao and Scout still dead. I was just checking that no one else had died. I was just checking that nothing else had happened there. And Scout's on screen. Might be well, we'll hear more about it as we go through.
Yes, we normally get some extra information as it comes out to us. It does look... I always look to the referees. That's how I always do it. I always look towards the referees and see who's the more animated, who's the more active. For the moment, it doesn't look like any of the referees are really doing a huge amount of stuff, but it may be the JDG referee, so it might be a JDG side. Hopefully this will get sorted out ASAP.
Do you remember that one series, I think it was an LCK series, where there were 2 pauses in 2 different games where a player just forgotten to go to the toilet and had like an emergency toilet break 2 times in one series?
Yep,
that was one of my favorite pauses I've heard of.
Favorite is a very subjective term. But I mean,
look, put it this way. I remember that favorably, like fondly rather, many years afterwards. At least it's not the same as like a really stressful, tense bug, which takes out some of the momentum from the series as well. They can really draw something else. So I hope this gets resolved quickly, and that it's just going to be quickly dealt with.
Absolutely. Of course, we want to make sure all our players are 100% be okay to play. We'll kind of see exactly what happens here, but again, just wait to see where everything goes from this, because the game right now is in such a strange state. It does feel like it's whoever gets the right engage can turn it around and make it like anyone's possible to kind of take this one from them. So I feel like it's either going to come down to either a massive mistake or a big outplay from either of these teams to really decide who's going to win.
I think what's really underpinning that too is what we saw just before that Baron, right? When Kanavi had to be face checking because the ward and vision control has been so critical this series. We've seen that the team that's ahead typically has done a really good job of forcing the enemy team into mistakes, because they have to look for a certain pocket and just hope that they've won the mind game without full information to see if they can get themselves some extra positioning on the map. JDG just about get away with this one. It was a very hard fought comeback where they managed to get that Weaver's Wall into the right kind of position. The next phase of the game, with the Baron buff being on, gives JDG a very good chance to get back out onto the map, push some vision lines forward. They can't over-push right now, because right now it's LNG who've got some wards down to maybe potentially look for flanks and plays off of. But this could be a huge moment in the game where JDG can finally, in Game 3, get themselves the information they need to roll over the game.
Getting that information, making sure you're set up for success. And teams, again, pauses are not good for anybody. Unless, obviously, you pause right in the middle of a team fight. Then they're pretty good for someone. But nothing's happening. This is just a pure pause for, in the middle of absolutely nothing happening kind of coming out right now. But it is always tough. You can't talk. You're not allowed to discuss the game. You're not allowed to gain an advantage or more comms, more time.
And unlike the movies, there isn't just like a record scratch where it just goes... Well, I'm guessing you get... Well, guess how I got here. Guessing how we got here, huh? How's my day been going? You do like a rewind of the story. Sadly, we don't have that cinematic ability. I wish we did. It'd be very fun to have that. How would you lead up to a pause like this? What would be the story you'd tell to lead up to this? JDG, LNG, Game 3. What do you reckon's happened in the days?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what kind of a show we're doing. Are we doing a drama? Are we doing a comedy?
Maybe they had like, they could have had like a car chase on the way to the studio.
Yeah, the thriller.
Well, we've seen that Missing's a very good driver. We've seen him with the Herald.
That's
He's
true.
a very good driver. It could have been a car... For all we know, it could have been a high-octane car chase on the way to the studio.
In fairness, I've never seen Suzhou traffic, but I have been in several taxis in Shanghai, and that is terrifying. You need to be a good driver in Shanghai.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, you need to be a good driver,
It was quite surprising to me how... So one thing which I didn't realize is that a lot of people just like it's just kind of a cultural thing. Just seatbelts are just not really a thing in a lot of Chinese cities. So I was just sat there, I'm like, my entire life I've been told like you must wear the seatbelt or bad things will happen, which I definitely understand. Don't get me wrong. In the taxi on the way from the airport to the hotel for LPL finals, I'm like, this is different. I'm experiencing something here.
It is a different vibe when it happens as well, because it's like, I suppose because we're just so ingrained with the seatbelt, you just have to do it. And in fairness, it's not that even I understand. I definitively know the proof that seatbelts are a safer way of going about your days. So we'll see. Obviously, kind of, I still recommend to everybody listening, wear your seatbelts, wear your goddamn seatbelts. But
okay, so actually, that's the topic which I brought to this pause to try and buy some time. Have you got anything else to bring to the table while we try and figure out what the heck's going on here?
Here's a question for you.
I tend to have like 3 or 4 kind of like, okay, what have you got for me?
Do you have a driver's license?
I do, yes.
That's good, because you know what? A lot of people don't. That's the crazy thing nowadays. A lot of people don't know. We see it, especially in Europe, because we're not as car focused.
Well, so I grew up pretty rurally in the UK, and if you want to get anywhere there, you kind of have to drive or take like some coaches which take hours to get anywhere. So that was kind of a necessity for the area of the world which I've been in. Ever since I lived in London for a while, then I've moved over to Berlin, so I've lived in cities for a while there. As long as there's public transport, I just feel like I don't want to pay the upkeep for it. So yeah, I've kind of got the value out of my driver's license for now, and it gives me the ability to, own a car when I need it at some other point. But luckily for myself, I don't have to deal with car ownership right now. What about you? And I know you do, because you drove to work this morning.
I definitely do. I have had a car for the last while. I actually only got my driver's license about 3 years ago.
Oh.
And then so I've actually only had a license for the last 3 years, because much like yourself, and much the opposite as yourself, I should say, I've lived most of the time with like fairly regularly public transport. Yeah, literally. And now I have to drive to work.
Yep. So, Mazel and I were having a conversation the other day that we think that the Herald Shelly should have its own personalized license plate, which is just like SH like 11Y. Just have Shelly on the number plate. I think that'd be great.
I mean, I'd be down for that. I also, now that you mentioned Shelly, and I forgot that this is, I can't believe I've never made this. Now that you drive the Rift Herald, you should call it Shelby, like the very famous Ford Mustang driver. So you could call it the Shelby, you know?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
hey, we're back.
I'm not just a pretty face.
Back to the game.
But yes, we are jumping in. The R was used.
So I guess this will be the conversation which they're having, which maybe... So Mark did get a shutdown at some point. He did get a kill in that last fight around the Baron. Now, maybe it was a question about whether there was gold being gained or whether the cooldown was back. We don't have full information about this. This is purely speculation. But given that the Observer just highlighted it, I'm fairly confident it's one of those things.
Possibly, but we can just leave it as is. Bygones be bygones. As we have Baron available for JDG. They will have that for another minute 45.
Yep.
Gold is dead even. 3 dragons to 1. Next dragon in a minute 30. So you'll have the Baron until the dragon spawns. But I mean, if you're LNG, you're going to have that Rabadon's death cap up for Scout exceptionally quickly. So you're ready for this fight.
Potentially, but will he have it for the fight itself? He's just cleared through bot camp. If he gets this bot wave, he might get it. See how much gold he's away from it at this point. JDG have not been able to push up waves quickly enough to get all of the control of the map that they would have liked, but they have managed to push up top lane. Mid lane's the one kind of missing right now. If they manage to get mid lane pushed in, it gives them a lot more ability to position around this dragon. And as we were talking about before we went into, you know, seat belts and driver's licenses and stuff like that, vision control's the name of the game, folks, as we get back onto the Rift. And you can see that LNG have done a very good job of very quickly sweeping through what they can with the Umbral Glaive on the pike to make sure that they can get as much information and deny as much information from JDG as possible.
TP coming in now. 30 seconds till dragon spawns. That is going to be Scout. Good hook down. And they're going to try and burst out Kanavi. Both ultimates used by the junglers. Ash Arrow does land immediately into Zonya's. And the Weiwei, though, taking a lot of punishment. And Scout will go down. JDG, they found their mark with the arrow, and they were able to get him down.
Wards be damned. If you have the information, it's a great platform to build off of, but you still have to make the correct initiating decisions, which LNG just don't do. They go into Kanavi, who has ult. That was realistically not going to be a kill. It's a very tanky Xin Zhao. He's got the Sundered Sky for the healing. He has the Frozen Heart and the Mechanic Rooker. I have no idea where they decide to throw everything onto him. Watch this again. The hook lands. This is good. If you can get the ult for free, this is fine. Committing that ult from Weiwei, that's the mistake. And then after the arrow lands, the fight is completely over. You don't have the initiation and the backline access. JDG have won this fight, and probably at this point, won the series with a big enough power play like that.
I mean, it got them the Chem Soul, which is fantastic for someone like the Aatrox and the Xin Zhao, like you said. So, yes, it's not exceptional for the carries in terms of changing the game, but getting the kill onto the Aatrox becomes that bit harder. Getting the kill onto the Xin Zhao, like you just tried, becomes that bit harder. These are the small little differences that can make or break a game, and now JDG, they've gone from dead evens to taking the lead again, and they are looking to build up some more momentum. They're looking to keep LNG back on the back foot, constantly putting them back into their base and making sure they can't get any kind of opportunistic pick.
And you can see again, LNG, the hard-earned vision which they fought for, all completely gone. There's no objectives to fight for right now, so it means that they don't have to forage too deeply into the jungle, but it's just, again, giving them a harder time looking for the plays, which they actually were making very successfully before this point. It felt like they managed to get themselves into a really good spot before that Baron had gone over. Now we get ourselves a bit of a settled down series again, while we wait for the Elder to spawn, for the next Baron to spawn as well. We're getting towards increasingly high a number of items. Gala, almost at his 4th. Ruler, of course, only at 3, so he's going to be a bit far behind, but that's just kind of courtesy of Draven Pike being a good gold generation duo. Across the rest of the board, though, you rightfully called out the death cap coming in for Scout. You cannot allow him to free hit now. He will do enough damage. But that's been the good thing about JDG. They really haven't given Scout the same amount of access to damage as they did in Game 1.
Ash Arrow on such a short cooldown now that I don't mind just throwing it out every now and again. That's going to be the final outer. Taking down on the top side, or even not the outer, but the tier 1 taken down. TP on the backside, right in the alcove. This is some alcove gaming. They know Zik is there. It's going to be an immediate response.
Oh, good wall.
And they might try and just go for something a little bit more. There's going to be Zika popping the Ghost. They pop down the Shurima's Legacy as well. Everyone posturing, everyone trying to find an opportunity to catch out somebody else. But nobody ever really gets too close to danger.
LNG trying to play around their own pockets of strength and numbers. Almost managed to catch out Yagao. As soon as that wall was channeled, though, they realized, okay, not really going to be able to finish that one off. But they do now have strength and numbers on the top side of the map. 30 seconds before the Baron spawns. It's going to be a while till Elder comes up. So it's not like it's going to be a split map in terms of focus beyond that point. And with three grubs apiece, it's not like there's a huge split pushing advantage to one side or the other. With Flandre blowing his TP, he can't really be on bot side to buy them wave pressure there either. JDG, now they get their chance to run it towards the top side of the map and see what they can get for themselves.
This is potentially the final fight. Everyone just waiting for the summoners to come back up. Still no flash on Weiwei. Couldn't be too far away from getting that one back into his inventory, but having the Hex Flash means he's not completely without a summoner. Level 16 hit for Kanabi, that's big for the Crescent Guard. This vision control is now controlled here by JDG. They're going to be able to get the Scuttle and catch out any of these flank wards. It's such a powerful late game buff nowadays. It's just seeing it do so much in terms of controlling the vision.
We're also at the point now where the Pike is struggling to have huge amounts of value. You're looking for a single hook, and as we saw onto Kanavi, it's not really enough to even force out the front line to do that much from JDG. Plus, he is not a very tanky person. He hasn't died this game, but trust me, whenever he finds himself deep into a fight, he won't be there for very long. Red buffs now taken for both sides. Of course, beyond 20 minutes, buffs are global, so you will get them to the entirety of your team, but they no longer transfer over to people that kill you beyond the 20 minutes. Worth noting that the Azir soldiers now apply red buffs. They apply on hits. That might actually be quite impactful in this late game fight for the extra slow and the extra damage. Plenty of things to keep an eye on. These fights have gone either way in this game. One last one to potentially decide it.
There's the Weaver's Wall. They're going to be completely isolated away from this. There's a flash for Weiwei, but he needs to get over the pit. He needs to try and get in on top of this one here. He gets it! That's a steal for Weiwei. Huge moment here for LNG, but they need to be able to get out with as many buffs as possible. They accept their jungler is dead, and they will walk away from this. Big moment there for Weiwei. He knew what he had to do, and he did it exactly as just perfectly.
Rel is one of the best objective stealers in the game. With the EQ combos, you're doing a massive amount of damage to these giant buffs and giant creatures on the map. Gets the steal and potentially keeps LNG in it. They're not going to be able to wave clear. They don't have one of their biggest pieces of the front line, but this might have just got LNG into a position where if they can survive this initial push without him being alive, they can fight back onto the map.
Thing is, though, 10 seconds till he spawns, Elder Dragon and 45. He needs to get out of spawn and immediately rush towards that bot side. We can see their scout trying to put a bit of pressure in the top lane, maybe get a tower or so before the reset. But I mean, Nightmare, this game is so close, on such a knife's edge, and nobody's really getting a huge advantage either way.
Okay, so important thing is Weiwei not having flash now is actually pretty big. They have the Baron buff, but how can they use it? Scout has teleport and he's up towards the top side of the map. So he's got top priority available for them. They're going to be able to brute force through mid lane as well on this next wave. We're going to go back to see exactly what's happening here. We need to be quick on this one, though. The Elder is coming up, and it will be so important.
Perfect.
No true fight around this Baron, just the steal. We're back in towards the objective. Again, LNG trying to push up this mid lane wave as much as they possibly can, but now they are walking into JDG vision. How much does that change things?
Yeah, they're going to be spotted out here as well, so they know exactly where everybody is. There is a reset coming in there for Flandre, who can TP back into the fight. Elder Dragon has been started. This could be the final fight. Great TP work to come in. Gala instantly gets the cleanse out of there and knows that he's going to be in a lot of trouble if he gets caught. And he has been. He tries to flash over the wall, but he can't do any more damage. They're trying to see if they can take out Yagao, but he just can't do it. Ruler goes forward with absolute clarity and vigor, knowing that this is the final fight for JDG. They will continue their unbeaten run in series, and they will go to 3-0.
The three-peat champions of the LPL need 3 games to finish off LNG, but they are left waiting once more. The Chillins on the other side of the rift. They have gone 2 years without beating JDG in series. It is 9 in a row for Jingdong Gaming.
They will move themselves right up there alongside the likes of Billy. as a team that has yet to lose a series. Really well done there by JDG in the end. One dominant game each, one for LNG, one for JDG, but when it was all down to who could clutch up, it was going to be absolutely massive coming out from Ruler and Yagao as well. Like, I mean, the whole team just had a really good sense of how they wanted to play that game. And unfortunately for LNG, it just felt like nice little hook right at the end there from Flandre to his mid laner, his ex-mid laner. But, I mean, great from JDG. Truly, truly great to see them kind of, you know, coming together and keeping themselves composed after what was a shellacking in that first game.
That first game was a real wake-up call for JDG. First individual game that they have lost in LPL Spring in 2024 so far, but I'm glad at least to see that we had a good game either side in terms of snowballing, and the third game was close. These teams are competing with each other. The top of the table is exciting to watch, and there is a lot more left to be given from these top teams in the LPL.
Absolutely, but we're going to send it to a quick break because we are behind on schedule, Nightmare. We got to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we got our third series of the day. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just finished up in Suzhou. We got to fly all the way over to Shanghai. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined over this side by Nymera. Yeah, I know it's we're in a spatial awareness, but
it's somewhere.
It's somewhere. But we're gonna jump straight back into this particular game, and we're gonna see exactly what's going on because this is a pretty close one here. I think RNG had a little bit of a scare versus EDG, but since then they've been pushing some serious numbers and making this new lineup work.
They have in some ways, but I have to say RNG are a team I still have some questions about. They haven't necessarily cleanly closed games. Again, I keep remembering back to the AGG series. See how much they can go beyond it. And we have a Zyra. Now,
someone get Lore. Someone get Lore on the phone. We need an expert.
Okay,
we need an expert.
I'll have you know, I was the rank 1 Zyra in Arena on EU West for the last year. This champion doesn't seem pro play, but I have an awful lot of experience in what this champion can do with a lot of damage. And with the new support items coming through and a lot of gold income supports, Zyra is now back in a state where you can get up to the Zazax AP item and be a real threat at potentially one item, particularly ever since Leandris has moved away back towards being the DOT item again, without it necessarily being a mana item at the same time. Zyra is in a really good spot to be a pseudo damage source, but she is very, very vulnerable. RNG do have some backline access with the likes of the Renata ult already, so there's going to be a lot of responsibility on Crisp and Light to keep themselves safe. If they ever get gap closed on, it is going to be a massacre.
I mean, like, you got things like the Grasping Roots, of course, into the Stranglethorns. That long CC that, as you just mentioned, not only has CC, but a huge amount of damage. And you combo that with something like a Callista, which is just putting spears into you over and over and over again to rend. That could be a big, big amount of damage to be thrown into something like a Renata and an Varus, who are both inherently very short range.
Yeah, I think also at early levels, something which people forget is that the plants you spawn with your E, they have a stacking slow, which can go up to a 60% slow very early on if you stood in the middle of them. So if you're very good with your E placement and your plant placement, and there are multiple plants now on the pitch, we can see someone like a Varus or Renata without that much mobility getting kind of slowed into a fight with that Callista. So what can RNG do here? The Azir, of course, has been very, very high priority. Can be a bit of an issue if, again, the plants tag you with something like a Rylai's as well towards the backline. Can make it much harder for you to position. Between the Maokai saplings and then the Zyra plants, it's going to be very hard to find a safe place to stand from RNG's composition.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard, but we'll see what ends up coming out. For a lot of plants available for the side of Weibo. They've got a fairly green, positive
so
champ
I've
select.
admit now, yes.
Honestly, I would love it, but highly doubtful given the current state of Ivern. But RNG, they want to round out their comp. I was just about to say a little bit of extra engage, or maybe even just a front line would be nice to just kind of round this one off for them. They do pick up the Sejuani, so they've got that pick potential. They've also got themselves another opportunity to build a, kind of a bit of a front to back team comp if they get the right setups.
Of course, we have seen a lot of front to back today. This one is going to be a little bit different. You do have the LeBlanc be able to fly around the sides from the side of Xiaohu. Now, Xiaohu is absolutely one of the masters of smoke and mirrors gameplay. LeBlanc is this champion he's no stranger to. It feels like RNG, they definitely have the more conventional team composition, don't get me wrong. I guess 4 out of the 5 champions for Weber are also down that alley. It's just this support for Crisp. Crisp has been one of our players that will pick the different things. Will pick things a little bit out of meta. He'll pick the ranged champions. Now this can be very, very lane dominant from Weibo. Varus Renata has been very, very strong. But the more that we've seen Renata, we have seen occasional champions try to pick to counter it. This Zyra, if it works, is going to have to be a consideration for the rest of this series and potentially other teams to look at after the break and when these teams come back on the Rift.
And just see Laura in my mind's eye just rubbing her hands together going, yes, make her meta, make everyone else play her. And I mean, look, Crisp, a player of exceptional caliber, of course, a world champion in his own right, and this is something that he's going to be able to potentially navigate, and we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on it, because with these fringe picks, it does become less about the, less about kind of the pick itself and more how do you pilot it, how do other people react to it, and is it actually as good or as OP as you think it is? We'll have to wait and see, but I'm very, very excited to see how these compositions end up working together.
Well, we'll have to see as we head onto the Rift. A little bit of something new for our last series of Week 2, brought out by Crisp for Weibo. see how crispy is on that champion. You cannot afford positioning mistakes on this champion. You get shredded, cut down by like the weeds if you're out there. So RNG, can they pull the trigger early enough to punish this?
I have to wait and see, but we are jumping straight onto the Rift. A little break and straight back into the breakneck gameplay that we have known to come to know and love. RNG versus Weibo, both teams 2-1, and the crowd right now is electric.
Xiao's ring out once more. Shout out to the Spirit Blossom Ari cosplay. One of my favorite champions, obviously.
I was literally like, is he gonna say it? Is he gonna mention anything
Look,
about
I can't not mention it. I feel like I am obligated to. There is like, I appreciate their existence. I'm happy with these people in the world. I'm happy with you, dear listener, in the world as well. And I'm happy to see the Zyra on the Rift. Now, it is worth saying, it's only won one game out of the 5 that it's been picked so far in the season, and that was by Mickey X on G2. We'll say it wasn't a particularly good game on the Zyra either. Got picked off an awful lot. In fact, looking across every single game, between 3 games in the PCS, 1 game in the LGL, and then of course 1 in the LEC, not a single one of these games has gone kill positive. They have died an awful lot. That's kind of what you know as a champion. Has gone for the Comet this game as well. Probably starting towards that E, you can look towards the double root and see if you can get yourself any of those plants spawned. Really looking to see how they play around the range. It is in fact the Q start there, I guess the double poke. And how much they can really get this lane dominance active.
And lane dominance will come from level 3 onwards, you imagine. The Varus with the hail of arrows, just exceptionally good at just keeping you pinned down, not really able to move forward. Not only is it a damaging ability, but it's also a slowing one. And of course, the Grievous Wounds this early in the game do actually do a lot in terms of negating any of your healing from pots or anything like that, or heals. But we'll see what they want to try and go for right now. Both teams running double teleport for the moment. Good ward here from RNG to spot out Xiaohao onto this buff as well. But this is going to be the first Zyra in the LPL since, I believe that's Snake versus IG. It was IG Megan back in 2017. That was 7 years ago.
Oh my word.
2,376 days.
And I know that, you know, the LPL has not always been a region which loves its range supports. A lot of the time, I mean, you've got players like Mako, don't get me wrong, but there are some, you know, typically we'd like to go towards our engaged champions like the Leona and the Nautilus. This champion coming out now, I'm really interested to see how it works. Worth noting, this is an AD LeBlanc in the mid lane. It has been nerfed. We've been through this before. But that does mean that the AP damage coming in from the Zyra will almost be sole AP. You do have a little bit coming in from the Maokai, but with the Phase Rush, I'm going to imagine that's going to be tanky over something a little bit more AP. We'll see if Wei can gank his old mid laner Xiaohu. He's jumping forward. He has no jump now.
Yep, no jump, but does have a flash. Will he be able to get away from this one? Should be fine. Just take a bit of a passive damage from the W activation of the Sejuani, but outside of that, flash burnt and great patience from Wei, just recognizing, hey, Xiaohu, I know very well how you play this. I'm your old jungler, remember me? So knowing the trade was coming.
Very much the master and the apprentice of the mid lane and the jungle. Wei used to be the player that was guided around by Xiaohu as a mid jungle when they play the Ahri Vi and the Wukong combos and all of this. And now it is Wei who is leading RNG in Xiaohu's absence. Everything which RNG has ever won has been under the tutelage of Xiaohu. It's been such a interesting story to see how both of these teams have performed. After, of course, Xiaohu left RNG and joined Weibo, they made themselves to a World Finals. But even then in the LPL, this was a team that was all over the place. They had to really fight for their position at the World Championship, which of course they made the absolute most of. RNG, they had a difficult year. Series like this to give yourself the extra boost of confidence in the new roster which is coming through with a couple of changes like Ming coming back into the roster. Gosh, that player's been on RNG for the longest time. LWX joining as well. This is important confidence building for these teams.
And we haven't even talked about it. You obviously mentioned LWX coming onto the roster. It's LWX versus Crisp, you know? This is the 2019...
Oh, true. Very true.
2019 FBX bot lane that won the World Championships in Paris. So this is another, again, you look at some of the names on this. Breeze, Wei, LWX, Ming, Crisp, and like, you know, Xiaohu. These guys have won a hell of a lot of League of Legends in their time in this league and beyond. You know, I would argue Xiaohu possibly the greatest player in terms of MSI success, in terms of the fact that he was able to win so many and in different roles. You know, I think that's a fairly decent argument for that. So we'll see what they're able to do.
that we can. Of course, it feels like... I'm not going to call them the odd ones. No, actually, no. I'm going to call them the odd ones out. Xiaohao and ZDZ, other players are kind of like third-partying this kind of family reunion in certain ways, but they are players with an awful lot of eyes on them too. Xiaohao is my jungler. Heck, he's my player to watch coming into this year, because a lot of people don't know exactly how much work this guy did on Anyone's Legend last year. Yes, it was a team that struggled. They went on like a 7-8 match loss streak before they found a win. He was the heart and soul of that team, but they managed to find some successes. He's brought over his top laner from that team as well in ZDZ. They've been doing some good work in this split so far. Really interested to see what they can do about Wei and Breathe. Of course, a top jungle with an awful lot of history and pedigree, as we've mentioned.
Both teams happy to trade sides of the map for the moment. Of course, we did see that the grubs were taken by Wei on the top side, which means that the bot lane was pretty much free for the push. Wait to see where these supportal combats will go. They are starting to get a little bit antsy on top of Tang Yuan, who does throw out his ultimate. Nice handshake as well from the side of Ming. Does mean that there's no real follow-up on top of that little exchange. Over a ward, mind you. So, you know, vision is important, and our players are showing one.
Indeed it is. So, not that much early action. The lane down and bot side has been fairly equalized. Got some very lane dominant champions on either side. Neither of them have come to a proper all-in just yet, and it hasn't come up to any particular CS advantages. Interested to see, of course, how the support items are going to keep themselves topped up as well, because Zyra is very long range and therefore going to be able to stack up the damaging portion of the support quest a little quicker than someone like Renata, who's working on longer cooldowns and slightly shorter ranges. That might end up meaning that he reaches the power point of the Zazax, the AP support item, a little earlier than Ming reaches their Solstice Slayer, whatever item they go to.
Oh, the handshake into the Glacial Prison. And he is dead. First blood goes over to RNG, very cleanly and calmly done. And this is exactly what you talked about. The Zyra's great until she gets caught.
Yep, Zyra feels awesome until you get hit by CC. That was very disrespectful by Crisp, walking up like that. Light wasn't in position to put down auto attacks onto Ming if they hit anything. Felt like they could have just played a little bit longer range. Eats up a handshake, dies for the attempt as well. So that's a good kill going over to LWX. And I hate to say this, folks, when Zyra starts dying, it doesn't tend to stop. So Weibo will need to keep a very close eye on the next time that there's an aggressive move walking towards the flashless Zyra on the bot side.
Now, Xiaohu looking to see if he could be a bit of a nuisance in this mid lane. Of course, Knight played the LeBlanc after everyone had already said our eulogies, and AD LeBlanc is dead, and we're never going to see it again. And then Knight came out on BLG and was just like, nah, it's still good, don't be worrying about it. So, very much still something that people have been... Yeah, it's been good.
It has been, and we even saw Haichao take some really good AD LeBlanc games as well. I mean, LPL players are just very good at it. And the thing is, even though a lot of the attack speed nerfs to LeBlanc are definitely relevant, if you're playing around the energized build with the the Voltaic Chainsaw, Cyclo Sword rather, again, all of these sword items, like, I appreciate how gaudy the names are, they are just a bit confusing, but if you're playing around that, you don't always need multiple auto attacks. You can just go in for a single energized attack, and that can win you a trade, especially if you're against champions which can sometimes struggle to put down auto for auto trades against you. Very interested to see now how Xiaohu can control the map with this. He is one of the best split pushers of all time. He's very, very good at getting into side lanes and finding fights off of that if he does need to. We haven't seen it from this split from him. Very interested to see how he plays it.
We shall see, but for now, it's just that one kill. It's only about 1,000 gold, mainly, I would say, in that top lane. And that kill, of course, because there's about a 10 CS lead just there or thereabouts between the two top laners for the moment. Xiaohao going to walk over here, try and get a little bit of information if he can. He hasn't been able to get much going for him, but now having that access to everyone's ultimate should be able to maybe make a bit of a move. And thankfully for us on this particular game, the Chem Soul will not be the soul of choice for this particular one. It will, in fact, be a different one. That won't be Mountain or Chem Soul, but again, just having the grub spawn and look for 6 of these, huge.
For sure, and also denying them away from a team composition which could be using the LeBlanc to hit towers for free. Now, you'd love to deny some of these as Xiaohao, but can you fight for them? Now, 2 of them are already gone from the second spawn. Xiaohu has no mana to particularly contest, but he's managed to deny something from Tenuan.
I'll wait to see. Yeah, there's the 1. So it's a 5-to-1 trade. Still very positive for RNG. And now Wei, he did this bot lane, and we'll see him do a top lane if he can. Has access to the ultimate and the flash if he wants to go for something crazy. Just going to go for an immediate kind of trade here, Breed, looking for that leap strike, trying to bait in maybe a little bit more here from ZDZ.
ZDZ, I think he should be safe here. I don't think there's really anything in room for a dive at this point. ZDZ going towards the Barmies first, not looking towards an Iceborne Gauntlet. Something, Shahu taking a tower shot. I think both these mid laners are looking to get a recall and get their teleport back into lane, so it is just the ultimate traded. No real 100-0 threat at the moment.
Trying to get something else going. It's a bit of a slow burn for the moment. Obviously, it's 11 minutes, only 1 kill. I think both teams just trying to ramp up towards that first item. The Kalista and the Zyra would love to get up towards the first kind of real power spike with those items. Of course, I would imagine you're going for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter as your first item here for Crisp, which is a little bit more expensive than your average support item.
So you do see, of course you do see Rylai's a lot, don't get me wrong. The Liandry's first has been seen an awful lot in the games which we've seen though, because if you get the double support item, well the double item of Zazax into the Liandry's, you're actually a pretty good one item threat, and particularly against, you know, the Renata and the Azir, which don't have any sustain. If you get a tap onto them, it's really kind of annoying. But of course, the Liandry's, that's been a staple as well. You're getting towards the combo of the Liandry's Rylai's either way. Once you hit the 2 items at that point, well, I mean, we'll see how much gold they get at this point. It is very, very valuable.
Breed's just been honestly having a fantastic time up in this top side. The Jax does so well into the Cassante, just being able to have that pressure constantly putting him underneath the tower. And you may not ever really kill the Cassante, but you always have him low enough that he can't really go for his own plays. You can never really count him in for a gank or really any kind of roam after the fact. So when everyone kind of pushing towards top side and the pressure him resets, Weibo should be able to pick up their second dragon of the game.
I think ZDZ as well, just quickly going back towards that as the dragon is taken, as you rightly said. He's also playing with enemy wards in his jungle very deep. Breathe has done a really good job of just walking into the enemy jungle, making sure that there's full information for him to play as aggressively as he likes and make sure that the Sante can't get good value out of it. Tanyuan starting to take some worse and worse trades because the Nash's Tooth is pretty good for individual, well, for good DPS and good wave clear, but the Shiv, particularly with the way that it works with energized attacks charging up more the more that you move, and LeBlanc being a very mobile champion, can look for the single auto for auto trades. LeBlanc tends to beat them. Yes, that's a great double root.
That is an incredible double root. Can they go? Oh, the handshake! So well done there by Ming. Just completely mitigates anyone from getting anything else out of it. That was beautiful there from the support of RNG.
Gosh, Crisp and Ming both having themselves a really good moment there. Double root came out of nowhere. I was just, you know, thought we would be having no action for a little while, but the trigger's pulled. Single CC lands. Things almost fall up after that point. Sadly can't quite follow up to the level that they need to. And we are back to square one in regards to making plays. We do have the Zazax now completed for Chris, and we have support not quite completed for Ming, so it is going to be quicker for that Zyra on the other side. First items coming up across the board. Interested to see how our first big fights of the game are going to happen. We haven't really seen much angling for skirmishes.
We'll wait to see. Nothing really, as you said, skirmishes have been at a premium in this particular game. Had a lot of time to just wait and figure out what works for everybody, what seems to be working for you. Again, you would love to get up to those first items before you really go for a fight here as Weibo. You're so desperately reliant on this Kalista getting ahead, having that pressure and priority, especially when you combo with something like the Zyra. They land the CC and they get their kill. One quick pick is all it's going to take to turn that Rift Herald into an easy objective.
So this was the worry about using so much in their bot side fight. You had all of your ultimates used on that one. Now ZDZ, you shouldn't really have been looking there, but he's going to end up being fine at that point. But Weibo just very, very disrespectful of the fact that they had no ults up to fight that one. They're going to get themselves some good damage on the tower. They don't have the multiple Void Grub buff, though. They have a slight bit of DOT. None of the mites are going to be spawning, though. So they're losing out pretty heavily in that trade. RNG, good gold advantage. And in a matchup, which I think, you know, a lot of us probably would have favored Weibo on paper versus RNG. RNG off to a good start, at least. Let's see if they can convert that.
It is all about converting. You can see Chris just really wants to try and get some kind of a combination here with the ult and, of course, the Tangle Barbs. But, excuse me, not the Tangle Barbs, that's Nico, but a lot of horn-based champions. Yeah, Stranglethorns. I was trying to think about it. I was like, there's definitely some kind of barbs or thorns involved.
So, funnily enough, I had a really awkward moment. So there was, so we see this fight here. It's an ult of the Shao. That was a pretty easy one. They didn't have the ults. They lose that one for free. But I actually played more games of Zyra this year than Ari because the champion was so busted in Arena. It's probably the time which most people have seen this champion recently because it hasn't been that popular for a little while. What you start to realize is that when Zyra actually gets items, and this is kind of the link between, you know, the fun game modes and then something a bit more structured like ranks and your competitive, is that when you actually get items, this champion does an unreal amount of damage. They have managed to keep the death count to just the 1 right now. Very interested now to see how Crisp actually sets himself up to be the 1 magic damage source on Weibo, because it's not often that you see the mage support. I mean, you see sometimes a Brand or a Vel'Koz or a Xerath, but you can do significant damage from this role.
You can indeed. It's been a very... Look, I'm gonna keep it a $150. It has been slow. It has been 2 picks. It has not really led to much else. And we are sitting here waiting for anything to kind of come about. I do hope we do get a fight in a minute's time, because that will be Dragon Soul point available for the side of Weibo. And I hope that RNG recognize they can't just let that one go for free.
Well, the thing is, Weibo have options, right? And I think the game being slow favors them because they're looking for, at least for right now, we'll see about later, but what they want to really be doing is pushing down side lane turrets, if they can. Now, they've lost the bot lane out of one. You're not expecting Cassante to push in Jax, but this AD LeBlanc on the top side is reaching the point where she can start getting occasional autos on tower. That's what I want Weibo to see if they can leverage. How much chip damage can you get, and how much value can you get out of that?
Don't worry, Nightmare, I'm still here. You're still here. Just letting it breathe, letting it have a moment. So it was a moment when you're online that you don't want you to go, oh God, have I disconnected? Have they disconnected? And I just wanted to make sure you knew you're still all good.
Absolutely fine, and with you, it looks like we are gearing up for the dragon, spawning a little bit. Feels like we're, you know, kind of like the captains of the air.
Here we go.
Captain speak. We'll be flying down towards the mid lane outer turret, cruising at a height of approximately 6 feet. Just strap in the sequence and enjoy the ride. And it is going to be the way going to be driving into this one. He's going to be potentially caught out, but dashes backwards.
Dashes backwards, keeps himself safe. Tower goes down to about half HP. There was no real world they were going to be able to fully get that. Tang Yuan taking a bit of a hit. Ooh, nice prediction from LWX with the piercing arrow to catch Xiaohu on the rebound. But now, this is the time you fight. You've got 1 item. It's the Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Crisp as the first item. You got the Blade of the Rune King for Light alongside a Serrated Dirk. This is the time to fight.
Look at the vision. Look at the vision from the Maokai and from the Zyra. These plants are giving them the free entry to the bot side river. But RNG have to back off because Weibo can face check too effectively.
Dragon resets. Everyone just kind of getting the priorities straight. Xiaohu took a first chunk. Going to throw an ult at ZDZ and completely whiff on it. So, but do they have the damage? It looks like they do. Weibo just saying, yeah, you can have that dragon, no problem whatsoever. We'll take the mid turret. So the trade comes in. And unfortunately for me and for you, that means no more fighting for at least another probably 5 minutes.
It's the Peaky Blinders all over again. No fighting. These teams are just looking at each other and going, yeah, maybe not right now. Weibo, they open up the mid lane turret. Now, Xiaohu is about to get himself towards his second item as well with the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. Your energized attacks come up much more often, which means that you can go for the dash trades much more often. This is going to be a very important point in the game to see if Weibo can start opening up the map really properly.
And how are you, Nightmare? How are you getting on? How's everything in life treating you? We talked about driver's license and stuff, but you know, it's a bit of, I'm sorry, it's a slow game. I'm just curious to make sure you're doing all right, you know?
Yeah, so okay, I'm okay. So the last time I was casting was 2 days ago. We had all 9 games. So I'm quite glad this isn't another 9-game day. At least it's limited to at least maximum 8 because of the 2-game series we had at first. I have to say, casting the equivalent of the entire LCS weekend in one sitting is, it's kind of something. LPL does not really, let up with the punches, and luckily we get to kind of, I'm not going to say brain off, because that's actually quite an intense game of macro stuff, which will be happening in a little bit, but like, I get to rest the vocal cord just for a moment, just to see what happens in this one. So, I'm somewhat thankful for one slower-paced game to just kind of let my brain kind of exist without too much going on for a bit.
That's fair. I respect that. I think, yeah, even though we're obviously not covering every single day of the LPL, I think we're still covering like over 60% of it, just the way the days fall and the amount of games or the matches we're covering. So it's still a lot.
I've been
it's still
watching the other games anyway, so
yeah.
You know, a lot of the rest of us casters are sat there. We load up our own streams, we co-stream it to bring some kind of English commentary over the top of it and see what's brought there. We've had some great games. We've also had Rammus Yumi. That pushed me, Yashin. It pushed me. I sat there. I thought, I can understand the theory. The theory didn't work, Yashin. It was very bad. I've heard that, I was talking to Kelsey Moser about this. Apparently, Senna Rammus is actually much better, but I'm yet to be convinced. I would like to see someone try it. I don't care even if it loses, just because at least we get something to talk about.
That's true. I mean, it's always fun. I mean, we have something to talk about here with the Zyra, and we'll see if that makes
like the water
Lore
cooler
sad or happy. We'll be fine though. We'll get,
true, yes.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It'll be fine.
As I said, I've been picking up the Zyra for the purposes of arena and climbing to top 100 on whatever there, because the champion is utterly busted when there's no minions around because the plants auto-target you. Xiaohu's just being a bit of a nuisance up here. So what was really funny with Zyra in Arena is that there was an augment called True Shot Prodigy, where if you damage someone from beyond, I think it's about 1,000 units away, you would auto-fire an Ezreal ult at them. So Zyra's plants just kind of like spit like a harmless little ptah at you, and then just the artillery loads up in the background, and suddenly you've lost all of your HP because it happens on like a 4-second cooldown. It was very fun. I enjoyed it for a while. I don't think anyone else really enjoyed it. It got banned out quite a bit, but still, I've enjoyed seeing it in that format. I'm kind of sad that Zyra's not going to be... I'm not going to be able to play that version until the mode comes back.
And the Zyra right now, like, we can have obviously a bit of time before anything goes in. I doubt we're going to see either team go for this Baron as of right now. Might see a little bit of a fight, but no. Just keeping themselves safe. Resets coming in for the Jacks and whatnot. But the Zyra is just a very interesting concept in as a whole, because it's like it locks in so many ways and, you know, so many kind of facets of their abilities. But having that extra little bit of, like, you know, having the plants pop up for extra vision, having the double CC layer down, so it's not just damage. You are incredibly utility based. These are the differences, if you will, that will make her kind of just push her a little bit over the edge. And the funny thing is, the longer this game goes, the more relevant she becomes, because you're building full support items, which are great for the Ming, but for full AP, when you're basically the only AP damage, is fantastic for the side of Weibo.
I mean, and as soon as you get the 2-item combo of Liandry's Rhylize, so the burn from Liandry's obviously keeps applying Rhylize, and that means that if you're in the plants, they keep taking you. It's harder to leave the plant's range because you're slowed, and the damage keeps racking up. And because you look at a lot of RNG's team, they have some range. They, you know, you have the Azir and the Varus. It's an on-hit Varus, it's not the longest range version of it. Zyra outranges most of RNG's team composition. So if you manage to set up to an area quick enough, you can kind of use the passive seed spawns and then also kind of play around some choke points. You don't have to use all of your seeds in one go. You can just kind of put just one up and see what you can tag. That's a pick onto Light, but he gets out with a cleanse. We're still not fighting right now, folks.
We are not fighting, but it's an ult for an ult. Jungler's now ultless, as well as Light's Fate's Call. He also lost his cleanse, but exactly the kind of situation you want to be using it in. So the Jack's still pushing up on that top side. Both top laners have themselves their teleports as everyone slowly but surely tries to put some foothold in this river. The dragon has spawned. This will be the second of the match for RNG. We'll put Weibo back on the soul point. We talked about that. It is a Cloud Soul, so not the greatest in the world. And again, I just feel like Weibo, they're just too scared to walk up to this, and it's going to be taken pretty quickly.
Well, that it is, and they can face check pretty well, but Xiaohu might have to give his life for it if it comes to it. You're not getting that much poke down either. They care a bit too late, and here comes Jax.
Yeah, here comes Jax and the Cassante. Xiaohu trying to run away from this one here. There goes the hostile takeover. Does get a little bit of a peek there. Drop down the ultimates, though, as they try to burn down this Jax. He's got a bailout on him, so he might be able to go down. He hasn't got down yet. They couldn't kill him off. And RNG get the dragon and a single kill. This game is just taking forever. Xiaohu being an absolute nuisance to try and stop the Jax from recalling. But at the end of it all, I mean, RNG took down the dragon, or the dragon and the jungler. They could go for Baron.
Folks, we have been from Yagao dying every 2 minutes to this. We have had 3 kills at 25, the Baron goes up and they have plenty of damage for it. Weibo I think they've really messed up the way they approached that dragon. They didn't manage to keep themselves in the right area at the right time. They don't have everything they want to play around. Markai's not here. They're just looking for a fight, I guess.
It's a 4v4, and they're going to look for a fight. There's going to be a huge amount of damage going down. The Zyra is dead. They don't really have the damage to turn on to breathe, and that is a Baron as RNG start to fully take control of this game. 5,000 gold over Baron, and they got the dragons equalized.
Well, I mean, I'm glad they picked the Zyra so I could chat about how fun it was in Arena, but the champion is really struggling right now, and Weibo struggling to play this in general. I think the big issue is the fact that Jax has such a side lane chokehold that they have to walk in here without waiting for RNG to go peel off the top lane or something like that. They have the ability to sit on the objective, bait Weibo into them, and then take the fight afterwards. Weibo now against the Baron, they can't play as slow as it was before because RNG are just going to slowly whittle away on their towers, both in this mid lane and then also in the side lane where the Jax is a real problem too.
Now RNG can start to put in some work. Now they can start to take down some of these towers, really put in some serious work onto the structures outside of the base of Weibo. Weibo kind of sitting here waiting for a miracle. They need a mistake, you would almost imagine. RNG looking a lot cleaner. It's been slow, don't get me wrong, but 7,000 gold now is their advantage, and they are in complete control of this game.
This is something that we saw a little bit in the RNG EDG series too, where it felt like when they had a lead, they keep on to it, but it was pretty hard for them to close out.
Here we
Do
go.
they have the Shurima's Legacy? That's a good Stranglethorns.
It is a good Stranglethorns. They try and separate everybody out. They are going to finally get way down. That's one kill, but they lost their base. The inhibitors have been opened up. There's the Fate's Call to try and make sure their support doesn't get caught out. Tanguin has to go golden to keep himself alive. LWX picks up Crisp, and everyone's getting very, very low. Light does use his cleanse. It does not go down. Everyone's just so low. These Hellfires are so tantalizingly close to be giving you the kill, potentially even the game for RNG. But everyone just backs away. But importantly for RNG, they've broken the base.
And importantly, the Zyra death counter reaches 3. Ults themselves back in with the Callista to try and set up for a root. We'll see that a little bit in this replay. It's a bit of an overpush from RNG. Flash root from Chris. One of the big changes to Zyra is that you can now kind of cancel your E with a flash, or like you can carry it forward with a flash. Means that play gets set up. First kill onto the jungler. Well played from that one. They still have the Callista ult to bring Chris back out. Use some safety here. Tries to go in for another root. I don't actually think he's looking for the knockup onto Breed. I think he is actually maybe looking for a root onto LWX. If it is that case, either way, gives up his life for it. It's a bit of a failed play.
But RNG, happy with the situation now. They've got themselves equal on Dragons. They're way ahead in terms of the gold. They're just looking and feeling fantastic. And now they have to try and start to get a bit more presence over Weibo, start to really suffocate them out. They still have they did have a couple more seconds of the Baron. Actually, they still do. Just haven't got a timer on our side, unfortunately. But they should be able to get this last outer turret on the bot side.
Baron buff is now gone. Problem is with this is that you'll notice every single member of Weibo is under this turret. That's not where they want to be. They want this LeBlanc to be somewhere else. The AD LeBlanc is fine at getting some poke damage down, but where they're really strong is about chipping turrets. They haven't even taken the side lane out of turrets. This is a failure from Weibo to utilize their composition. I thought maybe with the game being kind of slow, they'd be able to finally get some kind of purchase towards the side lanes, but credit to Breed, particularly on this Jax, for controlling everywhere outside of the mid lane, and it's given Weibo a lot of different problems with his composition, which I'd imagine they wanted to play with Cassante holding a lane, everyone else kind of sat in the mid lane, kind of making sure that wave was stable too, and then it was really the LeBlanc pushing something on the sides. That's just not really happened.
No, it really just felt like, I don't know, Xiaohu just hasn't felt that comfortable on the pick, or I don't know, it hasn't worked out the way the side of Weibo have wanted. But RNG now a full item ahead in terms of LWX over his counterpart Light, and really just making it so it's just so hard for this Callista to try to put spears in.
Have you ever read or kind of interacted with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I've never read it, nor have I ever watched it.
Okay, alright. I'll have to explain something to you then, because there's a particular funny scene where some random stuff happens, and there's a bowl of petunias, which becomes quite important, because this bowl of petunias, not to explain too much, is an infinite cycle of being reborn and dying, and this time is reborn as a petunia. I feel like I feel like this means something to this man on the screen. Thank you, Crisp. This Zyra is the Petunias who's just sat there going, oh, not again. He's almost at his third item, almost there towards the Leandries on top of the Rylai's and the Zazaks, but this poor support, I mean, we kind of said it was coming. We've seen it in every other Zyra game as well. I know people are trying to make the most out of this champion being really obnoxious at kind of being a zone control, stable mage support where you can sit in an area and kind of control a zone. Hasn't really been the case. It's just been, you know, mulch, bit of fertilizer.
Just kind of been there, really. Hasn't really done a lot. Just been there, looking at you, kind of going, yeah, this is fine.
They've been quite literally a wallflower.
Yeah, yes, honestly. A wallflower that gets randomly burnt every now and again just for the sake of it, really. But we come back in. The Dragons now up. Sole point here for RNG. They are taking this slow and steady. They are not risking this anywhere. We haven't even really talked about Breathe on this Jax, who's just been on a side lane, basically constantly pressuring in ZDZ. So ZDZ just, because of this pressure, ZDZ just hasn't been able to join the rest of his team.
Yeah, I definitely praised Breathe earlier for kind of like putting Weibo into a weird position, but it's like, yeah, I guess ZDZ on the other side is like, well, what am I going to do? He sat there just kind of holding a lane. Weibo, again, they're going back to a very slow style. Crisp can potentially get Kalista ulted out. He's safe for now, though. Save that. They beat up another ult, actually.
Yeah, needs the Chain of Corruption.
Not sure you want to throw all of that at the Kalista support. Maybe not 2 ults, RNG. It's a bit much.
It's a bit much, but I will say that the Chain of Corruption should be on a fairly low cooldown this late in the game. But Xiaohu now moving forward, level 18. These auto attacks will do work if they can get on the right targets. There is the ultimate from the Maokai to try and jump in and try and catch out somebody here. That's a fantastic hostile takeover, but it can't get way out. Tangle Bard stops any kind of re-engage. As you can see now, Breathe looking for Xiaohu, looking to take him down before the rest of the team can exit. They have taken down both junglers, which means neither team going to feel confident going for that Baron.
It means that nothing else is going to happen!
Yep.
We're sat here finally getting some kills, and no, it means very little, folks. Breathe losing the teleport is actually quite relevant, because it means that he can't kind of sit in bot lane and wait for the Baron to be started up yet again for some kind of way to bait Weibo in. So this starts after the 2 ults have been blown on the Zyra. And you're completely right, they are lower cooldown ultimates than the Fate's Call, you can use that. But if the fight happens immediately after, you don't have those 2 ultimates. Chris manages to get off the back of the plate, ends up zoning out a little bit more.
The Baron.
Come back to live. And now the Baron has been started, Breathe is still here, Wei is coming from base, so the smite will be here in time.
It will indeed. It's going to be neither jungler, though, for the moment. As Xiaohu takes a fierce chunk of damage. This is a straight flip. There is no junglers here. This is not a 50-50 just yet. The Zero goes whiffed and nothing can happen from it. So you got to get way into the pit. You got to get him in there to get that Baron, and he does. Now, turn and burn for the fight. RNG looking to try and take down as many health bars as they can. They're being slowed, though. These plants are just constantly annoying. Wei comes back in, gets the Baron, and dies almost straight away. Everyone chasing them down. They don't want them to get away with these Baron buffs. They want to try and take away as many as they can. Light just corralling them closer and closer, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of there with many more kills, but they're committing everything.
They're committing, but what are they realistically getting out of this? He still has all out to ZDZ.
They do indeed. They have got the Varus down. They also got the ultimate out of the Renata. They're trying to see if they can get anyone else off this Weibo, making sure that this Baron was not for free. Breathe, trying to see if he can get one more breath of life into him. Xiaohu just take him down. It's going to be the Kalista getting it. Light looking for a little bit more, but RNG get the Baron, but they lose everything else, and that means that the map has been completely reset.
Oh my god, it's a complete turnaround. Light ends up doing a massive amount of work on this Kalista. It has so often been for Weibo, completely flipping everything in early and mid game, and then Light sighs, picks up his work boots, puts them on, and carries the team fight. I want you to watch exactly how this works out, right? ZDZ plays around the front line, but look at how Light plays this through. Gets hit initially, don't get me wrong, but he's not really under threat from the damage of RNG, especially after Breathe has used his Q. He's just continually stacking up the lethal tempo. He's skirting around the edges of the fight. And RNG, despite the fact that they get the Baron, they never really in a safe position to retreat. They're hemmed in under the turret. There are a couple of plants occasionally giving slows, and of course Xiao who can dash in and out as well. Clutch wall to bring ZDZ back in, and suddenly RNG, they don't get to use that Baron buff at all. And Weibo have themselves a lot more gold in pocket than they have any right to have.
Yep, they do. They're still down 4,000. RNG still very much ahead in this game, and we'll have the Baron for a little bit. They're on a minus 3,000 Baron power play with the Rend and the Smite, though. This Dragon is gone. They're not going to be able to contest it, and that's Weibo getting themselves up into a soul point. So we're going the full 7 Elemental Dragons in this game before anyone gets the soul. That's a 4-0 Kalista who's finally able to kind of catch up with this this Varus. But Breathe and the rest of RNG, they smell they have an opportunity to try and get this inhibitor in the mid.
They are trying to. Let's see if Xiaohao can get himself a Marco ult from a good angle. He's in a right spot to at least attempt something. We also have multiple items on supports now as well. Zyra's completed the core, and they get a knockback on Sejuani.
They do indeed, but Sejuani very tanky. Nice ultimate there from the Zyra. The ultimate from the Renata doesn't really do a lot, and they take down the Sejuani. Breed trying to play away from everybody else just to make sure he can be that front line. The Fate's call to make sure Crisp doesn't go down, and we reset, we breathe, and we come back in to a 35-minute game that's getting closer and closer by the minute.
This is getting to become a bit of a late-game fiesta, and we have a lot of players who are no strangers to that, don't get me wrong. Can we finally get this bot lane turret breaking open? We can, but not before the teleport is completed, so Breathe can be there to stabilize the lane. We are getting a lot of late-game gold put in. The Zyra will actually be more and more of a factor as items are built up. We'll see if we can go anywhere towards that. Breathe, no counter-strike. Let's see if the chain lands.
Chain does land, but Breathe is huge. I don't know if these two champions can actually kill him. So, yeah, Xiaohu and Xiaohao recognizing, you know what, we don't need this to really kind of make this work. We can just walk away from this and pretend this never happened. But yeah, we're getting to uber late game. We're getting to the stage where people are picking up their 6 items. We are starting to see some real massive damage numbers coming out. But also, as well as that, we're getting to a point where the AP on the Zyra is exceptionally, you know, kind of potent, and it really is a factor coming into these later stages.
For sure. I was exactly calling that out for this reason. I was saying, hey, by the way, if this game is slow, this favors Weibo, by the way. So he's gone for the cooldown boots. Sometimes, I mean, yeah, we normally see the Sork boots coming out of the Zyra in previous iterations when this champion was meta. I think in this game, it's actually fine to go for the cooldown boots, just for the plant cooldown. Your seeds, when you get them up to max rank, they're kind of like around, I want to say about 6 seconds or so, with a bit more cooldown reduction, which of course you don't get from the Liandry's anymore. Can bring them down to a bit more. And again, a lot of how Zyra works is about continually applying the procs. It's not about big bursts all the time. Don't get me wrong, the Sorks are very important on her because their base damages are so high. But when you go for these Sork boots, you just have a bit more ability to just keep putting these plants out and keeping, importantly, the Kenic Rookhorns on cooldown if you're continually hitting these tanks, which means that magic shield isn't going to regen as quickly if you're good at your plant placement. I think Chris' plant placement has been okay. He's been managing to get some tags on the front line, not necessarily any on the back line. The ultimates have been great from him, though, and they've been buying a lot of space to isolate out a frontline target so this Kalista can start really getting the Ren stacks built up. And if that continues now, you have a huge amount of items onto Light, which can be the carrying threat from Weibo. They are actually in an okay position, despite being 3,000 gold down, and potentially getting a soul down if they lose the next dragon.
Coming up to 40 minutes right now into this game. It's just a massive moment here from either of these teams. And it did look like, honestly, this is great from Weibo, because it did look like for the longest of times, this was RNG's games to lose. This was them with a 7,000 gold lead. They were the one dictating the pace. They were ramping up towards that mid lane, getting that inhibitor, and it has now led to a 3,000 gold lead. 3 dragons apiece, and not really relevant enough in terms of 3,000 for this to be, you know, something that's going to change the game.
Alright, so unironically now, Light needs to stop farming and the minis need to go after Crisp. If you can actually get another item on Crisp, say something. Oh, but he's got to get himself caught. He's cleansed out.
Yeah, it's cleansed out, but he's not going to get anything else off of this. Breed's on the back side here. Tangle Barbs just to try and stop Breed from getting anything else. The Rend is not going to be close enough. They finally get him down, but he goes into the counter-strike and finally get taken in. Weibo are coming to life in this late game. Xiao, who has to run away because he is getting taken out so quickly. But the Cassante is massive. Triple kill coming in for ZDZ. And this could be huge for Weibo. They've lost nobody.
And it's a difference of 2 divers. Breathe goes into the Kalista Zyra and gets demolished. And on the other side, ZDZ gets himself a triple kill. The last 2 remaining members of RNG are fleeing. They're in fog of war. There's a chance that maybe one of them gets out, but now they're both caught.
They're both caught indeed. Wei trying to see if he can keep Tanguman alive, but he will not be able to do it. Now he needs to get himself out alive. He does flash and he does have his Arctic Assault, so he should be able to keep himself safe. But that means that Weibo get themselves 4 kills and they can turn and burn back for the Baron. Xiaohu's just going to make sure that Wei is nowhere near this objective and maybe even take him down. He's got Crisp in tow, so they're looking to try and stagger these death timers.
That they are, and if he dies, the Baron is, well, the Baron's going to be gone anyway, the Callista's on it. Wei, one of the huge engaged threats for RNG, has been left alive for so long that suddenly you're going to have a half-a-minute overlap where Weibo can now get for a reset, go back out onto the map, and potentially get themselves Soul because the jungler's dead, and potentially another fight. Crisp has really good route onto the backline yet again to stop the Varus from getting a follow-up, gets brought back into the Callista ultimate and gets another set of CC onto Breathe. This pick is actually working out very well in the team fights despite the fact that the Zyra died a lot early. It buys the space to make sure that the front line of RNG cannot function. Every time the CC chain has come in, the backline's been hit by a stray route as well, which meant that LWX hasn't really managed to get to do much on this Varus.
ZDZ getting the 3 kills there. This will be the Soul as well for Weibo. The funny thing is, normally at 40 minutes you get an ace, regardless if it's delayed or not, even just 4 kills. That's normally the game. But because of the amount of towers that were still up, because of the amount of time that was kind of created by RNG in that mid lane with the super minions, it means that Weibo are kind of catching up on themselves here.
I think Crisp has found himself his pro builds page because he's sat there going, maybe I do want some more pen. What's Zyra meant to build again? Right, magic pen boots. He's sold his cooldown boots. He's gone, wait, I'm actually doing decent damage. So he's built up the Sork pen boots now. Sadly, it's after this is a Jack show built up on LWX, so he's not going to be doing the most perfect damage either. He's given himself an elixir of iron as well, just to be like, well, if we're going to be face tanking the Jacks anyway, may as well have a bit more HP to deal with that. Also, funnily, because he's walking in front of the team, he's going to be giving the extra kind of movement speed trail around him once he pops it. It's still inventory, will wait until he pops that out. Looks like Weibo are potentially looking to get the game-winning play on this push after the Soul has just been claimed. That's why they're buying up some of these pots, full items getting towards it. Let's see if they can get like this LeBlanc finally hitting a side lane in a way that can end the game.
Well, they're getting everything down. They're finally knocking on the door. They finally found themselves at the foot of RNG's house. Decent damage from Xiaohu onto that tower. Does get hit by the Glacial Prison, but does not have anything else to really kind of say about it. He's fairly well sustained with that red buff, so he should be fine to kind of keep himself topped up. But again, just playing on a knife's edge, excuse me. There's the Maokai ultimate. They need to take down this turret. They are looking for Breathe, who gets Mikhail's Crucible straight away. These auto attacks are good, but they're not good enough. They are not quite taking down that turret as they swip towards the mid lane.
Thing is, inhib turrets do regen, but not that quickly. And with the fire cannon on Xiaohu as well, he's able to keep chipping these down. This turret down on the bot side, even though it wasn't taken on the initial push, it will be taken now. Weibo, with this Baron buff, they should be seeing themselves into a game 1 victory, unless RNG can get themselves some kind of miracle teleport flank, but they don't even have the wards for that right now. There's maybe one in mid lane they can look towards. That's not in a great position as it stands.
This is Weibo just fully committing to the fact that they have total control and they're not going to leave anything to chance right now. They're even getting the top lane going, making sure they get everything out of this Baron push, which has just expired. But I mean, the base has been broken open and they are in such a strong position.
That it is. So, Weibo, they don't have the Baron buff just yet, which means the wave clear from Tanyuan is actually going to be quite significant. You can see that actually with the items built up, he's doing damage.
Hostile takeover. Does land on the Maokai, nobody else. ZDZ was hovering off to the side, now going to get hit by the counter-strike, but buffers it very, very nicely. So, RNG, what's your last stand? Where's your last stand? As you look to try and maybe get back into this game, but it's going to become difficult. But I'd never count them out because we're so late into the game. Full items on the Jax, full items onto the Varus, nearly full items onto the Azir. This is where the game can be won and lost. It doesn't matter what the gold is anymore.
For sure. If you get one good enough angle onto the carries of Weibo, they do evaporate. Problem is, there's a decent amount of defenses on them too. It's very hard to catch the LeBlanc, despite the fact that she's not very survivable when you do catch her. Light has a Fate's Call to call the Zyra. He just jumped back into melee range with that Jax again. Buddy, gotta stop doing that one. I have to see with RNG completing a full item Azir. It doesn't matter about the gold now. It is much more about the execution. How are you going to play around this?
Xiaohu should be fine. He's still on LeBlanc at the end of the day. It's probably people thinking, you know, why the AD? Why do you not go for the AP variant to blow people up? Because that's not what you're looking to do with this new variant of LeBlanc.
It's annoying as hell.
It is annoying as hell, but it isn't about
really
the killing. It's
annoying.
about the turrets as well. It's about getting those structures down by hopping in, hopping out, and knowing you can't die.
And one of the other things is that, obviously AP LeBlanc, your distortion is often a very large amount of your damage. You don't really need that on Xiao, who's gone for an Infinity Edge. Who swapped out the Shiv for that. So he doesn't...
Yes.
He switched out his Shiv, because he sat there going like, well, I mean, the waves are going to get pushed in anyway. The Shiv is very good to make sure you have wave clear presence when you're not building AP, which is, you know, obviously your wave clear is normally a distortion. You don't need that now. He's going to be killing minions anyway with singular ult attacks. Now if he single taps someone like LWX, yes, he'll lifesteal it up. But he's a genuine AD assassin at this point. He's using his dashes, yes, for some damage, but mainly to recharge his energized autos. If they start critting as well, he is going to absolutely shred some of these squishy health bars.
40 seconds till Baron spawns. Minute 15 until Elder spawns, and you can see that with double super minions now pouring down into these, or two waves of super minions, I should say, instead of double super minions you have got in mid and bot. They are going to start to stack up. You're going to have to try throw Breed down in that bot side, or maybe Tangyuan to cover one of these lanes that is away from the action around the Baron pit.
The problem is, this LeBlanc, you can see the super minions pushing in through bot lane. You can only really cover one, maybe two lanes with Breathe and another one too. Xiaohu does have just enough vision. Again, the plants and the saplings giving extra information. Light can walk over towards this Baron. You can absolutely two-man it at this point in the game. Tanyuan has to go towards the bot side, look for a teleport back into the play. But you have to go through the plants again. It's just annoying.
I mean, they don't know what the Baron's on right now. They have no vision. It's only about half HP, but it's a hell of a lot of spears in it, so you imagine that this is going to be Baron for Weibo. They will secure this, and will they take a fight afterwards? TP from Tangyuan coming in. Baron secured. There's the ultimate from the Zyra and the Maokai. They've caught up the two tanks, but that's a good choke point here for the hostile takeover. Xiaohu looking to try and reassess themselves into this fight. Everyone backs themselves away, but you got Baron for Weibo. They now need to go back towards this mid lane, push this one in, and then look for the Elder.
Yeah, so Elder's going to be up, and RNG, they used their teleport on the Azir to get towards that Baron. They won't be able to use that to get towards this Elder. You can see that Breed is going towards bot lane. He'll be spotted on the wave. Weibo, they are the ones making RNG march to the beat of their drum.
Yeah, but this Elder's not going down very quickly. Wei jumps into the pit, throws down his ultimate, does land it on the line, who gets himself immediately cleansed. Breathe now getting focused on by the rest of Weibo as they look to try and burn onto Wei. Wei flashes away to make sure he cannot die, because if he dies, this Elder is gone for sure. Breathe keeps himself alive, but using all his summoner. Tangyuan just about gets away from the clutches of Xiaohu, but this Elder is still going strong. Weibo, you can't just leave it to go. You have to try and fight it, but you can't now.
He takes it!
The Elder, but can they get the rest of the fight? Breathe goes in, getting so much damage, just flirting with death right now. Maokai gets back in, but Xiaohu's TP'd in. He's TP'd in to try and end this game. He wants to try and finish this one off, but they're killing all the health bars. This is Xiaohu versus the world. He will get himself the two Nexus turrets, but he won't be able to end the game because Tangyuan's chasing him down. No flash for the Azir. I don't know why Xiaohu decided to walk back towards that, but at the end of it all, the game still goes on because inhibitors have respawned.
This is a little bit beyond smoke and mirrors now, folks. We're into the hyper late game, and Weibo were the ones who had control of that series of plays, and yet still allowed it to come down to a Baron, to an Elder flip. They should have been the ones being able to stop RNG going towards this. Xiaohu barely getting towards a kill onto Tanyuan, but can't manage it. I think it was a huge mistake for Weibo to start up the Elder if they weren't confident in taking a fight or finishing the objective.
We got RNG barreling up this mid lane. Baron minions or not, you can see Xiaohu immediately saying, I gotta stop this wave. I gotta stop them from just forcing a fight. Ming took a huge chunk of his own damage, half his HP down. And we all reset ourselves as the tanks and the front line of Weibo come back in, but 49 minutes into this game. Look at the gold, Nightmare. It's dead even. There's nothing between these two teams in game number one.
Oh gosh, right, so what have we got now? Honestly, folks, you've got to be giving gold to your supports at this point. You have a full build on the Renata, don't get me wrong. I am really surprised that Light and Xiaohu have been the ones taking all of the minions so far. We get ourselves into a pause, which means we have a moment to consider what is happening in this very frantic late game. It's something which a lot of these players are accustomed to. Xiaohu is one of those players who's found himself in the hyper late game multiple times before and often come the better of it. But against LNG, they found themselves in similar situations just this week and they lost out on them. This is a chance to maybe redeem that, but RNG aren't giving up easy.
No, they really, really aren't. And again, it's been such a tug of war. And the beauty of broadcasting, and we're a little bit behind, means that we can get past this tech pause in 30 seconds or less. And we jump back into the game. I'm just glad that it wasn't a tech pause right as they were about to jump into some fighting. And I mean, look, everyone's full build. We actually have I believe the boots were sold by by LWX. He picked up a Phantom Dancer, so he is just kind of going for as much DPS as he possibly can here. And I know you're saying, oh, give the support some gold, but I don't even think it matters really at this point. I think the supports are almost full build as well.
Well, so importantly, Chris doesn't have Void Staff. If you get Void Staff on this Zyra, you can actually do some significant damage back to the Varus again, who's built up the Jack shows, which is a decent amount of extra penetration. Boots sold by Tanyuan as well, who's built a Rift Maker last to get the extra stacking damage. If you start getting good damage down now, you can get yourself, you know, the extra... I believe it's something like extra 10% damage or something like that. It really starts stacking up. RNG have huge DPS. I'm wondering if Weibo actually have to find themselves into a split push win condition. It's like the difference in, you know, Civ 5, Civ 6. Are you going for the military victory or the scientific victory? Weibo can't go for the military one right now. It feels like it's very hard for them to fight their way through this RNG DPS core.
Yeah, and Xiaohu, he's not going to be doing a lot of damage to the likes of Wei or Breathe, really. But Tanyuan and LWX, and specifically Ming as well. Ming's got a lot of utility. He's got the Locket Shield, he's got the Redemption Heal, he's even got the Mikhail's Crucible to try and help the rest of his team. But in terms of his own health, not looking super hot for him to be able to try and survive that. So with the mid lane now down in terms of inhibitor for Weibo, they are trying to focus that one out just a little bit. Tanyuan saying, nope, that's our red buff. We'll be taking that for our team. And Xiaohu drops the cheeky little award. You talked about the split push potential win condition. I don't think he's going to get away with this one here. They're going to find it almost immediately. But look, we love the idea behind it.
Now we do level 18 for everyone besides the supports who are stuck at level 16 right now. What this means is that Maokai with the item build has got some cooldown reduction built up, has max rank on the saplings too. I guess actually right now we're seeing a lot of Maokais still put the sapling max second. There's going to be extra vision, and with these Zyra plans as well, we've talked about that. It's just extra information which Weibo have to play with, and it's extra annoyance for RNG to deal with. Late game scenarios with a Maokai are not the same as ones without it. Also the ability to throw the ultimate in less committal amounts and also have it on a low cooldown because it's rank 3 of the ultimate too is a big bonus for Weibo. At least for RNG, they have the bot lane pushing out. At least they have Breathe being dominant in the side lane when he turns up to it. He has a Zhonya's now as well for the extra AP and the stasis. How much can he do with that? 20 seconds till Baron's up, a minute and 20 seconds until Elder. The objectives are back up to Flippers once again.
Baron will spawn. You could burn it down side to side. Breathe on a fantastic flank right now and has found light. Hasn't gotten the CC out of him just yet. Does get his cleanse, or excuse me, his QSS. Still has a cleanse available to him. They are kiting, and you can see that there's actually a Xiaohu in the base. He's looking for the end of the game because there's no Nexus turrets. There's no Nexus turrets, and Xiaohu is gone. He wants to try and go for this. They need to stop the teleports. He's going to about half HP. They stopped it. He's now down to LWX and Tanyuan just here. He flashes away. Got one more auto. Xiaohu was done with this game. And they get themselves the victory in game number 1.
It's a smoke and mirrors victory, Xiaohu special, and I cannot believe it went that late game. It felt like after the first Baron was gone, this team composition was going to be way out of it. They would have died too much early. The game was too slow, but gosh, they fight their way back in. Split push win condition.
Split push win condition is right, if I can get my words out. That was a hell of a long game, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll be catching up to game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just came off of a very long game number one. We're going to go straight into our MVP. It was Xiaohu. It had to be Xiaohu. The man got the back door going. 2-0 and 7. He was just a nuisance. Straight up, just a nuisance.
And like, if anyone is going to boil down Xiaohu's career to his biggest strength, one of his absolute biggest ones is just his understanding of late game map states. He's beaten the T1 teams of Legend. He has beaten some of the real great teams across so many years in multiple roles. Onto the LeBlanc, onto a split pusher in the AD version as well. He gets the job done. Gave us a heart attack doing it, but job's done.
Job is done. We're going to jump straight into champ select of the next game and try and get ourselves as caught up as possible. I do think we're only about 20 minutes or so behind the actual live broadcast, so we're getting there. We're slowly picking ourselves back up as the beauty and the magic of broadcast. But, I mean, look, it's demoralizing for RNG coming into that game. You had it. You should have really been winning it. It didn't work out for you, and honestly, even in the last second, you felt like you probably should have won it even in the late game. How do you come back into this? Where do you want to see their kind of adjustments, if you will?
Right, so Milio is gone with Illusion still the first pick. Nami locked in, and it's going to be traded for the Zyra Khan. So, some laning phase options for LWX and Ming. You can there very much force summoners get kills in the 2v2, but as soon as you get to the 2-item spike of the Lucian, where you have, well, I mean 2.5 with the support item, and then Storm Razor and Fire Cannon, this champion once again really starts popping off. However, worth noting, Maokai is one of the best outside of lane answers into this duo as well, because whenever you go aggressive, you have to be aware that the Maokai can respond from a very long distance away, faster than something like a Xin Zhao can, or even a Sejuani. Maokai pops the ult from anywhere in his own side of the jungle pretty much, and you have to be respectful of that playing through mid-game. So it's going to be up to Weibo to make sure they can track where Wei is when that Lucian Nami gets on board. And I see you laughing, I see some other people out there too, probably breathing a sigh of relief now that LeBlanc is off the table.
Yeah, look, regardless of how OP or not you thought it was, it won the game for the side of Weibo. The double backdoor, getting 2 Nexus turrets, and then coming back and finishing the job. And just, you know, very, very smart play on that, so we will not be seeing it this time around. I do like this ban from Weibo to try and just kind of give ZDZ a much more kind of favorable lane. I wouldn't even mind to see them ban the Udyr as well, regardless if they've seen Breeze play it or not. Just, again, give them more priority in the top side, because I think ZDZ had a pretty decent time of it in that game.
Well, he had a decent time of it in the team fights. In the individual lane, I think he lost gracefully. And that's the most important thing he could have done. Because if he was dying in side lanes, then suddenly Weibo couldn't have ground out that slower win condition which they played towards. Got to imagine we're not, well, I mean, I was about to say we're going to imagine we're not going to, it's been a long day, folks. We're not going to see a Zyra again, because of course we've got the Lucian Nami and Zyra Khan locked in. We do have mid laners left to lock in and a top lane matchup. Rumble is a pretty hard matchup into that Cassandra. I can definitely see them considering that, especially with the Maokai locked in as well. There's plenty of hovers. I expect it to be the Rumble. It's the best lock-in with that composition.
The Rumble, the Gnar was something he didn't hover until the very end, and that's what he's going to lock in there. So they're looking for a little bit more guaranteed engage, a bit more split push priority as well. We'll see what Weibo respond to with in the jungle and, of course, in the mid lane.
So what you've given up with not locking in the Rumble is more threat onto the Lucian Nami, alongside the Maokai with the combined ultimates and the Rakan going into it. Gnar is better in the side lane, as you were saying, versus ZDZ's Cassandra though, and that's something which they really utilized quite well last game actually. Breathe was a threat on the side lane, so if you have Gnar getting off to a strong early start, that's something that they can do so again with. He hasn't escaped a difficult matchup just by banning out that Jax. Xiaohu onto something a bit more aggressive. He was on Maokai duty last game and he did a fine job of it, but he is such a pleasure to watch on aggressive champions like the Xin Zhao. And it might be comboed up with something like the Orianna, and indeed it is. It's not a very high win rate champion at the LPL, but it should definitely be able to help control some extra zone to maybe keep that Gnar and Maokai out of a team fight as they look to engage.
See what they can do with it, but locked and loaded for Weibo. Definitely a little bit more traditional AD carry support combination for them coming into this particular game, but we'll see if they can make it work. And again, Tang Yuan, I don't think he played badly on the Azir. I just don't think he played to the same level as some of the Azirs in our league. Cough, scout, cough, you know? So it's always that weird one when you have so many incredible players of a champion that when other players play it, not necessarily badly, but not as well, it almost makes it look like it was bad, you know? It's a weird comparison.
And we have some players who are real specialists on the champion in this league too. I mean, Rookie's Azir is fantastic, Angel's Azir is fantastic. And Tanyuan, don't get me wrong, is a newer mid laner. He's one of the better ones to come through. Heck, Xiaohu is also an Azir of great playmaking potential too on the other side of the Rift. He might have to put up some extra damage numbers for this one though. Late game Azir last game couldn't quite do it. He wasn't allowed to team fight in the way that he wanted to. This one feels a little bit more like a team fighting composition. Less of the smoke and mirrors, more about dusting off the knuckles and going in for another round.
One more round, potentially two more. We'll see if RNG can get themselves a bit of a haymaker back after getting pushed down in what was an absolute slugfest in that first game. 50+ minutes, and it really did deliver. Went all the way with the Dragons, went all the way with different Barons. Just did not stop end to end. It had everything. A backdoor, you know, Baron steals, Elder Drake steals, everything. But now we look to see how this game can really kind of set itself up. For Weibo, it's about solidifying a little bit of a better early game. RNG had your number in the first 20 minutes of that game. You need to be getting yourself much more settled, much more earlier. And on the opposite side of this is RNG. Just calm it down. Do what you did in the last game, but just don't be so reckless with throwing away your jungler's life and giving up those big objectives.
And also, gotta say, gotta expect something more from LWX. Ming, I think, had a pretty okay game, but LWX has had a couple of shockers, and this one wasn't a very easy one to play out on the Varus. He was caught out a lot of times with CC flying through the back of the team fight. Now onto the Zyra, a champion which he has done an awful lot of work with on the past. He needs to stand up, be counted for in this DPS checks, and make sure RNG can bring this to an even series.
Well, we'll jump straight into the Rift for game number 2 of this best of 3. It's our 7th game of the day. We'll see if we'll go to magic number 8. We were just talking the break, myself and yourself, how yeah, you got the 9-game series, and maybe you'll get the 7-game series, or potentially the 8. We're not quite sure.
And I'm gonna just throw it out there, the games have also just been really quite intense. That last game, it felt like it was slow for a while. We talked about a great number of things, and the Petunias, they were a favorite of my machine. I enjoy the Petunias. I don't necessarily, well rather, I enjoy them. My vocal cords, after a 9-game absolute slugfest just a couple of days ago, into some incredibly high intensity games today, they are liking it less and less. I have like 3 assorted different kind of drinks out in front of me to try and keep them working just to cross over the finish line as we try and join our team also trying to cross the finish line.
Well, luckily for you, you have a bit of a break now. We have one more broadcast before the Lunar New Year break. We are live on Wednesday for the last games
I finally
before
get
the
to
break.
sleep. You can put me back to my slumber. Wheel me back out when you need me again. Is that how it works? Is that all I mean to you, Sheen?
I'm just glad you're aware. That's
that.
all. I'm just glad you understand this relationship we've built together. But yeah, I mean, look, you know, two-week breaks, a little longer than most of the people. I think LCK is only going to get themselves 1 week. Crisp is taking a serious amount of damage, but a heal from himself keeps him fine.
We mentioned this right in the draft phase as well. Zyra Khan very much can have some laning pressure versus the Lucian Nami W start. For those of you that don't know, or just slipped the mind, Rakan gets the extra bonus move speed and attack speed when Zyra activates W as well. If you start hitting enemy champions, you get the extra damage and move speed from that. It means that your level 1 rundown potential, when your support's AD and their auto attacks actually means quite a lot too. It means that Zyra Khan can do a lot of damage.
Absolutely, the Zyra Khan, especially at level 1 when you got that Ignite, it's just very scary thing. But we have a little bit of an LPL update so far this split. Maokai versus the Xin Zhao. Maokai owns the Xin Zhao right now. So if you're an RNG fan, you're feeling a little bit better about the current situation of things. As Ming and LWX really did want to get that one actual ward, or that one ward, but I feel like that was such a weird thing. And there's the Orianna win rate, 0-7 up against the Azir. That's a pretty hefty, you know, 2 good things for RNG.
You know that one bit in Empire Strikes Back where C-3PO goes to Han Solo, it's like, you know the odds of surviving an asteroid field is like 1,000,000 to 1. Never tell me the odds. Weibo would really like to finish this out just here. Numbers are great up until you find the reason why the numbers are that way. If they can stop this front to back happening in the way that RNG wants to, with the Maokai ult kind of screens off the team while they can catch out the front line. That means that you get a lot more value from it. Now suddenly level 3 to level 1 in this bot side. Really well played for Xiaohao coming over towards this bot side and using the Xin Zhao's early pressure to make sure that this Zyra can't stay under turret. I don't even think Wei coming up here can save them. This wave is way too big under turret. They're still going to be fighting multi-levels down.
This is huge. They're level 1, Nightmare. They aren't even, like, they can't even walk up to this. They're literally 2 levels down on everyone. What Wei is doing here, I don't know, but it's not going to change anything. This is horrific for RNG's bot lane. This actually genuinely could really put them, like, honestly, like, almost impersonally not able to come back. But here we go. Wei gonna look for something, gets hit by the double, and they get the TP away. They will finally get Ming and LWX towards the minion wave, but, like, they could get dove again. They will hit level 2. But, I mean, this is awful. They're not going to get level 2. They're not going to get it. They're going to lose both their flashes, and Crisp and Light are just smashing this bot lane. It's going to be some supportal combat to end it all, but they're still level 1.
But there was the scumbag cannon minion under the tower. If one more minion had died, they would have hit level 2. But because it's a cannon, they can't kill it quickly enough, and they are stuck in their very first level of the game. MVP of that tower dive the second time around is the big old minion in the cannon.
Insane. Let's have a look at the replay here, because, I mean, this is ZDZ. Really good moment here. And yeah, he just gets them out. Look, he just stops the TP.
Just taps the W, gets the shunt in. Are we going to see the dive after this? We are. The thing is, that teleport wouldn't have arrived in time anyway. But what? We're not even going to see what... That's sad. If you look at what happens under that turret there, they try and hit level 2. But because the entire previous wave had died and it's on the first cannon wave of the game, the cannon dies too slowly to tower. And that means suddenly you have... This is like the gold standard of laning items for Lucian early on. The support item plus the Kerchi shard for the energized auto-attack tap. It's really, really annoying to play around. LWX and Ming, we asked for more from LWX. This is not going to be an easy game from him again.
No, and look, someone kind of goes under the radar. I think a bot lane that goes under the radar is Light and Crisp, and they had a good year last year, and again, just kind of no one really talked about them. There's Xiaohu, of course, with his massive history and his success on many different RNG rosters. There was the Shy, which no one could stop talking about. It does feel like this bot lane goes unnoticed or even uncredited. I know, right? But it goes a little uncredited, but that whole setup is literally them just saying, we know how to play this, and they are one of our premier bot lanes. They always have been.
They have been. And so, I mean, the way that I characterize this team, for those of you that didn't watch as many regular season games from Weibo, most of the time they would do a bit of happy gaming, and they'd flip a little bit around the top side, and then when push came to shove, Light would put on the work boots and drag this team across the finish line. He is the most consistent member of this team, and they're a bot lane in the 2v2, Light and Crisp, that could stand up to our very best in the league. They could stand up to Ruler and Missing, to Gala and Hung last year as well. They did some great things. Even Elk and On, they ended up doing great work against at points too. And now, coming into this year, they are being the core of a great roster. Xiaohu having to flash out from an ultimate, shoving him back in towards Wei, now trading back.
Yeah, that's a shockwave to get the HP down from Tang Yuan, who does click over to level 6. Doesn't mean that Xiaohao had stopped his dragon taking ability, but they are still going for more in this bot side. 3 plates almost taken, and it's 7 minutes into the game. You're still 40 CS down nearly on this bot side. LWX, like, I mean, what's he supposed to do? You're a Xayah. You don't really have anything to kind of deal with this level of pressure from a Nami Lucian.
This is not the happiest game for our dear lovers in the bot lane. They are sat down 40 CS, and of course there's the support item, which is going to be racking up even more gold. They're looking for another recall under turret, which means that, luckily with that Q missing, it's going to be the full... Oh no, LWX, you have to join him in the last 2 seconds of the recall. It can't be all the way up to it. So LWX is now alone under turret. Luckily, I think is going to survive the dive threat. But that's very unfortunate. There was actually a chance of a dive there. Xiaohao was on the same side of the map. I was getting... I was having a bead of sweat appear on the forehead for poor LWX at that point.
Oh, I think we all were there at that point, but yeah, it definitely Definitely had a moment of a scared moment for the LWX RNG bot laner. Does mean, though, he's able to stay in the spot side, get a little bit of solo XP, maybe try and build back some of this deficit that he was unfortunately losing. But I love what Weibo's doing right now. I love the fact that we're seeing Xiaohao recognizing the full extent of how ahead this bot lane is and just pushing the number on it, stealing away a blue, making sure that Wei can't get in and affect this bot lane because of how far pushed up it is. And even we see ZDZ coming up against Breed saying, look, we know Wei's bot side, so I'm happy to kind of soak up the pressure here as well. It's just really, really smart play coming out from Weibo, knowing just how far ahead they are currently in the state of the game.
And now they're coming back out onto the map with even more components. Xiaohu, yes, the Orianna in the LPL has struggled into the Azir. I feel like the big thing which has changed this matchup is the fleet footwork on the Azir, because at last Worlds it felt like Orianna could really just deck Azir and lane. With the extra sustain and the ability for Azir to hit the enemy champion quite easily, means that he's kind of easier to play and lane with more HP. But still, Xiaohu is doing enough to make sure that Tang Yuan isn't getting huge value from his mid lane priority just yet. See what happens with Xiaohao versus Wei in this matchup, which is also winless in the LPL in this specific matchup. He's heading towards bot side again. It is not about the Maokai right now. It's about the Lucian. It is not about
him. Not at all. We're going to have a shockwave. Actually stop a little bit of that aggressive move. He will get caught up by the cats right at the end. The flash from Tang Yuan does not move away from the Crescent Guard, and that's going to be a trade of mid laners, though this time around it's the jungler of RNG that picks up that second kill. So big trade there for Weibo as they do get themselves a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and I think this one's really valuable because the gold does go over to that Orianna. You can see that it's going towards the tier, which is the Seraphs coming out, which means that the earlier you get these items, like the Merc Treads as well, the harder it is for RNG to play around your lane, and this Azir being able to play make on top of that Orianna. Xiaohao has picked up a lot of assists. He's been the ultimate wingman in this game so far. Gosh, this guy has been such a player to watch. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the series, but Xiaohao, coming over from Anyone's Legend, has done so much work in the last year in a team which was struggling. And now on a team which is built up with a lot of big names, he has a real moment to shine like this.
There's a 2-level difference in the bot lane. That is absurd. Like, and they've been in this bot lane for a while. Like, it's not as if this is the big thing. Yes, they got the dive down, and it's only actually the 1 kill onto the Xayah that's the difference in terms of that physical amount of gold. But it's the fact that every exchange, every single time, they're going for more stuff, and they're just constantly getting these health bars down. They're juggling the turret aggro so well. It's just becoming unsustainable here for RNG. I almost think they want this tower to go down so they can just leave.
There's something to that, but the problem is with that is that then you have to deal with Lucian Army on a mid wave, which is arguably their strongest point in the game. So while RNG know that this bot lane is locked in there's a potential they could fight around these grubs, knowing that the Lucian Army with all of their gold advantage are not able to respond towards this, and they are able to get themselves their 4th grub and deny Weibo their 3rd as well. Xiaohu, they know he's in that brush. Tang Yuan could potentially look for another shuffle again. Not going to look so right now.
Stormrazor now finished up for Light, so he's going to be coming back into that lane with basically full kill pressure onto LWX in any kind of capacity. And an Imperial mandate to boot as well for Chris. Great start here for the side of Weibo as they look to just really rectify the early game mistakes they had in game number 1. And honestly, so far this split, this is the 4th series for Weibo, but it has been the call for them. They've looked terrible in game number 1, a bit better, if not completely different in game number 2, and they've been happy to go with that kind of a style.
Yeah, for something. We sometimes get some teams where in a particular game in the series, something happens. We used to have OMG, where game 1 at OMG was absolutely awful. Anyone's Legend, actually, mentioning for Xiaohao, was always great for that team. We had a lot of teams that were best of 3 merchants. They needed 1 game to get it out of the system. So we'll see if that's now out of the system. For Weibo's early game, it very much has seemed so far. RNG had the leg up on them in game 1. RNG really struggling at this point, though. For this timestamp, this gold lead is really nasty. And since it's nucleated onto the Lucian, that's even more problematic. The Xin Zhao's wall also using their gold advantage for well, Culling comes out, and that's half the HP down. With the Xin Zhao on the same side of the map, they're once again pinned under turret.
Yep, more pots, more biscuits, more everything being used here by the RNG bot lane as they look to just hold, survive, don't get caught out again, because I feel like this bot lane is just one more dive. Yeah, one more dive away from basically collapsing in front of them.
Oh gosh, this is the trenches right now. They're just trying to make it through one more barrage. Ming will be spotted out by Xiaohao. He's gonna get some burst onto him. He's used a lot of his mobility now. Oh gosh, they're down a lot of cooldowns. So they have to leave the turret. If they had the Rakan cooldowns, I think that maybe they would get locked up under turrets. A little bit dangerous, but Xiaohao baits out, well, forces out a fair amount from Ming, and the turret falls. First turret with all plates included go over to Light, and of course to Crisp as well. He's going to get himself back towards base, probably get himself well on his way to a second item by this point, only 14 minutes into the game. And this is going to be a very difficult point for RNG now, because you're now contending with the Lucian Nami, which have a free run at mid lane. Typically when bot lane turret falls, anywhere between 13 to 15 minutes odd. You want to start switching your bot lanes through into the mid lane. And now you have this much gold on a Lucian, which is going to be setting up shop in the mid lane, which means RNG are going to find it so hard to play around the map. Mid lane is where most plays are leveraged from. How do you fight around that now? I mean, how do you fight at all, to be perfectly honest, with a Zeal being picked up here for... That's true. That's a good point.
I mean, like, regardless of how the position of the map and position of the minion waves, I just don't know how... I think that for RNG, you just have to let LWX have a lane where he can farm in. You can't really let him just sit around a mid lane and potentially get caught out. You have to let him get back into the game for some way or shape or form to kind of put it, but they are looking to try and maybe contest this Dragon. Crisp is away from Light for the moment. At RNG, they're not willing to let this Dragon stack just yet.
Right, so they do have Maokai ult. This is actually not a bad 5v5 to be taking right now, because Sante's not here. Xiaohao might have to force ult. I don't think he is. They're just going to look for the Dragon secure. There's no counter-engage coming through from the side of Weibo. They're teleporting away towards top lane now, but that means the teleport, the fight might come through.
The fight might come through. Not quite able to get it. Shockwave a little bit too late there. I feel like they could have known it was going down, but look, neither here nor there. They get the teleport out of the Gnar. Maybe look for a dive underneath this turret, because remember, there's quite a few things no longer available now for the side of RNG. You don't have the TP from the Gnar to come into this. You don't have the Maokai ultimate. You do have a lot of ways of stopping, you know, RNG from getting away.
Yeah, that Maokai ult is a really big one, right? Because one of the things we mentioned in the draft very early on is that, okay, so the Lucian Nami's been given over. Maokai is good into Lucian Nami. When they go aggressive, Maokai pops his ult, fizzles out the play, and stops them from playing around the play pattern that they really want to. With that on cooldown, means that Light and Chris can potentially look for plays like this, which is really, really dangerous. Bloodsong builds up, so you have the Sheen and the exposed weakness for the extra damage coming through from Light's Lucian. RNG, they are still in the trenches, folks. They are not out of this yet.
Not out of it yet, but I do believe after maybe the next wave or so, you should, quote-unquote, be getting the first item available for the side of LWX. And now Breed wants to take things into his own hands. He's looking for a little bit of a move here on the ZDZ, who's just trying to run away with the Ghost. Should be able to get away from the rest of the team. Yeah, he's buying time. But Xiaohu now, unfortunately, just a little bit too late. There's the tidal wave looking to catch out many, many people. They're going to get a double bubble trouble into the combo. Crisp with absolute clarity there, knowing exactly where to place the bubble. And that was a huge, huge win there for Weibo on the top side.
It is great to see Weibo well connected with their top laner. It's something that they struggled with on and off last year, but ZDZ knows well in advance that he's going to have teammates on the way. We're going to look through this replay to see how this happens. Look at the minimap immediately. You have people running up the river as soon as this fight comes through in earnest, and as soon as the fight comes through like a little bit later after this, ZDZ also has enough move speed to just buy so much time. There's an argument to say that hitting that Q3 didn't help him out because it closed the distance. Xiaohao holds on the audacious charge, and then what he does is he steps back, not allowing Gnar to be able to get the knockback, the double hop onto him, which then allows him to get the huge CC afterwards. Jungle support, you call that Chris play already, massively on point. Weibo get a huge fight for themselves.
And again, one positive for RNG leads to more positives for Weibo. One step forward, two steps back for them. And it just feels like they're really relying on Breathe here. You would have loved if he got that kill as well, just to kind of accelerate this Gnar into the side lane, but just not to be. This, oh, Jesus, it's getting very dicey now. As we can see Xiaohao looking for a little bit more. Gonna drop down the Rift Herald right immediately. Tang Yuan does end up getting the ultimate out of himself there, so should be pretty safe after the fact, but not longer having that. They could go for another tower push, and I feel like Xiaohao is going to do just that.
Yeah.
Gets it the wrong way.
What? No.
Yeah,
Oh, Xiaohao,
here's
buddy.
how it is.
Driver's license revoked.
You got to make sure your champion is facing the right way. Regardless of Shelby, your champion needs to be facing the correct direction and when you enter it. If you're not, that's when it will swap positions.
Yeah, and it goes a little bit off the rails. Worth noting, they used the Herald on the top turret and not on the mid lane one. I think that's because actually Light and Crisp are happy taking this on its own, and they're just going to keep chunking out LWX and Crisp, and Ming rather, time and time again. You have the rapid fire cannon coming out from Light. Because they're just angling for an attack, it means that Wei just throws the ultimate out to try and stop things, but that's another important tool down.
Another important tool just before this dragon spawns, another Chem Soul, might I add, coming in here. And Wei, oh my god, piercing light and a double tap, and he's already starting to feel very, very... Oh, he's not loving it. He's not loving it.
Close.
He's just not going to be able to get away from it. But yeah, Weibo, I mean, they're in total control right now. The gold lead might not be massive, but it feels like it's just them versus the world, or RNG versus the world in terms of trying to surmount this.
They are Light once again using the range increase of the fire cannon. It is so much damage. And this is why they didn't use the Herald mid lane. They're more than happy to allow RNG the thought that they're safe under this mid lane turret. They're not. They're not safe here. With these items on Lucian, a full item, and let's be honest, an item and a half because of the support item too, be giving so much value to Lucian in particular. LWX can't afford to be all out of position. Xiaohao still has ult. This is not even a good fight.
No, it's not, because you don't have any damage. Like, yes, you get the Gnarls, he's got a Triforce, but you're not getting Tanguin in there, and straight up, LWX just cannot walk up to that. So, trade of turret for turret right now. ZDZ off to the side, but they're still going in this mid lane. Weibo, they don't care about the Dragon right now because they know that it's a 4v3, and Breathe, he's getting so much damage. LWX has to use the heal and the feathers just to make sure he doesn't die.
And this is why we banned the Lucian in the LPL. So many times we've seen teams go for the Gambit and say, look, we can fight this. And yeah, if you're Ruler and missing, maybe that works out. LWX and Ming, this has not been good for them. But with the Baron start in Fog of War, Weibo, they've maybe lost themselves a bit of control over this. Xiao, who's on it though. Another teleport coming in from ZDZ. That's going to be the Baron stopped. Is there going to be a fight afterwards?
Oh, might be on Wei. Don't think they know exactly where everybody is. Breathe now. They've kind of found a couple of different answers. They're going to get the all out and immediately given over. The Baron has been stopped, down. But it's going to be started again because 21 minutes on the clock, and you can see that Weibo just don't care about the Dragon. They've accepted that the Chem Soul's just not really worth it, but RNG, they have to fight.
Oh, the jungler's down after RNG started that play. Weibo, they have full control over this. They need to be careful. This Baron will trump them out, but that's a good shockwave.
It's huge, gets a lot of damage down onto Ming. He's going to be so squishy going into this fight. ZDZ just keeping everybody away. The Baron down to 3,000 HP. They just need to get it down to about 1,500. Good tidal wave's going to separate everybody away as they look to try and jump onto Ming. Baron secured. ZDZ taken down. Xiaohao goes in onto LWX, but nobody else was following up to him. Breathe, going to go into Mega, get a little bit of a boost of a health bar, but it's an early Baron over to Weibo. They should be able to get out of this as well. There's no real chase available. Breathe has flash. He's looking for it, but they all predicted it. Now these health bars are going to go low. Now the Lucian can really start to tear in. Pew pew. It's time to go back to the gray screen. Tang Yuan is being chased down like the ghoul he is, and that is going to be an easy little ace coming in here, you imagine, for Weibo. Xiaohao going to keep chasing down Wei. Wei might want to use the ultimate to stay alive, but out of all of it, it's still Weibo's game.
It's absolutely their game, and it came off of what was meant to be RNG's Baron. That's what they would have hoped, but Weibo, they respond. And rather than just chasing off RNG straight after it, they wait around to get the perfect fight, to get themselves a game-crushing advantage beyond what they even had again. I really like this tidal wave. It just buys enough space. Yes, ZDZ dies for it, but just being able to split the team and put RNG into a bit of awkward terrain gives Weibo the time to finish the Baron and regroup. Then, of course, we always have the souped-up Blast Plant making a huge play for Breed, but the flashes are on point. As soon as you miss that engage, the stats come to bear, Weibo come to play.
And Xiaohao is just feeling himself right now. 2-0 and 6, just dominating in this jungle matchup between himself and Wei, and proving that the Xin Zhao, it's so powerful. Yes, the Maokai has such incredible utility. It has amazing ways of coming back into the game and disengaging, but just having the crescent guard to cover yourself so you can't be bursted down, jumping in, getting the knockup, interrupting dashes, and oh my god! What is that damage? That is absurd!
Yeah, that's a Lucian who knows he's safe to go in. You can see the RNG. They almost get the timing of the Maokai ult as Lucian is dashing in. That's typically the way that Lucian falls apart versus that champion, but he already gets the damage done. He only needs a single empowered double tap with the first strike on top of it as well. This champion is off the chain.
It is off the chain and off the charts. Here we go. Light gonna flash away. They're gonna throw everything at him, but is the damage enough? That is the question. They're just not quite able to get him. Finally, they get the kill. The bot lane is dead, but can they get anything else? The shockwave is good. Wei goes down. It's a 2-for-2 trade in this exchange. 5v5 turned to 3v3. Never mind, we'll make it a 2v3 in favor of Weibo. And look, RNG, I love that you tried. You had to go for something because this game is falling away from you.
I mean, they did what they were supposed to against the Lucian. The last time was the Maokai ult. You're meant to punish Lucian as soon as he presses the dash button going forwards. The first time, it didn't work out. You saw the damage which he did. Good call to actually try and do it again. That is about as good as it's going to get from here. Watch how quick they are. Immediate flash. Tanyuan's coming in as well. The Nami ult is not quite in time, but the flash key is on point from Light to get him dealing damage yet again. Yes, he does die because Breathe heads over, but he's already taken over the majority of Wei's HP bar, which makes the back end of this fight unplayable because the HP bars are just too low.
Xiaohao's just zoning out 3 people. He killed Tangyuan, he stopped Ming and LWX from rejoining the fight. And look, most people might look at this game and go, oh, LWX wasn't there, he wasn't available to do anything, he didn't do any damage. What's he supposed to do? He literally can't walk up. Like, I really do feel like this was just that initial play in the bot side has put LWX in such a hole that there's nothing for him to do unless it goes for like another 50 minutes, or up to 50 minutes, excuse me.
Yeah. I say, if we got to 75 minutes in this game, I would hate
Jin Air Green Wings in my mind.
Yeah. Do you remember Complexity Curse? There was one of the old Fnatic Origin games as well. All of those on the top playlist. This one's going to end, spoiler folks, it's going to end a lot quicker than that one. Yep. And yeah, I mean, after the early levels, what can you expect LWX to do? We asked him to do more coming into this game. That's not going to be the case, but after the early game, how much realistically can you expect him to? Even in that last fight, right? Light has a fantastic flash to get away from the clump of RNG that was forming in front of him, and he kind of repositions the fight. If he isn't nearly as fast on that flash, maybe LWS can get the shutdown. Maybe he can get the kill in a cleaner fight. It's not the case, and Weibo, despite the fact that, you know, they have dropped one of those series to LNG, they come into this one, and despite even the hard game one, they are looking like they have recovered themselves a little bit. They're showing what we are excited to see from this team. I mean, Lyric was so excited that in our internal power rankings, which you might see more and more of as we go through the split and hold it over each other as we're right and wrong, he put them as first place with a bit of mojo in tow.
It's great from Weibo, but it is a little disappointing from RNG. We're still kind of temperature checking them. We should be able to get them into playoffs, but we'll see how it goes. Breathe is going to die. They're not even going to use the all-out to take him out. CDZ picks that one up 3-2-2 on the Cassante. But yeah, I mean, this game is going to end in a Weibo win, 2-0 on the day. And I mean, look at that damage. That was just his culling. That was just the first 2 bits of his culling. Because he's got the Infinity Edge of the last Whisper.
Didn't even get the double tap.
Nope.
He didn't even get himself auto attacks on top of that. This is now going to be a pretty unceremonious end to the game. That's through the Guardian and the shield from Ming. He is not safe at all. Wait until the next auto attacks come up. Light. He's a player which started his career being the aggressive, front-footed player, playing stuff like the Lucian and dashing forward too aggressively. He's toned down that aggression over the years, but he's cultivated it into a real precise cutting tool, which Weibo have used oh so well. He has been such an important member for this Weibo squad, and he is lucky to get away with not a single... If that auto attack lands, he's half health.
I was going to say, I think that was the moment where Ming was like, I know they're in this brush. I know they're sitting here waiting for me to walk forward. So I'm just going to stand here and wait for them to do it. So the red buff gets stolen. RNG moving forward. They don't, now they know. I was going to say they don't know, but there's the shockwave. Breathe is dead. Light picks up his 4th kill. If he hadn't died so far this game, he would be an error screen, but he is 4-1-4. And I mean, they're going to go back for the Baron. Without that massive engage, I don't know what you can do here as RNG, as even ZDZ can keep way away.
This is going to be a very difficult situation for RNG. It's not exactly gotten easier since the early levels of it. Ming's walking over, but honestly, he's just a slight distraction. Baron's going to go down for free. See, Tenuan potentially taking down a dragon to get an objective bounty at least, with LWX heading down there as well. They'll take that, but honestly, it is a very, very small, pitiful consolation prize to the absolute drubbing which Weibo have given them.
Drubbing? What a great word. Never heard that one. What is the actual definition of drubbing?
I don't know. I've just heard it a lot in sports context when people just really smash a team. I will have to Google that. I will find out.
It's a to drub is to beat or to thrash. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I always thought it was kind of like, I don't know why I thought it was something to do with cleaning, like beating a, you know, he used to beat clothes and stuff like that with the big old bat thing.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Maybe that was
it sounds
anyway,
like clubbing, you know? Like, it sounds like clubbing, as in you would club someone to death.
Yeah.
So, you know, drubbing someone. But yeah, it's
I was thinking it was a bit more fun. Maybe there'd be some drinks and music involved with that kind of clubbing. But I think the only drinks RNG are putting in right now wants to drown themselves in their sorrow, because this has been... It felt like they could have had that first game. This one has not felt the same. They're throwing out the Markel to try and stave off the inevitable, but it feels so futile.
Yep, you got the inhibitor turrets, the last of the inhibitors. And the minions shall pour in. RNG going for one last ditch effort. They flash in. And they get absolutely nothing for it. They are going to look to see if Breed can get something as well. Does it get a good ultimate? They're throwing everything here onto Light, but he still hasn't gone down. Xiaohao finally picks up the kill on Tang Yuan. And after everything, they still haven't killed off Light. The flashes, the ultimates, everything was thrown at him. But he just did not go down. He did not die. They will kill off ZDZ, but these minions are doing the work for them. They'll throw in one final last effort to try and save this game, to save this series, but Weibo refused to let it happen. Weibo came into this second game and said, we're not repeating game number 1. We're not going for 50 minutes. We'll do it in just over half that. 30 minutes and one, we'll call it a 2-tap onto the Xayah. Weibo 2-0 on the day.
Gosh. The light briefly flickered in the wind as the HP bar dropped towards its end, but the candle stays alit amongst the storm at the Nexus. Xiaohu once again fells the team he made famous, the team that he won so many titles with. You can see the smiles on his face, greeting some old friends across the rift, as there are so many connections in this LPL league of ours. They walk away with a 2-0. It feels like it should have been maybe a little longer than that, especially after game 1, which delivered in so much value after what was a very slow and inactive early game. Second game though, oh my gosh, this team burst to life. Again, top teams across the LPL, they're starting to gear up. They have their stumbles, but they're giving us those glimpses of what the finished product could look like.
Yeah, again, that's probably what's so frustrating about Weibo coming into the split, is that we know if they just punched up the consistency just a little bit, they would be such a terrifying team.
All of last year as well. It is just this team.
Again, I'm convinced that Weibo just were gaslighting people right up until Worlds, and they were like, all right, never mind, we're good. But we do have our MVP for that game. It is going to be Crisp. I'm super happy to see this guy getting it. He was immaculate, not just in the bot lane, but all around the map.
Those tidal waves, absolutely superb. The laning phase was where it all started. Again, incredible play from Crisp. He's had a good day, honestly. His Xayah in game 1, yeah, racked up a couple of the Petunia death counts as he went through that time and time again, but the Nami really did start to clean up a lot of those mistakes and was so dominant throughout the game in both laning phase and skirmishes.
Yeah, really, really well done there. And I'm delighted to see the LPL giving some more accreditation to the supports this year. It does feel like it's kind of whoever stole Baron or whoever got the pentakill gets the MVP. But so far this year, we've been pretty solid with who should be getting the MVPs, and I'm very happy to see that. But we have come to the end of our day, the end of our week. And Nymera, we just gotta go through what has happened today, because we've had the ups and downs. We had 7 games, so not quite a perfect 6, but you know what? We'll take those.
Gosh, I mean, it feels so long ago at this point. NIP, the old OMG members in top and jungle, fell their old team as Angel loses out to his old organization, NIP as well. LNG, JDG, that was a good series. One-sided games for the first 2. The third game, honestly, go back and watch that. There was an awful lot of very intricate vision play and trying to play around lack of vision. I think both of those teams, we expect them to be top tier. And again, we're seeing glimpses in their wins and then in the third game as well for things that they could just bring to the table and really contest the top table with later into it. Speaking of top table, JDG move up to 3-0, one of our only 2 undefeated teams so far.
Oh, I'm waiting for Billy versus JD Gaming. You know I'm waiting for Billy versus JD Gaming. Not quite sure when that is. It's definitely at minimum a while away, but we'll see when they can go for it. It's at some point. It will happen. But yeah, I mean, very surprised as well to see kind of IG sticking themselves up there. They have a little bit of a smoother start to the season in terms of the opposition they're going for, but great to see them kind of pushing up further up in the standings and pushing for a playoff spot. And on the other side of the standings as well, we can see RNG and OMG, they're kind of the duds right now in terms of the bottom half of this. I would even argue TT, who you know, were running such a massive kind of fight for playoffs last year. It's not really coming together this early on. We needed to kind of maybe pick some stuff up for them as we move forward into the split.
Yeah, there was a lot of teams here who are very much not the completed product. There are some which are very much still finding their feet. Need to see particularly teams like Edward Gaming finding a way back towards form, because they have had so many roster changes and some really awkward problems to overcome. There is a lot of teams in this non-playoffs kind of cutoff that need to really get their stuff together.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, look, we're done for the weekend now, but we do have a broadcast on Wednesday. We are going to have 2 more games. It, of course, is the Spring Gala, the IG versus RNG, and then Weibo versus Top Esports. That is a pretty decent matchup there for a Wednesday before Lunar New Year.
I am really looking forward to that bot lane matchup, especially after the games which we've seen. Seeing, you know, Jackulov on one side, Lights on the other, both on great form. That should be a great series between, again, 2 teams which look like they could be at the top echelon of the LPL.
That's when we can start to see where Weibo and Top Esports kind of evaluate themselves. Are Top Esports right up at the top with BLG, or if they're somewhere else? But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Nymera, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you so much for watching. And of course, thank you to all of our fantastic back-end staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back on Wednesday before we take an extended break. But until then, we'll see you soon.
"漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。